Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. It was early in the morning when Ryan and Mark pulled their battered Forerunner into the small, unmarked trailhead just outside Pisgah National Forest. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft orange glow across the thick fog that curled around the mountains. The air was damp and heavy with the scent of pine needles and moss, the kind of aroma that makes you feel as if you've stepped into a different world entirely, one where the outside world no longer exists. Ryan was grinning, his backpack already slung over his shoulder, clearly excited. This is going to be epic, man. A full weekend in the mountains, just us, no distractions. We deserve this after the crap week I had at work, he said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm that came so naturally to him. Mark, on the other hand, was quieter, his brow furrowed as he gazed up at the dense, towering trees. There was something about the stillness of the forest that unsettled him, something that made his gut tighten. He had always loved hiking, loved the wild beauty of the mountains, but something about Pisgah felt off. Perhaps it was the stories he'd heard over the years, rumors about the land, the strange disappearances, the weird events that had happened in this forest. It was just a feeling, but it gnawed at him like a slow burn. Yeah, sure, epic, Mark replied, though his voice lacked the same fervor. He ran a hand through his dark hair and tugged his backpack strap tighter. The weight of it seemed to pull him deeper into the earth. You sure we're prepared for the full trail? I read this place can get pretty wild. Some parts are remote. Ryan waved him off, as if his concern were misplaced. You worry too. Much. We've been on tougher trails than this. Pisgah's just got a reputation because of the remoteness. But that's why it's perfect. It'll be just like the old times, you know? Just like the trip we took last summer in the Adirondacks. Mark nodded absently, trying to shake off the unease that had settled deep into his bones. Yeah, right. The Adirondacks. That was a mess, man. They laughed, and it was as though the momentary tension lifted, swallowed by the familiarity of old friends joking around. They had been through worse, Mark knew. Backpacking trips filled with bad weather, wrong turns, sore muscles, but they'd always made it out. And they would this time too. Pisgah had always been a popular spot for hikers, so how dangerous could it really be? They grabbed their gear, slinging backpacks over their shoulders and adjusting their hiking boots as they stepped out of the car. The trailhead was marked by a wooden sign, weathered by time, with only a few faint symbols and an old map etched in its grain. Mark glanced at it, then at the overgrown path ahead. It's not too late to turn back, Mark muttered, half to himself, half to Ryan. We could hit some of the other trails instead, make a weekend of it elsewhere. Ryan's laugh was light-hearted, but it felt forced, as though he was trying too hard to convince Mark that everything was fine. Come on, man. The whole point of this is to get away from the noise. No cell service, no work, just pure wilderness. It'll be perfect. Still, Mark hesitated. A faint flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But then he shook his head. He couldn't back out now. They had planned this for weeks, plus there was no real reason to worry. It was just a feeling, an irrational fear that would fade once they were deep in the woods and surrounded by nothing but the sound of nature. Ryan led the way as they began their hike into the dense forest. The path was narrow, almost swallowed by the vegetation around it, the soft soil beneath their feet squelching with each step. Overhead, the trees twisted and arched, their thick canopies blocking out much of the sky. It was eerily silent. Not even the usual calls of birds or the eyed rustling of small animals seemed to pierce the air, just the distant whisper of the wind through the leaves, a sound that somehow felt too quiet for a forest. So, tell me again why we picked this trail, Mark asked, trying to break the silence as the unease gnawed at him. I mean, it's not exactly the most traveled route, is it? Ryan glanced over his shoulder, smiling brightly. It's one of the most remote. Yeah, but that's what makes it so great. We're going to be off the beaten path, no crowds. Just us, the woods, and peace, no distractions. They kept walking, pushing through thick underbrush that grew denser the farther they went. Mark had been hiking in forests for years, but this felt different. The air was too thick, the silence too heavy. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. After a couple of hours, the trail began to narrow even further, almost indistinguishable in places. They had seen no other hikers, no signs of wildlife, just endless stretches of trees and undergrowth. Mark was beginning to feel like they were walking in circles, but Ryan kept pushing forward with that same infectious enthusiasm, oblivious to the tension building in his friend. At midday, they set up camp by a small, bubbling creek. It was quiet, serene even, but the feeling of being watched never left Mark. As he unpacked his things, he kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, scanning the woods. The trees stood too still, their branches not swaying in the wind as they should have. Mark tried to shake it off, but the eerie quiet was unsettling. Ryan was the first to light the campfire. The flames crackled, sending brief flickers of light dancing across the trunks of the trees, casting long, thin shadows. They sat down on nearby logs, eating sandwiches as the fire crackled between them, filling the air with the smoky scent of burning wood. The conversation drifted aimlessly between trivial things, work, old stories, and future trips. But Mark's attention kept wandering. The shadows in the trees felt like they were shifting, moving just out of the corner of his eye. He kept hearing things too, small twigs snapping, leaves rustling. But when he turned to look, nothing was there. Just the same silent, still trees. Ryan didn't seem to notice, too wrapped up in the moment, but Mark's discomfort only grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. You know, I've been thinking, Ryan said suddenly, breaking the silence. We've been out here for hours and haven't seen a single other person. Not one. Kinda weird, huh? Mark swallowed, trying to mask his anxiety with a forced chuckle. Yeah, it is strange. Maybe it's the time of year. Or maybe they're all on the more popular trails. Ryan nodded thoughtfully, staring into the fire. Maybe. But that's what I like about it. Less people, more wilderness. We have the place to ourselves. Mark didn't respond, instead staring at the forest's edge, feeling an undeniable pull to the shadows that crept around the edges of their campsite. He didn't want to admit it, but the forest felt alive, watching them from all sides. He knew it was probably just his imagination, but every part of him screamed that something was wrong. The fire crackled, casting an eerie glow on Ryan's face, making him look almost otherworldly. His smile was wide, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet in the back of Mark's mind, a tiny voice whispered that this trip wasn't going to end the way they thought it would. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, snapping the branches and making the fire flicker. Mark's heart skipped, a beat as the shadows deepened, stretching impossibly far from the trees. Hey, Ryan said, noticing the look on Mark's face. What's up with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Mark forced a smile. I'm fine. Just tired, I guess. The trail's a little more intense than I expected. Ryan gave him a sympathetic glance but didn't press. Don't worry about it. A good night's rest, and you'll feel better tomorrow. Mark nodded, but couldn't shake the growing feeling that he had made a mistake coming here. As the light faded and the forest became cloaked in darkness, Mark's unease only intensified. The quiet stillness of the place was oppressive, and the shadows seemed to shift just out of sight. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so exposed, so vulnerable. Something in the air had changed, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just as the fire began to die down, Mark glanced over at Ryan. His friend had leaned back against a tree, eyes half closed, content to enjoy the last of the warmth from The fire. Mark stood up quietly, telling himself he needed some air. He told Ryan he'd be back in a few minutes. The forest was darker now, and the air felt thick as Mark stepped away from the firelight. Each step into the trees felt like a journey further away from the safety of the campsite, further away from everything that felt normal. But the first light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting pale, fractured beams onto the soft earth below. The chirping of birds had already begun to rise in pitch, filling the quiet gaps left by the stillness of the night. Mark's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment he felt the weight of the forest around him, the deep quiet that seemed to press in from all sides. His mind was hazy from sleep, but something didn't feel right. He lay still for a moment, staring up at the dark fabric of the tent's ceiling, listening to the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. The sounds were familiar, comforting, even, but they carried a strange sense of isolation, of being far removed from the world. It was as though the forest itself had grown too silent in the night, as if it had swallowed all sound and left only an oppressive stillness in its wake. His breath caught for a second as he realized the tent felt colder than it had when he'd fallen asleep. The warmth of the fire they'd shared had long since evaporated, leaving only the chilled breath of the mountain morning to creep in through the thin fabric. But that wasn't it. There was something else, a presence. It wasn't overt, but it tugged at the edges of his thoughts. He sat up slowly, brushing the back of his hand against his face. The dim light outside the tent was enough to see the haze of his breath in the air. He yawned, stretching stiff limbs as he reached for his watch on the ground beside him. It was 6:30 a.m., earlier than he'd expected. Ryan, ever the morning person, was probably already up and moving, no doubt eager to start the day's trek. Mark unzipped the tent slowly, trying not to make a sound. The forest outside was dark and damp, the ground soft underfoot from the dew that had settled overnight. A thick layer of fog curled up from the creek nearby, a pale, almost ghostly mist rising in gentle tendrils to weave between the trees. It was beautiful, yes, serene even, but that quiet, almost unnatural stillness hadn't gone away. The forest felt too quiet, too still. Mark stepped out of the tent, the earth soft and wet beneath his boots. The air felt heavy with the smell of wet moss and pine, the damp earth pressing against his skin like it was absorbing his very presence. The ground gave underfoot with each step, like the earth itself was reluctant to let him pass. It felt wrong. He shook his head, trying to banish the thoughts from his mind. This was the forest. It was what it did. Things moved here that didn't move anywhere else, and the quiet was just part of the deal. Still, Mark's skin crawled as he glanced around the campsite, his gaze darting to the place where Ryan's sleeping bag had been. The fire from the night before had been reduced to a few smoldering embers, the heat long gone, leaving behind only the scent of burnt wood and smoke. The dim glow of the embers barely reached the edge of the camp, casting long shadows that made the trees seem taller, darker. He scanned the area again, but Ryan's bag was empty. Ryan was gone. Mark's stomach dropped. A quiet panic began to coil in his chest as he stood motionless for a few seconds, staring at the spot where his friend had been. Surely, Ryan had just gone for a walk. He wouldn't have left without telling him. Mark shook his head again, trying to shake off the feeling that had crept into his thoughts. Maybe Ryan had gone to collect firewood or to explore a little before breakfast. Still, the absence seemed odd, as if the morning had arrived too quietly, without the usual stirrings of their usual routine. Mark started to walk around the campsite, looking for signs of his friend. He found nothing out of the ordinary, no sign of a struggle, no indication that anything had gone wrong. The tent, Ryan's bag, and their supplies were all in place. The faint trail leading toward the creek was unbroken, the grass still wet, from the morning dew. "Ryan?" Mark called softly. a slight tremor in his voice as he stepped toward the trees. There was no answer, just the soft whisper of wind through the leaves and the distant drip of water from the creek. Mark's heart raced, his footsteps quickening as he moved further into the trees. His mind began to race with possibilities. Maybe Ryan had gone ahead, eager to start the hike and see the sights. But there was something about the silence that made Mark feel as if he were walking deeper into a place he shouldn't be, a place where even the forest held its breath. The path that led into the deeper parts of Pisgah was narrow, barely a trail at all, overgrown with thick vines and brambles that tugged at his clothing as he passed. It was almost as though the forest itself had decided to swallow the trail whole, giving no indication of where it had once been. Mark kept moving forward, calling out Ryan's name, though his voice felt small, lost in the vastness of the wilderness. "Ryan!" he called again, this time louder, his voice echoing through the trees, only to be swallowed by the fog and the eerie quiet of the forest. His breath quickened, and a cold knot formed in his stomach. It wasn't like Ryan to disappear without a word, especially after all the trips they had done together. This didn't feel right. The quiet, the thick mist, the fact that Ryan was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if something had gone wrong, as if something was waiting. After a few minutes, Mark retraced his steps back to the campsite, trying to calm himself. He had to remain rational. Ryan had probably gone ahead. He might have wandered off to find something or to get a head start on the day's hike. It was nothing to worry about. But as he returned to the camp, he stopped dead in his tracks. There, at the edge of the campfire ring, was a set of footprints, fresh ones, deep impressions in the soft earth. Mark's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, crouching to get a better look. They were unmistakable. Ryan's boots. Mark knew the tread, the worn heel of his friend's hiking shoes. But what unsettled him was that the prints didn't go far. They led just a few feet away from the fire pit, then stopped. The path broke off as if Ryan had stepped forward, then vanished. Mark blinked and squatted closer, running his fingers over the damp earth. The prints were clear, deep in some places, shallow in others, as though the weight of his friend's steps had pressed into the soil. But as Mark scanned the area, his stomach lurched with growing dread. There were no other prints beyond the ones leading from the fire, no sign of Ryan moving anywhere else, no disturbed leaves or grass, no marks to suggest that he had even taken another step. The silence around him felt oppressive, the stillness broken only by his shallow breaths and the faint rustling of leaves far off in the trees. Mark's pulse quickened. He stood up and began to walk cautiously around the area, calling Ryan's name once more, but the words felt hollow, lost in the thick fog that clung to the forest like a shroud. He stopped near the edge of the clearing, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. How could the footprints just stop? They were so clearly marked in the soft soil, but there was nothing beyond them. No trace of Ryan, no movement, no sound, nothing. The forest felt too still, as though it were holding its breath. Mark's hand trembled as he reached for his phone in his pocket, only to remember with a jolt that there was no signal out here. The remoteness of Pisgah National Forest was part of its charm, but it was also its danger. He would have to go back to the car to get help if he didn't find Ryan soon. But the idea of leaving the campsite alone, in search of answers, felt more than a little absurd. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. His mind raced, piecing together the growing unease that had gnawed at him since the first moment they set foot in the woods. That feeling, that something was wrong. It was starting to settle into his bones now, a heavy weight that threatened to suffocate him. He looked at the footprints again, his breath catching in his throat. The prints, so clear and distinct, simply vanished. It was as if Ryan had been lifted from the earth itself. Panic surged through Mark's chest, and his heart began to pound in his ears as he stumbled backward, his eyes darting around the forest. But no sign of his friend appeared. No movement, no sound. The trees seemed to stretch taller, darker, and Mark realized that he had wandered too far into the forest. Ryan was gone, and the forest was hiding the truth. The quiet pressure of the forest continued to grow heavier as Mark stood there, frozen in place. His hands were trembling, the eerie stillness surrounding him, wrapping itself around his chest like a vice. His breath quickened, the cool air stinging. His lungs. But it wasn't the cold that caused his heart to race. It was the sense of something very wrong, something far beyond the reach of logic. He took a shaky step back, glancing again at the empty campsite, at the unnatural silence that had replaced the usual sounds of nature. The weight of his decision was suffocating. Leave and find help, or stay and keep searching. Either way, he couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that something was waiting for him. He glanced back at the forest around him, unable to tear his eyes away from the place where the footprints had stopped. Mark had known Ryan for years. He'd seen his friend disappear down paths on hikes before, and every time he'd eventually reappeared, laughing or calling out to him. But this was different. There was no trace of his friend, not even a whisper of movement from the trees. The footprints hadn't just stopped, they had disappeared entirely, as if erased from existence. Mark's pulse throbbed in his throat as he turned away from the prints, desperation rising in his chest. He could feel the familiar ache of panic creeping in. "Come on, Mark," he muttered to himself, his voice weak in the oppressive silence. "Don't lose your head. Think." The fog hung heavily in the air, weaving between the trees like a veil. It muted the world around him, making everything feel distant, like he was standing at the edge of reality itself. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow, seeking anything that might explain what had happened, anything that might tell him where Ryan had gone. He took another deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. Ryan had to be nearby. Maybe he had slipped and fallen. Maybe he'd gotten turned around in the fog and wandered off in the wrong direction. Maybe he was just out of sight, hidden somewhere in the thick fog, waiting for Mark to find him. With a deep sigh, Mark reached for the compass strapped to his wrist. It seemed to mock him, the tiny needle spinning lazily before settling. He didn't need the compass to know which direction the car was in. It was south, and the trail to get there was west. But something tugged at his instincts, urging him to follow the path that led deeper into the forest, the very direction he had just come from. He shook the feeling off, blinking his eyes hard as he focused once more on the empty campsite. Get it together. His thoughts scrambled as he took a few steps back into the forest, trying to focus on the basics. The forest, the trail, the trees. Ryan was out here somewhere. Mark called Ryan's name again, louder this time, his voice echoing through the trees. The fog seemed to carry it, and he held his breath, waiting for a response. Any sound. But there was only the rustle of leaves, faint and distant, carried on the wind. The air was dense with humidity, making Mark's skin sticky and uncomfortable as he pushed through the brush. The trail, now almost invisible beneath the thick fog, seemed to disappear in front of him as he walked. The further he ventured, the darker the forest became, as though it was swallowing him whole. The trees towered above him, their branches crisscrossing to form a dark canopy that blocked out what little light the morning had to offer. The silence felt suffocating. Mark's own footsteps sounded far too loud in his ears, the soft crunch of leaves beneath his boots echoing around him in a way that seemed to draw attention to the growing void that stretched between him and everything he knew. His breath came, quicker as the panic began to claw at him again. Why was it so quiet? He turned a corner, his eyes scanning every shadow for signs of movement. Ryan's footsteps should have been here, but the only signs of life were the occasional flutter of birds in the distant trees, their sudden movements just enough to keep his nerves on edge. Mark scanned the forest floor carefully for signs, any indication that Ryan had left a trail, any sign of where he might have gone. He was now too far from the campsite to even see the faint glow of the embers. The further he walked, the more disorienting it became. The fog seemed to close in, filling his field of vision, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the sensation that the trees were watching him, bending closer. His skin prickled with unease as the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Something was wrong, so wrong. In his distraction, he hadn't noticed the change in the air, the temperature. A sudden chill pressed against him, and for a moment, Mark thought he saw something out of the corner of his eye, something moving in the fog. His pulse quickened, and he stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide, heart pounding. But when he looked again, there was nothing. No movement, no sound, just the oppressive fog and the feeling of being watched. "Ryan, are you out here?" Mark called once again, louder than before, his voice cracking slightly. The air hung thick, and for a long moment there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no answer. The weight of the silence was so heavy it pressed against his chest. Then, faintly, from somewhere deep in the forest, a noise. A voice. Mark froze, every muscle in his body locking in place as the voice, distant and muffled, echoed through the fog. It was faint, but unmistakable, a voice calling out in the same tone as his own, just a few moments before. But it was not Ryan's voice. It sounded strange, distorted, as if the sound had been twisted, warped by the fog and the stillness around him. "Mark!" His heart skipped a beat. The voice repeated itself, clearer this time, and though it sounded faint, there was something terrifyingly familiar about it. "Mark!" The word was spoken with a low, almost guttural rasp, like it was being dragged from the very earth itself. The echo of his own name filled the forest around him, seeping into the fog, into the trees, as though the very air was whispering his name in a low, unsettling chant. He didn't move at first. His mind screamed for him to run back to the campsite, to get out of the woods as quickly as possible. But his feet wouldn't obey. He had to understand. He had to know what that voice was. Mark hesitated, then took a cautious step forward, his breath shallow and erratic as he called out again. "Ryan?" There was no answer. Only the fog, the eerie quiet, and the sense that something was waiting. He took another step, then another. Each footfall felt like a step deeper into a trap. The forest seemed to close around him. The fog thickened, pressing in from all sides, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of him. The whispers of the trees, the rustling of leaves, the strange sensation that the forest was moving, none of it made sense, but Mark couldn't stop. Something compelled him forward. The voice, now louder, echoed again. But this time it wasn't just a voice, it was a movement. It was as though the sound itself was bending reality, pulling him deeper into the woods. He had to find Ryan. He had to find him. "Ryan?" Suddenly, Mark heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him, sharp and heavy. They were moving quickly, almost as if someone, or something, was following him. Mark's stomach dropped. It wasn't Ryan. It wasn't Ryan. With his heart pounding in his throat, Mark spun around to face the direction from which the sound had come, but there was nothing. Only fog, only shadows that shifted in the damp air. And yet, he could feel eyes on him. He wasn't alone, not anymore. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around, to run back to the safety of the camp. But something in the back of his mind urged him to stay, to move forward into the forest, to follow the unseen force that seemed to be pulling him deeper. A sudden, sharp whisper broke through the fog. "Come." Mark froze, his blood turning to ice in his veins. The words, "Come," whispered through the fog like a command, soft yet suffocating. The air around Mark thickened, almost as if the forest itself was exhaling around him, pulling him in deeper. His heartbeat quickened, every pulse now reverberating in his chest, urging him to move, to run, to escape. But his legs were frozen in place. It felt as if the trees themselves were pressing in on him, their gnarled branches reaching out like fingers, their shadows stretching unnaturally. Long, twisting like dark tendrils in the mist. For a brief moment, Mark considered turning around, retreating back to the campsite, where the stillness of the air would feel less oppressive, where the real world still existed, distant as it was. But that voice, the voice that sounded so much like his own, yet warped and strange, compelled him to stay. It was almost like a melody, luring him in, promising answers to a question he hadn't even fully formed. Why had Ryan vanished? Where? Was he now? The whisper sounded again, closer this time, more insistent. Come. It felt like a gentle tug at his very soul. The fog seemed to part just a little ahead of him, as if the trees themselves were creating a path, a trail that Mark couldn't ignore, no matter how much his instincts screamed to turn back. He took a tentative step forward, the ground soft, and yielding under his boots, the mist wrapping around him like an invisible shroud. Each breath he took felt heavier than the last, as if the air was thick with something unspoken, something waiting. The trees on either side were impossibly tall, their trunks so thick and twisted they seemed to defy the laws of nature. They stood like ancient sentinels, silent witnesses to whatever was happening in the woods. Mark's thoughts raced, churning with confusion and fear. He glanced behind him, expecting to see the campsite in the distance, the faint glow of the fire, but there was nothing. The fog had swallowed it whole. The camp, his friend, the world he had known just hours ago, everything had been erased. The footsteps behind him, the same heavy, methodical steps, had stopped. He strained his ears, listening for any sign of movement, but all he could hear was his own breath, ragged and shallow, mixing with the distant sounds of the wind rustling through the leaves. Was he losing his mind? Mark's hand trembled as he ran it over his face, trying to shake off the sense of dread. No, he wasn't imagining this. This wasn't just some momentary lapse of reason. There was something real here, something he could feel, something he couldn't see, but could sense in the very marrow of his bones. Something was out there, and then he heard it again, faint but unmistakable. A sound, closer, footsteps, just behind him, moving faster this time, like something, or someone, was right on his heels. But when Mark whipped around, all he saw was the swirling fog. Empty space. Nothing. A chill ran down his spine, and he turned back toward the path that seemed to stretch deeper into the woods. The whisper came again, low and urgent. Come. Mark hesitated, his mind locked in a vicious tug-of-war between the instinct to run and the inexplicable pull forward, deeper into the forest. Something was wrong. It was all wrong. The silence, the fog, the unnatural stillness. This was not the Pisgah National Forest he had known. It was a place twisted by something older, something more sinister, something waiting. He moved again, his steps slower this time, the fog so thick now that it felt like walking through cotton. The trees pressed closer, their trunks so tightly. Knit together, they seemed to form a wall, closing him off from any hope of finding his way back. The air was damp, clinging to his clothes and hair, turning everything into a blur of shadow and haze. The forest itself felt alive, as though the very earth beneath his feet was shifting, responding to him, reacting to his presence. Mark had seen forests like this before, the kind where the trees seemed to loom taller, where the shadows felt deeper, and where the path always seemed to twist and turn in unnatural ways. The kind of place where even the bravest would hesitate to wander after dusk. But this was different. There was a hunger here. The further he walked, the quieter it became, the strange pressure in the air intensifying with each step. He stopped for a moment, listening intently, But the only sound that met his ears was the faint rustle of leaves far above him, carried by the wind. No animals, no birds, just an eerie, unnatural stillness. Mark gripped his flashlight tighter, even though he knew it wouldn't help much in the fog. It had always been a comfort to him, that small beam of light. But now, it only felt like a futile attempt to hold back the darkness that surrounded him. That was closing in. His mind wandered back to Ryan. The memory of his friend laughing, joking around as they set up camp the night before felt distant now, like a fading dream. How could he just disappear? It didn't make sense. But the more he thought about it, the more it did make sense. Ryan had been acting strange all day, more withdrawn, more distant. Had he known something Mark hadn't? Had Ryan felt the same pull that Mark was feeling now? Or had he simply wandered off in a daze, pulled deeper into the forest by something that Mark couldn't see? Suddenly, there was a flash of movement in the distance, something moving through the fog just beyond his vision. Mark's heart skipped a beat. Was it Ryan? He called out, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. Ryan! Is that you? For a moment, nothing. Then, the footsteps again, closer this time, behind him. Mark spun around, his breath hitching in his throat. The light from his flashlight flickered, casting strange, shifting shadows as the beam danced erratically across the trees. But once again, there was nothing. No figure, no movement. Just the fog. It was as if something was playing with him. His mind raced, his body on edge, every muscle tense with fear. He wasn't alone. He could feel it. The heavy presence that lingered in the fog, watching him from just out of sight, its breath cold and ancient, waiting for him to slip up. The footsteps behind him grew louder, closer, more deliberate. Something was closing in. Mark's chest tightened as he took another step forward. Something wanted him to follow. The whisper returned, this time sharp and commanding, no longer the soft suggestion it had been. Come, now. A jolt of panic surged through him, and without thinking, Mark started running. He pushed through. The fog, his breath ragged, his heart hammering in his chest. The trees blurred around him, and his flashlight flickered with each desperate step. He didn't look back. He couldn't. All he could do was run. But no matter how fast he ran, the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, like the forest was twisting itself, shifting and folding as he moved, making it impossible to find his way out. The further he went, the more disoriented he became, his surroundings twisting into an impossible maze of shadows and fog. It felt as if the forest itself was conspiring against him. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shifted. A low rumble echoed through the trees, deep and hollow, as if the earth itself was groaning in response to his fear. Mark stumbled, his heart thundering in his chest. His flashlight flickered out completely, plunging him into darkness. The whispers surged, louder now, a chorus of voices, all calling out to him in a cacophony of distorted sound. Mark tried to breathe, tried to calm himself, but the panic was unbearable. Every instinct told him to stop, to find cover, to hide. But his feet kept moving, carried by an unseen force, drawing him deeper into the forest, deeper into the fog. The trees around him began to twist and contort, their trunks growing unnaturally, long, reaching out to him like dark hands. Then, through the swirling mist, Mark saw it. A figure, a shadowy silhouette, just beyond the reach of his flashlight's dying beam. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs stretched in ways that didn't make sense. It was standing perfectly still, just waiting for him. Mark's breath caught in his throat as he stood frozen, the dark figure looming just beyond the edge of the dying beam from his flashlight. His mind raced, struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. His legs were stiff, unwilling to move, as if the very air around him had turned to lead. The figure stood motionless, its shape barely visible in the fog, but its presence was undeniable, terrifying. For a moment, time seemed to stretch. Mark's pulse thundered in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The silence was oppressive, suffocating, as if the entire forest had held its breath in anticipation. He was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The figure was blocking his path, standing just at the edge of the trees, its silhouette so tall, so impossibly long, that it seemed to stretch up into the fog itself, merging with the shadows. What is that? Mark's mind spun with questions, but they were drowned out by a rising tide of fear. His flashlight flickered, and the beam grew weaker with each passing second, like it was fighting to stay alive in a world that had no use for light. The darkness pressed closer, swallowing the light, and with it, any chance of escape. He forced himself to take a step back, his boots crunching against the forest floor, but the figure didn't move. It remained perfectly still, like a statue, waiting, watching. The forest was deathly quiet again, and the air felt as though it was thickening around him, pressing in on his lungs. Then, through the heavy silence, a voice, a whisper, rippled through the fog. It was distant, distorted, like it was being carried on the wind, but it was unmistakable. "Mark!" The voice was like the others, low, hollow, warped, as if it had no place in this world. But this time, it wasn't the soft command to come. It was a plea, a warning. Mark swallowed, his throat dry, his mind reeling. Was it Ryan? Was it something else? Was it him? Without thinking, he stumbled backward again, tripping over a root in the darkness. He couldn't breathe, couldn't focus. Every instinct told him to run, to turn and flee, but his body was rooted to the spot, the fear paralyzing him. He could feel his heart racing, feel the cold sweat running down his spine. The figure shifted, just slightly, almost imperceptibly, its silhouette stretching even further as if it were growing, elongating in the fog. Mark's breath hitched in his throat. The world seemed to warp around him, the shadows twisting unnaturally, as though the forest itself was bending in response to the presence of the creature before him. It wasn't just a figure anymore. It was an entity, an ancient, malevolent force that had been waiting for him to step into its domain. Mark's mind flashed back to the stories he had heard as a child, tales of the forest's cursed past, the whispered legends of things that lurked in the woods, the things that waited. In the deep, dark corners of nature, was this one of those things? Had Ryan fallen prey to it? As if in answer, the figure shifted once again. This time, it moved, but so slowly, so deliberately, that it seemed almost unreal, as though time itself had slowed. The outline of its body, stretched and bent, its limbs twisting in ways that were unnatural, its movements fluid and eerie. The fog seemed to part around it, making way for its dark, looming presence. And then it spoke again. "Come closer." Mark's blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable now. It was the same voice, the same low rasp, but it wasn't calling him anymore. No, this time it was commanding him. It wasn't asking him to come. It was telling him. Mark's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to obey. The figure's voice was a tether, pulling him toward it, compelling him to take a step forward. It was as if the air itself was bending around him, suffocating him with its oppressive weight. His heart pounded so loudly in his chest, it drowned out everything else. His entire body felt like it was on fire, as though the presence before him had ignited something deep within him, a need to obey, to move, to answer. He opened his mouth to call out to Ryan, but the words caught in his throat. The forest felt so alive, so aware, and he didn't want to anger whatever it was that was waiting for him, standing just beyond the veil of the mist, with each passing second, Mark felt a strange pull toward the figure. It was as if the creature itself was drawing him in, its presence like an irresistible magnet. His body was trembling now, his hands shaking violently, but his feet moved. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, He took one step, then another, toward the shadowy figure. The fog seemed to grow thicker as he moved, swirling around him like tendrils of darkness, tightening its grip. He reached out instinctively, and the world around him seemed to warp. The shadows deepened, and the oppressive quiet grew louder. His flashlight flickered one last time, then went out, plunging him into complete darkness. Now, he could see nothing but the blackness of the fog, the overwhelming emptiness that surrounded him. His breaths were shallow and ragged, his chest tight. The silence had become unbearable, as though the world had stopped. Time felt frozen, and in that moment, the only thing that remained was the pull, the force that seemed to reach into the depths of his very soul, drawing him toward the figure in the mist. He took another step. Crack! The sound of something snapping underfoot echoed through the silence, loud and sharp. Mark's heart leaped in his chest as he froze, his foot hovering above the ground. The forest had suddenly grown darker, colder. The trees around him seemed to loom even closer, their branches reaching for him, their gnarled limbs twisted and grotesque in the dim light. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. A flash of movement, quick, fleeting, like a shadow, darting between the trees. Mark whipped his head to the side, his heart racing. But there was nothing there, nothing but the ever-thickening fog. The whisper came again, this time louder, as if it was right beside him. "Come. Closer." The figure was no longer standing still. It had moved. It was now crouched, its limbs bending and contorting, and in the fog, Mark could see it clearly now. A twisted, grotesque form, its face half hidden in shadow. The figure's eyes were two glowing orbs, empty yet piercing, fixed on him with an unnatural intensity. Mark's breath caught in his throat, his entire body frozen in fear. The thing was no longer just a shadow. It was real. It was right in front of him, its twisted form rising from the mist like some ancient horror, from the depths of the earth. And then, in a voice that was far too close, too intimate, it spoke again. "Ryan is not here, Mark." The words slithered into his mind like poison, and Mark's stomach turned. The fog grew colder, suffocating him with its icy breath. He staggered back, his body no longer obeying him, but his feet refused to leave the spot. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His chest tightened, his head spinning. The forest was closing in. The creature was moving, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, its figure distorting in the mist as it advanced. The world blurred before him, the shadows thickening, the air pressing harder against his chest. But there was one thing he could hear clearly now, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not his own. Mark's eyes widened in horror as the footsteps grew louder, closer. He could feel them. Something else was out there with him. The air around Mark felt suffocating, thick with an almost tangible dread that hung heavily in every breath. The ground beneath him seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if the earth itself was alive with something that didn't belong. The figure, that unnatural twisted presence in the fog, loomed ahead, its glowing eyes locked onto him with an unblinking intensity that felt like it was peeling away his very soul. The footsteps came again, louder this time. Thud, thud, thud. But they weren't his. He wasn't moving. His legs felt as if they were cemented to the ground, held in place by some invisible force, by something that had already marked him as prey. He tried to turn, tried to tear his gaze away from the grotesque silhouette that seemed to warp and stretch in the shadows, but his body was no longer his own. His limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, trapped by some supernatural paralysis that seemed to seize every fiber of his being. The figure took another step toward him, its limbs shifting in unnatural angles, twisting and contorting in ways that were not of this world. Each movement was deliberate, agonizingly slow, as if the creature were savoring his fear. Mark's pulse roared in his ears, but despite the overwhelming terror that gripped him, he couldn't look away. The creature's form had changed. Its body was no longer that of a simple shadow. It had grown. Its back arched unnaturally, its spine jutting out in grotesque angles, and its long limbs moved with a fluidity that made Mark's stomach churn. The eyes, those glowing empty orbs, were now glaring directly at him, pulling him in with an invisible force. Its face was a patchwork of shadows and bone, its features indistinct but horrifically twisted. Mark could feel its gaze, like icy, fingers reaching deep into his mind, wrapping around his thoughts, pulling at his very memories. "Ryan." The voice came again, distorted, warbled, but unmistakable. It was a whisper, but it sounded as though it echoed from every direction. At once. "Ryan is not here." Mark's heart skipped a beat, the words sinking in with the weight of a terrible truth. The forest had already claimed Ryan, but where was he? What had happened to him? Had he met the same fate Mark was now being drawn toward? A wave of nausea rolled through him. He opened his mouth, desperate to scream, but no sound emerged. His throat was constricted, as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. The footsteps grew louder still, closer, closer, until Mark could feel the pressure of them, the crushing weight of something approaching, something stalking him from behind. Without warning, his body was jerked forward, unnaturally forward, pulled by a force he could neither comprehend nor resist. His feet scraped against the cold earth as his body lurched toward the dark figure. His mind screamed for him to fight, but the terror paralyzed him. And then the fog began to shift. It wasn't just swirling around him anymore. It was moving, undulating like a living thing, writhing in the air as though it had a mind of its own. The darkness thickened, pressing closer until it enveloped him completely, swallowing him whole. The cold bite of the mist seeped into his bones, creeping into every pore, filling his lungs with the scent of decay and rot. He gasped, but there was no air, only the suffocating weight of the fog. Through the darkness, Mark heard it again. The footsteps. They were not just behind him. They were on all sides, surrounding him, creeping closer with every passing second. They were everywhere, from every direction, but there was no one there. No figures, no shadows, just the deafening sound of steps, moving across the forest floor. Suddenly, a bright flash of light pierced through the fog, cutting through the haze with an intensity that blinded him momentarily. Mark squinted, trying to shield his eyes, but the light was unrelenting. It wasn't coming from his flashlight, it was coming from somewhere deeper within the forest. A pale, sickly light, faint and flickering like a dying flame. The light pulsed, rhythmically, drawing Mark toward it, as if it was beckoning him, pulling him like a moth to a flame. He tried to resist. He tried to fight it, to turn away, but his body wouldn't listen. His feet moved of their own accord, one step at a time, toward that blinding, unnatural light. The footsteps behind him continued, a chorus of pounding footfalls that reverberated through the fog, yet he couldn't find the source of them. He was alone, or so he thought. But with every step toward the light, he could feel the presence closing in, closing around him, like a noose tightening around his neck. As he drew closer, the light began to reveal something horrible. In the center of the glowing aura, there was a figure, a person, a man, Ryan. Mark's breath caught in his throat as he saw his friend, standing motionless in the middle of the light, his back to Mark. His posture was unnatural, stiff, as if he had been frozen in place, his body rigid and unyielding. His head was bowed, his face hidden in shadow, but Mark could see that Ryan's clothes were ragged, torn. His body was gaunt, too thin, his limbs almost skeletal beneath the fabric. "Ryan?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling, barely audible. Ryan didn't move, didn't answer. Mark took another step, heart pounding in his chest. His feet felt heavy, as though they were sinking into the ground with each passing second. The air grew colder. colder still. A shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The sound of footsteps behind him grew, louder, more frantic, more desperate, until it was all Mark could hear, the thundering beat of someone, or something, moving toward him at a terrifying speed. With a sudden jolt, Ryan's head snapped upward. His eyes were wide, wild, but they were empty, hollow. His gaze was locked onto Mark with an intensity that made his skin crawl. His lips parted, but no words came out. His mouth was moving, but Mark couldn't hear anything. Only the sound of his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. And then, with a horrific screech, Ryan's body jerked forward, his limbs unnaturally long, stretching impossibly as he stumbled toward Mark. The figure's twisted form was now almost unrecognizable, its body contorted in unnatural angles, bending in ways that no human body should bend. Mark took an instinctive step back, his feet slipping on the slick, damp ground. But he couldn't move fast enough. Ryan was coming for him. The creature, Ryan's form, was coming for him. Mark's chest tightened as he stumbled backward, but the fog seemed to have turned into a thick wall, blocking his escape. He tried to shout, to scream, but the words were choked in his throat. Ryan's face, if it could even be called that now, twisted into a grotesque grin. His eyes were black, pupils dilated wide, empty. He was a shell of the friend Mark had once known, a creature, a thing, no longer human. The creature's mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, as it let out a guttural growl, the sound echoing through the fog. It was coming for him, its limbs stretching, its hands reaching out to grab him. Mark's instincts screamed for him to run, to fight, to do anything, but it was too late. As the creature lunged, Mark's vision blurred. The fog closed in around him, thick and suffocating. The light, the last thing he could see, flickered, then dimmed, and with one final blood-curdling scream, Mark felt himself being pulled into the darkness. The footsteps that had been so far behind, him had finally caught up, but they weren't his own. The world spun in dark, dizzying circles as Mark's body was drawn into the depths of the mist, and with every twisting step, every strained breath, he could feel himself losing touch with reality. The forest had swallowed him whole. The ground had become fluid beneath his feet, shifting in strange, unnatural ways, as though the earth itself was no longer solid. He wasn't sure if he was walking or floating anymore, but each step seemed like it took him deeper, farther from the faint. Hope that lingered at the edges of his mind. The whispering wind had grown louder now, a cacophony of voices that echoed from all directions. Voices of the lost, the gone, the forgotten. Ryan's face, that twisted, contorted mask of once familiar features, still burned in his mind. The pie. Vision of his friend, if it even had been his friend anymore, haunted Mark's every step, every thought. The mouth that had opened impossibly wide, the hollow, soulless eyes, and that grin, the sheer wrongness of it all. Mark's breath came in ragged gasps as the forest seemed to stretch and warp around him, the path disappearing into an impenetrable wall of fog and trees. He was moving, but wasn't sure toward what. All he could feel was the overwhelming pull that led him forward, an invisible hand on his back, urging him deeper into the heart of this cursed place. But with each step, he felt the presence of something else, something darker than the fog, darker than the forest itself. It lurked beneath his every thought, pushing against the edges of his mind, suffocating him. Something knew him, knew what he feared, and it was pushing him forward, beckoning him, demanding that he follow. His feet were leaden, each one sinking into the ground just a little too deeply. The world around him had lost all semblance of normality, and he could no longer tell where the path ended and where the darkness began. There were no landmarks, no breaks in the fog, nothing to guide him. The towering trees that had once seemed like ancient guardians now seemed like monoliths, too still, too oppressive. The ground beneath him had become spongy, as though something was alive beneath the surface, watching his every movement, waiting for him to make the wrong move, and then the footsteps, the sound of them, always behind him. He could hear them now more clearly than before, each step slow, deliberate, as if they were following his every move, matching his pace. Mark's heart pounded painfully in his chest as he tried to convince himself it was nothing, just the forest playing tricks on him, the sound of his own anxiety reflected in the steps that followed. But then the footfalls grew louder, closer, too perfectly timed to be his own. "Ryan?" His voice cracked, weak and desperate, lost in the thick, damp air, but there was no answer. No voice from behind, no footsteps ceasing. Mark could feel it now, the distance closing. The figure, whatever it was, had caught up with him. He could feel its presence behind him like a weight pressing against his spine, drawing nearer and nearer with every step. Mark's legs felt numb, his senses stretched thin. He was being consumed by the fog, by the overwhelming presence that seemed to coil around him. The panic that had once boiled in his chest now festered, a low burn that threatened to turn into an all-consuming flame. He pushed forward, but his limbs felt like lead. The fog swirled thicker around him, a veil that seemed to be trying to pull him under, to swallow him completely. His flashlight flickered intermittently, offering little comfort in the face of the unrelenting darkness. But then it happened. He felt the weight of the shadow beside him. Out of nowhere, he heard the whisper again. Close now, impossibly close. It was not a voice that was spoken aloud, but a feeling, a sensation, something far darker than sound. It burrowed into his mind like a cold, twisted current. "Come closer." It wasn't Ryan, not anymore. The words were too guttural, too distorted, and yet, despite their dissonance, they carried an unshakable authority, like the command of something ancient, something primal that had been sleeping for far too long. Mark tried to run, to push himself faster, but his legs wouldn't obey him. His feet slipped, his shoes grinding against the uneven forest floor as the fog closed in tighter, smothering him in its cold embrace. Every breath felt like an effort, a weight pressing against his chest. He couldn't escape. There was nowhere to go. The trees, once familiar, now seemed to close in, their branches stretching out like claws, their leaves shaking with a strange, unnatural rhythm. Mark's thoughts were muddled, disjointed, spinning out of control. There was something out here, something he couldn't see but could feel with every fiber of his being. It was closer now, almost on top of him, and then another whisper. "You're already here." The words were clearer this time, no longer muffled by the fog, as if they were being spoken directly into his ear. Mark froze in place. There was a pressure now, a crushing weight against his chest, like the very air had turned to stone. His heart raced, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps, and then it hit him, the realization. He hadn't been walking toward the figure. He had been walking toward something else, something darker, something that was using the figure to pull him closer, to draw him into this web of endless fog and suffocating silence. The trees around him suddenly seemed alive, their shadows twisting into forms that were not natural. His flashlight flickered again, and this time it stayed on, casting a faint, unsteady beam of light onto the path before him. But the light only revealed more of the fog, more of the endless twisting trees, and something else. A figure, a silhouette standing in the distance. Mark's eyes locked onto it, his body frozen in place. The figure was not moving. It was not even breathing. But it was there, waiting. In that brief moment, Mark was sure he saw something. A flash of recognition, of familiarity, before the figure stepped forward, its form shifting. It was as though it was not one figure at all, but many, melding together and pulling apart in a grotesque dance that made Mark's stomach churn. He stumbled back, his chest tight with panic, his body refusing to move. The figure was drawing. Closer now, its shadow stretching impossibly far, and with it, the feeling of being watched intensified. Mark could feel the presence behind him, felt the weight of the unseen footsteps that had been following him, that had been with him all along. The air around him seemed to distort, the fog becoming denser, more suffocating. It was harder to breathe now, as if the world was collapsing in on him, folding in on itself with each passing second. The whispers were louder now, circling him, enveloping him, as though the very trees themselves were speaking. It was no longer just a voice. It was a chorus, a multitude of voices all calling his name, but they were distorted, alien, as if they were speaking through the fog, through time itself. Come closer. You're already here. You are one of us. Now! Mark gasped, trying to break free, trying to claw at the air, but it felt as if he were drowning, swallowed by the sound of the forest itself. He felt the darkness creeping in, closer and closer, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he knew that there was no escape. The figure in front of him moved again, and this time it was no longer just a figure. It was a shadow, a mass of dark, shifting, limbs that reached out toward him with hands too long, too distorted. It wasn't Ryan. It wasn't human. It wasn't even something that could be explained. It was something older, something that had been lurking beneath the surface of the forest, waiting, watching, for the right moment to claim its next victim. And Mark, helpless, frozen in place, could feel it now. The forest was alive, and it was claiming him. The ground beneath his feet buckled suddenly, as though the very earth had turned against him. Mark's body was jerked forward, dragged by an invisible force, his feet leaving the ground as though the forest itself had grown hungry. As he felt himself being lifted from the ground, he gasped, the fear washing over him. Like a wave, he reached out into the fog, but there was nothing to hold on to. The shadows swallowed him whole, pulling him into the dark abyss. The last thing he heard was a whisper, a final, bone-chilling whisper that echoed through his mind like a forgotten dream. Welcome home. And then there was nothing. The world was completely still. There was no sound, no whispering wind, no rustling leaves, no footfalls to break the suffocating silence. Mark was no longer sure where he was, or even if he existed at all. His body felt as though it were suspended, in space, untethered from time, as though he were a mere fragment of thought, nothing but a fleeting memory. Every attempt to move, to regain control of his own limbs, was met with a crushing resistance that felt beyond physical, something deeper, something that pressed into the very core of his being. The fog had consumed him entirely, swallowing him, whole, until there was no light, no vision, no sense of reality. He felt his own breath rise and fall, his lungs filled with cold, damp air. But it was as if the fog itself had wrapped around his chest, constricting his ribs, squeezing the life out of him. The oppressive weight in the air was unbearable. And yet, as the fog thickened, as the world seemed to dissolve around him, Mark could feel it. He could feel the presence, just beyond his reach, just out of sight. The air was dense with it, thick like smoke, yet too alive to be mere vapor. He didn't need to see it to know it was there. He could sense it, feel it pressing down on him, like an ancient weight, heavy and unyielding, the very essence of the forest, ancient and hungry. It wasn't just a physical force, it was something older, primal. It was as though the land itself had taken on a form, a consciousness that had existed long before Mark had ever walked into these woods. His limbs still refused to move, still frozen, as though the very ground below had taken him as part of its own dark, twisted web. The sense of entrapment, of being drawn into the earth, was almost suffocating. It felt as if the forest itself were pulling him down, its roots reaching up to drag him into the very soil where he would be swallowed by time, by the ancient hunger that had always existed here. The fog seemed to shift. It wasn't just the normal swirl of mist that rose from the ground. No, this felt different. It began to move, writhing and coiling like a serpent, undulating as if it had a mind of its own. Mark's body tensed, and he wanted to scream, to move, but the fog held. Him, pressing against him with invisible fingers. It surrounded him completely, a thick shroud that trapped him in an impenetrable world of nothingness. The familiar shapes of the trees, the path he had once walked, everything was gone. There was no up, no down, no reference to hold on to. He was lost in the fog, alone in the abyss. And then, as if from nowhere, a sound broke the silence. A voice. But it wasn't a voice like Ryan's. It wasn't even a voice like the creatures. It was something else. Something ancient. Something that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of his mind, as though it wasn't speaking to his ears, but directly to his soul. It was a whisper, yes, but a whisper that bore weight, as if every word carried centuries of history with it. You are here. Mark's chest tightened. The words resonated deep within him, not just heard, but felt. It was as though the voice had reached into his very being, unraveling him from the inside. The voice wasn't just speaking to him, it knew him. The cold chill of dread spread through his veins as he realized that this was no ordinary voice. This was something far older, far more ancient, something that had existed long before even the trees had grown. This wasn't just the forest's call, it was the call of something that had been waiting for centuries, something that was now awake. You are part of this now. The fog seemed to pulse with the voice, growing heavier, the air thick with a pressure that made it hard for Mark to breathe. The ground beneath him groaned, as though it were moving, shifting. A low vibration hummed through the earth, traveling up through his legs and into his chest. He could feel it, the earth itself, as if it were alive, as if it were listening. The forest had eyes, ears, and a mouth that had been waiting for him, waiting for someone. Mark's mind raced and his heart hammered in his chest, but he couldn't tear himself away from the voice. It had wrapped itself around him like a vine, squeezing tighter, pulling him in. The pull was impossible to resist. His limbs, still, felt like they belonged to someone else, too heavy, too cold to move. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the fog that surrounded him, even though it felt like it was closing in. It was suffocating him, erasing his existence bit by bit, until he was only a part of the land, a shadow lost in time. You are already here. The voice spoke again, more firmly this time, and as it did, the ground beneath Mark's feet began to shift. It felt as though the very earth was coming alive, breathing beneath him, pulling him deeper into the fog, deeper into the darkness. Mark's breath hitched in his throat as the voice continued, reverberating through his bones. You belong to this place. You always have. Suddenly, Mark felt something stir around him, something within the fog. Something was moving. It was subtle at first, just a ripple in the mist, a flicker at the edge of his vision. Then, the fog began to part, slowly, deliberately, revealing a figure in the distance. It was hard to make out at first, like a shadow among shadows, a twisted silhouette emerging from the thick mist. Mark's stomach lurched as he saw it. It was Ryan, or what was left of him, the same broken figure from earlier, but now his form was even worse. His body was no longer human, his limbs long and twisted, his face barely visible through the fog. His eyes, those hollow eyes, glowed faintly, pale orbs of light in the darkness. He was standing in front of Mark, only a few feet away now. His mouth opened, but instead of speaking, a low growl emanated from within him. No, from deep inside. Him, as if the sound came from the very earth itself. You are one of us. Ryan, or whatever had become of him, moved closer, his limbs stretching and distorting as he walked. His body no longer obeyed the laws of nature, bending and contorting in unnatural ways. The figure's feet didn't seem to touch the ground, no. He hovered just above it, a ghostly presence that slid through the fog like a dark shadow, his limbs twitching with unnatural movements. Mark's chest tightened, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The overwhelming sense of wrongness, of dread, paralyzed him. This wasn't Ryan. It couldn't be. This was something else. Something that had claimed his friend, turned him into this thing. It is too late. The voice came again. This time more forceful, a deep echo that rattled Mark's very soul. You are here now, and you will join him. You are part of this. You are a part of us. Mark staggered backward, his heart pounding wildly as he tried to comprehend what was happening, but there was no way to understand it. The more he tried to fight, to make sense of it, the more it seemed to slip through his fingers, like sand, running through his hands. The fog twisted around him, closing in, and the figure, no, Ryan, was getting closer. The voice, the whisper, it kept repeating the same thing. You are part of this now. Mark's mind spun wildly, and his body seemed to move on its own accord, pulling him toward the figure, toward the suffocating darkness. His head swam with dizziness, and for a moment everything blurred, his thoughts, his memories, his past, all fading into the fog, consumed by the ancient presence that had been waiting for him. The land had claimed him. He had been marked from the very beginning, and now there was no escape. The air around Mark was thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was trying to draw him in, to wrap itself around him and swallow him whole. His limbs felt heavy, like they belonged to someone else, and every step he took felt like it was pulling him deeper into the heart of the forest, deeper into the darkness that had already claimed Ryan. The presence around him was crushing, oppressive, and he could feel it, the weight of something ancient, something far older than the trees themselves, bearing down on him, trying to make him part of its world, part of its endless hunger. Mark's eyes were fixed on Ryan, or what had once been Ryan, a figure that was no longer human. The twisted form that had once been his friend moved unnaturally, its limbs elongating and twisting in ways that were impossible, its face a grotesque mask of shadow and bone. The hollow eyes locked onto him with an intensity that made Mark's breath catch in his throat. He couldn't look away, even though every part of him screamed for him to run, to escape, to do anything to get away from this nightmare. But there was no escape. Ryan's lips moved, but the words that emerged from his mouth were a guttural rasp, deep and echoing, as though they came from somewhere far beneath the earth itself, from some place Mark could never reach. The voice had changed. No longer the familiar sound of his friend's voice, but something distorted, warped, unrecognizable. It was as if Ryan's soul had been twisted, swallowed whole by something darker, something that had taken him long before. Mark had realized what was truly happening. You've come too far, Mark. The voice was haunting, a low, rasping whisper that sent chills down Mark's spine. There is no going back now. Mark's body froze. His mind was scrambling, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, of what was happening, but the more he tried to grasp it, the more it slipped away, as if it were a fleeting dream. Was this really happening? Was Ryan really gone? He wanted to shout, to call out to his friend, to try and wake him from this nightmare, but the words caught in his throat, smothered by the crushing weight of dread. The fog around him had grown thicker, swirling in unnatural patterns, as if it were alive, moving with intent, closing in, wrapping around his body, pulling him further into the forest's depths. It was as though the trees themselves were bending, shifting, their branches reaching toward him, groaning under the pressure of the unseen force that was drawing him closer to whatever was at the heart of the woods. Ryan. No. The thing that was once Ryan stepped forward, its limbs bending and cracking, its form almost too elongated, too wrong. Its eyes were the only thing that seemed human, but even they were empty, hollow, consumed by an ancient, predatory hunger that had been waiting for far too long. Mark felt his stomach churn as he watched the creature's movements, too fluid, too unnatural, like something unnerving in its perfect imperfection. Mark opened his mouth, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps, but no words came out. He wanted to scream, wanted to ask, "Why? What happened to you?" But he couldn't. The terror, the sheer wrongness of the creature before him blocked out all coherent thought. And then it spoke again, its voice still distorted, but carrying an authority Mark could not deny. "The forest has claimed you. It claimed you when you stepped onto its path." Mark's blood ran cold, the realization settling over him like a lead weight. He tried to shake his head, but it didn't matter. He had come too far into the depths of this cursed place, this place that had swallowed his friend whole, that had turned him into this. Mark had been drawn in, step by step, until now there was no way out. There was no escaping it. The ground beneath his feet trembled. The trees creaked and groaned, their branches rustling as if in response to some unseen command. Mark's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, the force of the pull dragging him downward. He could feel the earth itself shifting, moving beneath him as if it were alive. It was no longer just the forest. The land itself was calling to him, drawing him in, pulling him toward something that lay hidden beneath the roots, beneath the soil. Ryan, or whatever it was that had been Ryan, slowly moved forward, its grotesque form moving with that unsettling fluidity, its gaze still fixed on Mark, as though it were waiting for him to understand, waiting for him to accept what had already been decided. The creature reached out a long, bony hand, and Mark instinctively recoiled, but it didn't matter. The moment his mind tried to rebel, it was as if the very air turned against him, constricting around him, making it impossible to move. The hand, pale and twisted, hovered just inches from Mark's face. He could feel the cold emanating from it, the death-like chill that made his skin prickle. And then, to his horror, the creature spoke again, its voice a deep, almost growling rasp. "You are already part of it. There is no escaping now." The fog seemed to swell, its tendrils wrapping around Mark, pulling him further into the clearing. He was powerless against it, trapped within the forest's grip. The ground seemed to shift, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw something move beneath the soil. A dark, writhing mass of roots, branches, and shadow. The ground trembled again, as though the earth itself was breathing, its pulse rising, and falling in time with Mark's racing heartbeat. The keeper is awake. The forest is hungry. The words echoed in Mark's head, and he couldn't shake them. They clung to him like a sickening weight, pressing down on him, as though they had been planted deep within his mind. The keeper. The words had been whispered to him before, during his research when he tried to understand the strange disappearances that had plagued this forest for decades. But this was different. This wasn't just some myth, some rumor told around campfires to frighten the naive. This was real. The keeper wasn't a ghost or some folklore. It was something ancient, something that had existed long before men had even thought to walk this land. And it was hungry. Mark felt it then, the dark, insatiable presence that had been pulling at him from the very beginning. It was everywhere. Now, the fog, the trees, the ground, the very air. It was a part of him, a part of the forest, the land itself. He had been drawn in, marked from the moment he had set foot on the path. And now, there was no escape. He was a part of it. Ryan had been the first, but now Mark was to be the second. He could feel it, the pull, the same pull that had taken Ryan. It was drawing him down, deeper into the soil, into the heart of the forest, where the keeper waited. The roots of the trees seemed to reach up from the earth like tendrils, eager to claim him, to wrap around him, to drag him into the dark void that lay beneath. He could feel the earth shifting, the ground opening up beneath him, as if it were ready to swallow him whole. And then, just as Mark thought he would be consumed by the very land, he heard it again. "You are here. You are part of us now." It was no longer just a voice. It was a presence, a suffocating weight that pressed against his chest, that filled his mind, his soul. He could feel it seep into every fiber of his being, and for the first time he realized the terrible truth. The forest didn't just consume its victims, it absorbed them. Mark was no longer an outsider, no longer a wanderer in the woods. He was now part of the forest, part of the keeper's eternal hunger. The fog, the land, the trees, all of it was one, and now he was one with them. And as the last shred of his humanity began to slip away, Mark felt the roots of the forest reaching toward him, claiming him, dragging him into the dark depths where the keeper waited, where Ryan had already gone. And there, in the cold embrace of the earth, Mark understood. The cycle had begun again. The earth shifted beneath Mark, groaning with ancient force, as if the very ground was alive and restless. His body felt weightless, suspended in a strange, liquid darkness, where the concept of time had stopped altogether. There was no past, no future, only the suffocating weight of the present moment, crushed under the unseen hands of something far older, far darker than he could possibly understand. Mark tried to scream, but his mouth wouldn't move. His lungs locked tight, as though the very air had become too thick to breathe. He could feel the presence of something all around him, pressing in on him from all sides, suffocating him. But it was more than just the forest. It wasn't just the trees, the fog, or even the ancient whispers that reverberated through the mist. No, this was something beneath him, something older than even the forest itself. The roots. Mark's hands moved slowly, almost against his will, reaching out toward the ground, fingers brushing against the soil, against something that felt wrong, alive. It was as if the very earth beneath him had become sentient, aware of his touch, aware of his presence. The roots, thick and black like veins, twisted and coiled beneath the surface, reaching upward from deep within the earth, their tendrils seeking him, caressing him with a sickening hunger. He wanted to pull back, to run, to escape, but his limbs betrayed him, too weak to resist. His body no longer belonged to him. It belonged to the forest now, to the keeper. The keeper. The name whispered in his mind like a prayer, a curse, a truth that had been hidden from him for too long. He felt it now, the truth of the forest, the source of all its twisted power, pulsing beneath his feet, beneath his very soul. The keeper was not some ghost, some ancient force bound to the land by forgotten myths and folklore. No, it was something much older, something woven into the very fabric of the world, an entity as old as the mountains themselves, as ancient as the stars. And now it had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others before him. Mark's vision swam, and the fog pressed in on him once more. He was no longer aware of his body, no longer aware of the fog, or the forest, or the figure that had once been Ryan. He was just a part of it now, a fragment in a world that had long been lost. The forest had opened up before him, and the keeper's hunger was vast, stretching across centuries, feeding on souls, feeding on those who wandered too deep, too far into its domain. He could feel the roots reaching for him now, curling around, his legs, his arms, wrapping themselves tightly around his body, pulling him toward the earth. The more he resisted, the tighter they became, as if the forest itself were tightening its grip on him. The ground felt soft, like wet clay, but underneath, Mark knew it was something darker, something older, something that had been waiting. For him, waiting for someone like him. The darkness around him seemed to shift like a living thing, as though the very air were turning to liquid. His thoughts began to blur, and for a moment, Mark felt something cold and sharp seeping into his chest. A presence, not just around him, but within him. The roots. They were inside him now, crawling beneath his skin, burrowing into his veins, whispering to him, merging with his very soul. The hunger of the keeper had already begun its work. The forest was pulling him apart, piece by piece, until there would be nothing left but its hunger, nothing left but the ancient, insatiable void that had claimed all who came before him. Mark couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His body no longer belonged to him. His mind no longer belonged to him. The roots had taken over, the whispers of the forest filling his head, drowning out all other thoughts. He was nothing more than a vessel now, a vessel for the hunger that had existed long before him, long before anyone could remember. And in that moment, Mark understood the terrible truth. The keeper wasn't just a being, a creature that had come into being with the forest. It was the forest itself, the land, the roots, the trees, all of it one single insatiable organism that fed on the lost, on those foolish enough to wander too far into its depths. And now, he was part of it. He was part of the keeper's hunger. The roots twisted and turned inside him, spreading through his body like vines. Mark felt himself breaking apart, his body giving way to the hunger that had consumed his mind. The darkness around him deepened, and for the first time, he realized that there was no escape. No returning to the world he had once known. But the forest wasn't done yet. From somewhere far above, beyond the roots, beyond the fog, Mark heard something terrible, something ancient that had been waiting for him. It was a sound, a growl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. It wasn't a sound that belonged to any living creature, any animal or man. It was the sound of the keeper itself, a deep, vibrating growl that filled his very bones. And then, a voice. "You are mine." The words echoed through Mark's mind, slithering through the fog, wrapping themselves around his soul. They were not just words, they were a command, a claim. The keeper was speaking to him now, its voice rising from the depths of the earth, from the very roots that had twisted around him. It was no longer just the forest. It was everything, the land, the trees, the fog. And he was part of it now, part of the cycle, a part of the eternal hunger that had existed before the world had even known man. He wanted to scream, to cry out, to fight. But there was nothing left. The roots were inside him, their cold, sharp tendrils coiling around his heart, around his mind. He was being pulled deeper, deeper into the earth, deeper into the forest's grasp. He was nothing more than a sacrifice to the hunger, a part of the eternal cycle that had consumed all who had wandered too far into the wild. And then, as the roots continued to twist through his body, Mark understood. The keeper didn't just consume life. It consumed memories, the past, the future, the essence of what had once been, everything. The fog wasn't just the breath of the forest, it was the breath of the keeper itself. The forest was alive, a living, breathing organism that had no end and no beginning. The people who disappeared here, Ryan, the others, were not just lost. They were part of the land now, their memories, their very essence, absorbed into the hunger of the forest, just as Mark would soon be. The roots were pulling him deeper, his body already slipping beneath the surface of the earth. The forest was eating him. But even in his final moments, Mark knew there was no escape. The hunger would never stop. It was eternal. It was part of the land, and he was just another offering, another lost soul swallowed by the keeper's endless appetite. Mark's body felt like it had been stretched, torn apart and then reassembled, each muscle, each bone, each piece of him pulled in different directions by an invisible force. The air around him was thick, too thick, like it was alive, wrapping around him, pressing down on his lungs, choking him with a cold, suffocating grip. Every breath he took was shallow, sharp, and painful. There was no sense of up or down, of direction, only the overwhelming weight of the fog that had swallowed him whole. He had no idea how long he had been trapped in this unnatural world, the place between life and death, between the real world and the suffocating grip of the forest. The roots had taken him, the fog had consumed him, the keeper had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others before him. But he wasn't dead, not yet. He was suspended in some liminal space between consciousness and nothingness, between the pulse of the earth and the beating of his own heart. The forest's hunger was a presence, a constant weight, pressing against him from every direction. Mark felt it deep inside his bones, an unrelenting, gnawing ache that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. It was the keeper's hunger. He could feel it now, a dark presence that ran through the soil, through the roots, through the very air. It was ancient, older than the trees, older than the land itself, a hunger that had waited for eons, a hunger that would never stop. As the fog thickened around him, Mark's mind began to twist, every thought now a fragmented echo, torn between memories and fragmented images. Faces, voices, his own name, flashed through his mind in bursts, but they felt distant, like echoes from a far-off dream. He could see Ryan, but it wasn't Ryan anymore. It was the twisted, gaunt creature that had once been his friend, his companion, pulled into the hunger of the forest. But even as Mark's mind struggled to hold on to these fleeting memories, the hunger pulled harder, drawing him deeper into the ground, deeper into the darkness that had claimed him. His body was already sinking into the earth, the roots twisting around him, filling his veins, spreading through his chest. The sensation was like drowning. The roots were everywhere, inside him, entwining around his soul, tightening their grip, with every passing moment. And still, he couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He was trapped. The keeper's voice came again, not from the figure of Ryan, but from everywhere, filling Mark's mind with a suffocating force, a will that was beyond human comprehension. You are mine now, all of you. All that you were is part of me. There is no turning back. Mark's mind screamed, a primal, raw response to the crushing realization that the forest's hunger had become his own. The land, the roots, the keeper, it was all one. The forest had no beginning and no end. It was infinite, stretching back through the ages, swallowing time, swallowing life, one soul at a time. And Mark was now a part of it. There was no escape. There was no redemption. There was only the endless cycle of hunger. But as the darkness closed in around him, as the roots began to pull him deeper, deeper into the ground, Mark felt a flicker, a faint light like a distant star in the void. It was barely perceptible, but it was enough to bring him back from the depths. He focused on it, the smallest thread of hope, of life. It didn't belong here. It wasn't part of the forest. It was a part of him, the part that had fought to survive. I am not you, he whispered, barely able to hear his own voice. The keeper's laughter echoed through his mind, low and rumbling, vibrating through his bones. You are already part of me. But Mark refused to give in, to succumb to the force that was pulling him deeper into the earth. He clenched his fists, felt the cold dirt beneath his fingertips, and willed himself to move, to fight. The roots that had twisted around him pulsed, with a strange rhythmic power. They were alive, yes, but so was he. His pulse was still strong. His mind still clung to fragments of humanity. A sudden jolt of panic surged through him. The thought that Ryan had been swallowed whole by the keeper, just as he was now, flashed through Mark's mind. What had happened to Ryan? Was there any part of him left? Or had the forest consumed him entirely, just as it was consuming Mark now? Had his friend's mind been swallowed by the eternal hunger of the keeper? Suddenly, there was movement. A rumble deep in the earth, a shift in the soil that made Mark's skin crawl. The fog parted just slightly, and through the swirling mist, Mark saw something that shouldn't have been there. A figure. Another soul, another presence in the fog. This was different. This figure didn't belong here. It was not one of the lost souls of the forest. It wasn't a twisted version of Ryan. This was new. This was something alive, but it shouldn't have been. Mark blinked, trying to focus on the figure, but the fog was thick, the shadows still pressing in. He saw the outline of a person, tall and slender, moving through the fog with purpose. The figure's features were obscured by the mist, but something about the way it moved was familiar. It wasn't just a shadow. It had a presence, a power, something that was out of place in this nightmare of hunger and darkness. The figure came closer, emerging from the fog as if it had always been there, waiting. Mark's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move. His body felt as though it were tied to the roots, held captive by the very soil beneath him. And then it stepped into the faint light that pierced the fog. Mark's heart lurched. The figure was human, but its face was not. Its eyes were filled with rage. It was a woman. And in her hands, she carried something. A sword, shining faintly in the dim light of the fog. It looked old, ancient, but it glowed with an ethereal light. The woman's features were hard to make out at first, but as she stepped closer, Mark saw her face, a face he thought he had imagined. She was young, with sharp features, her eyes glowing with a fire that made his blood run cold. "You are not the first," she spoke, her voice a whisper of defiance and strength that echoed through the fog. Mark's mind raced. The woman. Her presence was undeniable. She was no mere wanderer, no lost soul of the forest. She had come here with intent. But why? Why was she here? Who are you? Mark's voice cracked as he spoke, barely able to push the words past. The suffocating force that gripped him. "What are you doing here?" The woman looked at him, her gaze steady, unwavering, her expression fierce and unyielding. "I'm here to end this," she said, her voice low but full of a strange determination. Mark's mind raced with confusion, with questions, but there was no time to ask them. The fog parted around them as if the forest itself had grown uneasy, as if the very trees were holding their breath. "You're not supposed to be here," the woman continued, stepping closer, her eyes filled with both sorrow and anger. "But you've come too far, just like all the others before you. It's too late to escape the forest's hunger. The keeper has claimed you." Mark looked at her, desperation clawing at his insides. The forest was closing in, suffocating him, drawing him into its depths. Was this woman some kind of savior, some force that could stop the darkness? Or was she just another lost soul who had wandered too deep? "You can fight," she said, her eyes piercing his. "You can fight the keeper, but you must choose. You have to fight or become part of it, forever." Mark's breath caught in his throat, the weight of her words settling over him like a cold shroud. She was offering him a choice, a chance to fight, to break free from the suffocating grip of the keeper. But could he? The earth trembled beneath him once more. The fog thickened. Mark looked at the woman, at the sword in her hand, and at the path ahead. The forest was closing in, and the keeper was still hungry. Mark's heart thudded in his chest, pounding with a rhythm that seemed to echo throughout the vast, empty space around him. The fog was thick, rolling over the ground in swells, but the woman, the mysterious figure who had appeared from nowhere, stood unwavering before him. The air around them seemed to shimmer with something, an energy, a pulse that Mark couldn't quite place. It was not the cold, suffocating presence of the keeper, but something different, something alive. Her presence was both an anchor and a reminder of what he had already lost and what he could still fight for. The weight of her words had sunk deep into Mark's mind, like a thorn lodged in his heart. Fight. But how? What could he fight against? When the very ground beneath his feet seemed to betray him, when the air itself seemed to pull him into the darkness. The keeper's hunger was all-consuming, a force of nature that had swallowed his friend, Ryan, and so many others before him. It was a presence that stretched beyond time and reason, and now Mark found himself at its mercy. The woman, though, had come with a purpose, a sword in her hand, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. Her eyes met his, burning with determination. "I'm not the first one to try and stop it," she said, her voice steady, though Mark could hear the quiet desperation in the words. "The keeper has claimed others before, and it will continue to claim more. But you—" She paused, her gaze flickering briefly to the ground, then back to him. "You can still choose. You're not yet fully taken." The words were like a lifeline thrown to him in the middle of the vast, unrelenting ocean of darkness. Mark's mind raced, trying to comprehend the situation. He wasn't fully taken? What did that mean? His body, his soul, everything felt consumed by the fog, by the pull of the land, by the unyielding grasp of the keeper. But this woman, this warrior, had a fire in her that made Mark think for the first time since he'd arrived in these cursed woods that there might still be a way out. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Who are you? What is this place? Why are you here?" The words were forced out, thick with confusion and fear. The woman glanced around, her eyes narrowing as though she were searching for something just beyond Mark's line of sight. "This is the heart of the forest," she said, her voice low and almost reverent, "where the keeper's hunger originates, where the roots run the deepest." She took a step closer to him, and Mark could feel the chill of her presence, like a wind that had been sucked from a distant storm, one that carried with it the weight of untold stories. "It wasn't always like this," she continued, her eyes distant now, lost in memories of things Mark could never understand. "The forest was once just that. A forest. It wasn't hungry. It wasn't twisted. But something changed. Something broke the balance." Mark's breath caught in his throat. He had heard whispers about the forest before, about its strange history, about the legends of disappearances, of people vanishing into the trees and never being seen again. But hearing it from her, from someone who clearly knew more than he ever could, sent a chill running through him. The forest was once just a forest, but now? He swallowed hard. What happened? His voice was barely a whisper, as if he was afraid to ask, afraid to hear the truth. The woman's face darkened. The keeper awoke. Something ancient, something that had been buried beneath the roots and the soil for millennia. Something that fed on souls, on the very life force of the living. She clenched the sword in her hand, her knuckles white. And when it awoke, it didn't just awaken itself, it awakened the forest. Mark's stomach churned. The keeper was not a solitary being then. It was more than a monster, more than a creature lurking in the shadows. It was a part of the forest, a force that ran through the trees, through the very soil beneath their feet, through the fog that clouded their vision. It was as ancient as the land, older than time itself. And now, Mark realized, it was alive. Alive in a way that no one could understand, that no one could fight. The woman continued, her voice now almost a growl. "This place, it doesn't just devour the lost. It devours memories. It devours time. It bends reality itself, pulling everything into its endless hunger. And if you stay long enough..." She looked at him, eyes narrowing, her lips tightening into a grim line. "If you stay long enough, you become part of it, just like Ryan, just like the others before him." Mark's heart skipped a beat. Ryan, his friend, his companion in this nightmare, had been claimed by the keeper. He hadn't just disappeared. He had become a part of the forest, lost in its depths. A shiver ran down Mark's spine. Could he still save Ryan? Could he even save himself? The woman's eyes softened, but her expression remained grim. The keeper doesn't just consume bodies, it consumes existence. It twists memories, reshapes the past, making it impossible to tell where the real world ends and the forest's hunger begins. But she paused, her gaze flickering to the sword in her hand. I've been fighting it for years, searching for a way to stop it, to break the cycle. Mark's mind was spinning. This woman, this warrior, had been trapped in this forest. For years? Fighting the keeper? Was it even possible to defeat it, to stop something that had existed long before humans had set foot on these lands? You're here to stop it, Mark said, trying to focus, trying to latch onto some shred of hope. How can you? How can anyone? The woman's eyes hardened with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. There are ways to fight it. Weaknesses in the system. If you can find them, if you can find the source of its power, there's a chance. A small one, but a chance. But you'll need more than just strength. You'll need your will, your mind, your soul. Mark's head throbbed. His body felt heavy and alien. His limbs were still weak, trembling from the weight of the forest, from the unrelenting pull of the keeper. But something in the woman's words stirred in him, something that made him want to try, something that made him want to fight. Ryan's image flashed before him, twisted and broken, but still alive in some form, still out there, somewhere. And he couldn't let that go. Not without a fight. I'll fight, Mark said, the words escaping his lips before he could fully grasp their meaning. I have to. The woman nodded, her eyes glistening with something that could have been relief, or perhaps just the bitter acceptance of what was to come. You'll need this. She thrust the sword toward him, the blade gleaming in the dim light that filtered through the fog. It was ancient, its hilt worn but sturdy. The metal was dark, engraved with symbols Mark didn't understand. But it felt right in his hand, heavy with purpose, heavy with power. Take it, she said, her voice low and steady. You'll need all the strength you have. You'll need to face the keeper, and you'll need to break its hold over you, break its hold over Ryan, over everyone. Mark gripped the sword tightly, feeling its weight settle into his bones, like the earth itself had imbued the weapon with its power. The feeling was strange, almost unnatural, but it was also reassuring. He wasn't alone anymore. This woman, this warrior, had fought here for years. She had lost, yes, but she had fought. She had survived. And now she was giving him the means to fight as well. The fog seemed to grow thinner around them, as if the forest was holding its breath. The roots beneath Mark's feet seemed to shift, restless, as though they could sense the change, the disturbance that the sword brought. For the first time since he had stepped into this cursed forest, Mark felt something stir inside him, a spark of resistance. It's time to end this, he whispered to himself, barely audible over the pulsing beat of his heart. The woman gave him one last, fleeting look. Good luck, she said softly, before fading into the fog once more. Mark took a deep breath. The fight had begun, and with the sword in his hands and the forest closing in around him, he would face whatever came next. He wasn't just a part of the forest anymore. He was its enemy. The sword in Mark's hand felt heavier than it had just moments before. The mist around him shifted and rippled, responding to his thoughts, his presence. The weight of the forest, the keeper's hunger, was pressing in on him, suffocating, relentless. He could feel the roots beneath his feet, twisting, coiling, as if they were alive, hungry, waiting to pull him under the earth. The fog, thick as a dream, curled around his legs and arms, wrapping him in the ghostly grip of the forest, making every breath a struggle. But Mark gripped the sword tighter, the hilt cold and smooth under his palms. It was as though the blade itself had come alive, thrumming with a low, resonating energy that seemed to pulse in time with his heart. He could feel it, the will of the forest pushing against him, trying to pull him into the darkness, into its hunger. But he was no longer just a helpless victim. He was a part of the forest now, yes, but he was fighting it, fighting to take back what it had tried to consume. As he stepped forward, the fog seemed to shift with him, parting just enough to let him pass. The trees, once looming, once ominous, seemed to bend slightly as he moved, their twisted forms retreating, as though they recognized the presence of the sword in his hand. The deeper he walked into the heart of the forest, the stronger the pull became, as though the land itself was resisting his every step. Mark's breath quickened, but he kept moving, determined. Ryan. That was his focus, the twisted, contorted figure he had seen. His friend, lost to the keeper's hunger, was still somewhere in these woods. And Mark wasn't going to let him remain a part of this cursed cycle. He had to stop it. He had to stop the keeper. A cold gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of rot, decay, and something darker, something older. Mark stumbled for a moment, but he didn't falter. He couldn't. Every step brought him closer to the heart of the forest, closer to the source of the keeper's power. And as he moved, he could feel it. Something was drawing him in, like an invisible thread, leading him deeper, guiding him towards something he didn't fully understand, but could feel in his bones. The very air seemed to hum with the presence of it, vibrating, alive with an ancient hunger. Then the fog lifted slightly, and ahead of him, in the dim, fractured light, he saw it. A clearing. The trees around it were tall, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like claws, casting long, strange shadows that seemed to writhe and twist on the ground. In the center of the clearing, there was a stone altar, old, weathered by time and neglect, but still imposing, covered in moss and dark stains. The stone was dark, almost black, with ancient carvings etched into its surface, runes that seemed to pulse faintly as Mark approached. This was it, the heart of the forest, the place where the keeper's hunger had started. Mark could feel it in the air, the weight of centuries of darkness, of souls lost to this place, bound to the earth. The ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with the ancient power that had been buried here, the power that had given birth to the keeper's hunger. As Mark stepped into the clearing, the air seemed to thicken, pressing in on him, suffocating. The roots, the very land itself, seemed to close in, wrapping around the edges of the clearing as though they were watching, waiting, ready to claim him as it had claimed so many before. He could feel the pressure building, like the earth itself was holding its breath. And then, he saw it. Standing at the edge of the altar, the twisted figure of Ryan emerged from the fog, his limbs too long, too distorted, his eyes glowing a hollow, unnatural light. He was no longer human, just a grotesque reflection of what had once been Mark's friend. His body was gaunt, like a marionette with its strings pulled too tight, his movements jerky and unnatural. But it wasn't just the figure of Ryan. It was the keeper, or more accurately, it was the vessel for the keeper's presence. The hunger Mark had felt in the very air, the pull, the call of the forest, it was inside Ryan now, transforming him. Ryan's head tilted unnaturally, his eyes fixing on Mark with an intensity that made his blood run cold. The distorted, broken smile on his face was not his own. It was the keeper's smile. Mark could feel his knees weaken, his heart pounding harder in his chest, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Mark. Ryan's voice came, distorted, hollow, warped. It wasn't the voice of his friend. It wasn't even human. The sound reverberated through the trees, through the ground beneath Mark's feet, shaking the very earth. It was a voice that belonged to the keeper, a voice that echoed with centuries of hunger. "You're too late. Ryan's broken mouth whispered. It's already too late. The forest will consume everything. Mark gritted his teeth, raising the sword before him, feeling its weight in his hands. This was it, the moment of truth. The altar, the heart of the forest. The keeper was here, alive, wrapped in the body of his friend. The hunger was palpable, and Mark could feel it, pressing against him, trying to pull him under. But he wouldn't let it. He couldn't. I'm not afraid of you, Mark said, his voice stronger now, louder, despite the growing terror in his chest. Ryan's body twitched, and the grin on his face widened unnaturally. You should be, the voice hissed, a deep growl that reverberated in Mark's chest. You cannot stop what has already begun. The forest will never die. It will consume all, and you will become one with it. Mark didn't respond. He could feel the pull of the altar now, the way it seemed to pulse with energy, drawing him in. The roots, the fog, the hunger, all of it was closing in on him, urging him to give in. The ancient force that had taken Ryan was now wrapping itself around him, trying to pull him down, to claim him. But Mark wasn't going to let it. Not now. Not after everything he had been through, after seeing what the forest had done to his friend. He had to fight. He had to stop this. With a surge of adrenaline, Mark stepped forward, the sword held high, its edge gleaming in the dim light. He could feel the sword vibrating in his hands, its energy matching the pulse of the forest itself, as though it were alive with purpose. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a key. The sword was the means by which he could stop the keeper, by which he could break the cycle that had kept the forest in its endless hunger for centuries. The fog swirled around him, thickening, pressing in. The altar seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as his heart. I will end this, Mark whispered through gritted teeth. I will stop you. The sword in his hand gleamed brightly for a moment, a flash of pure light cutting through the darkness. And for the first time since he had entered these cursed woods, Mark felt something shift, a spark of hope. The pull of the forest seemed to hesitate, to waver, as though the very earth was afraid of what he might do next. The keeper, or what was left of it in Ryan's broken form, stirred again, but this time, Mark saw it. The weakness. It wasn't just the forest that was alive. The keeper was part of it. The keeper was part of the land, part of the very roots beneath them. And Mark knew what he had to do. With one final, forceful motion, Mark swung the sword downward, aiming for the center of the altar, where the roots of the forest had gathered in a twisted, knot-like formation. The sword met the earth with a deafening crack, and the very ground beneath him shook, the roots pulling back in pain, as though they had been struck by something far greater than a mere mortal. The fog trembled, and the land seemed to scream. The ground beneath Mark's feet shook violently, a deep, reverberating tremor that rattled the very bones of the earth. The sword had struck true, its blade sinking into the altar with a shockwave of force that sent the roots recoiling, snapping back like broken tendrils. The moment the sword made contact, Mark felt an eruption of energy pulse through the air, a blast of raw power that sent a wave of light cascading outward, piercing through the thick fog like a divine strike. The forest seemed to roar in agony, its voice a twisted guttural scream that vibrated through the soil, through Mark's very bones. The moment the light erupted, everything shifted. The world around him warped and twisted, as though reality itself were being bent and unraveled. The trees, the fog, the air, they all seemed to distort, spinning out of control, each second stretching and bending until Mark couldn't tell what was real anymore. The pulse of energy was growing louder and stronger, and Mark could feel it coursing through him, tearing through the veil between this world and whatever lay beyond. The keeper's form, Ryan's twisted form, screeched. In pain, its body writhing as if something within it was breaking. The figure, his friend, was being torn apart, its limbs elongating, cracking as though they were being twisted by invisible hands. It was no longer Ryan. It was something much worse, something that had become one with the hunger of the forest, with the very essence of the keeper. The air around Mark was thick with energy, as though every molecule of the earth was vibrating with the power unleashed by the sword's strike. Mark stepped back, unable to take his eyes off the horrific sight. The roots had begun to writhe beneath the surface, like serpents trying to break free from the soil, twisting and contorting in unnatural directions. They were pulling back from the altar, as though recoiling from the light, the force that was now rippling through the land. And yet, despite their retreat, Mark could feel the pressure mounting, as though the keeper was not truly dying. Not yet. It had only been wounded. The hunger still lived. The fog had thickened once more, swirling around Mark's feet, coiling up like a living thing. He could feel the air grow colder, heavier, as the dark presence of the keeper pushed back, clawing against the power that had been unleashed. The earth seemed to groan beneath him, and the very trees trembled in response, as if the land itself were shuddering from the damage done. But Mark couldn't stop now. The sword, still glowing with that ethereal light, felt like it had a pulse of its own. The longer he held it, the stronger that pulse became. It wasn't just a weapon. It was part of the land, part of the force that had been trying to keep the keeper contained. But there was more to it than that, much more. Mark could feel the earth calling to him now. The sword wasn't just an object, it was a key to unlocking something that had been buried for centuries. Mark gritted his teeth and gripped the sword tighter, summoning all the strength he had left. The power of the keeper's hunger was not gone. It was only faltering. And the moment of vulnerability would not last long. The roots, the land, the very trees were stirring with agitation, the ground beneath him beginning to tremble again, as though the forest had decided it was done, allowing him to interfere. With a deep breath, Mark raised the sword high, feeling its weight and energy surge through him once more. The power responded to him, as though the land itself were guiding his hand. And then, with a sudden movement, he thrust the blade downward into the altar once more. The moment the sword made contact, the very air around him cracked, a sound like the breaking of glass, the splitting of time itself. The fog that had once been thick and impenetrable lifted in an instant, dissipating into the air as though it were never there. The forest around Mark stood still, the trees frozen, their twisted limbs no longer reaching. The ground itself seemed to pulse, shifting and trembling beneath his feet, as though the land was gasping for air after being held under the weight of something much darker than it was meant to carry. And then, a voice, not Ryan's, but something deeper, something more ancient and terrifying, echoed from the very earth, shaking the ground beneath Mark's feet. "You cannot escape." Mark's breath caught in his throat. He could feel it. The keeper wasn't gone. It wasn't destroyed. It was awakening, rising from the depths of the earth, from the ancient roots that had been buried for centuries. The moment Mark had struck the altar, he had not destroyed the keeper's power. He had unleashed it, torn the veil between the land and something darker, something beyond human understanding. The trees groaned, and the earth cracked open. Mark felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if the ground itself had struck him. His head spun, and his vision blurred as the roots beneath him twisted and stretched upward, reaching for him, wrapping around his legs, trying to pull him into the depths of the earth. He could feel the cold, clammy grip of the roots tightening around him, pulling him down into the dark abyss where the keeper waited. The hunger was rising. "You are too late." The voice was clearer now, but it was not a voice at all. It was the forest speaking. The land itself had become the keeper's mouth. Its voice, its hunger. It was everywhere, inside Mark, around him, beneath him. The very air was saturated with its presence. He could feel it, the hunger inside him, gnawing at his soul, trying to take him. The power of the forest surged through him, its tendrils reaching deep into his chest, twisting his thoughts, pulling at his mind, at his memories. The keeper was not just a creature, it was a force of nature, alive in the trees, the roots, the fog. It was the forest. Mark gasped for air, but his lungs were heavy, suffocating. The roots were dragging him downward, and the sword he had held so tightly, was now too heavy for his hands. It slipped from his grip, falling to the ground, its light flickering and dimming with each passing second. The world around him seemed to close in, the trees pressing against him, the earth opening wide as if ready to swallow him whole. And then, in the midst of the swirling chaos, Mark heard a sound, one that was familiar. A voice, his voice, echoing through his mind. Ryan, Mark. The voice was faint, like a whisper on the wind, but it was unmistakable. And then another voice, softer, more distant, and yet it held the same timbre, the same resonance. Ryan. Mark's heart skipped a beat. The real Ryan, somewhere within this nightmare, was still alive, still calling to him. The keepers. Hunger had taken Ryan, yes, but there was something left of him, something that had not been consumed entirely. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Ryan was not gone. The keeper had absorbed him, yes, but Ryan still existed, somewhere. The forest had swallowed his memories, his mind, his body. But Ryan's spirit, his will to survive, was still out there, deep in the heart of the forest, fighting against the hunger, just as Mark had been. The battle wasn't over yet. With that realization, Mark gathered all the strength he had left. He pushed against the roots, against the earth that was pulling him down, and with a cry, he pulled himself free. The roots recoiled, and the earth groaned, as if it were unwilling to release him, unwilling to let him break free from the grip of the forest. But Mark's mind was clearer now, sharper than it had been. He wasn't just fighting for his life. He was fighting for Ryan. The hunger of the keeper was vast, but it was not all-consuming. The forest had underestimated the strength of the human spirit, and Mark, with the sword in his hand once more, with Ryan's voice still echoing in his heart, made his final move. The earth beneath Mark trembled with an unnatural force, as if the very ground had decided to swallow him whole. The roots still coiled around his legs, twisted tighter, each tendril like a vice, digging into his flesh, pulling him deeper into the soil. The keeper's hunger surged through the land, its grip tightening around everything Mark had known. The air, thick with fog, grew denser as the ground seemed to pulse, like it was breathing, alive with an insatiable need for him. But Mark, he wasn't ready to let go. The sword in his hand had regained its weight, its brilliance flickering once, again with light. But this time, it was not just the physical blade. The sword had become a symbol, a vessel of strength, a beacon of the defiance that still burned within him. It wasn't just a tool to fight the keeper. It was his will to survive, his refusal to become just another soul consumed by the land. Through the dark fog, Mark could still hear Ryan's voice, faint, almost lost, but there nonetheless. Mark. It was not the twisted whisper of the keeper pretending to be his friend. No. This was Ryan, still holding on, still fighting. His spirit, his soul, was not gone. It had been twisted, bent, but it was not fully consumed. And that knowledge gave Mark the strength to push against the roots pulling him down into the earth. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat like the pulse of the very earth itself. He could feel it now, the battle between the forest's hunger and the last remnants of his humanity, the part of him that refused to be swallowed whole. The keeper's hunger had been so vast, so consuming, that it believed itself to be unstoppable. But it had made a mistake. It had underestimated the power of will, the power of humanity that could not simply be erased by roots, by fog, by ancient darkness. With every ounce of his strength, Mark raised the sword once again. This time, there was no hesitation. The blade felt warm in his hands, its light brighter than before, glowing like the first dawn after a long, dark night. He felt the surge of power rise up through him, the connection to the land itself, the earth that pulsed with life beneath the soil. He could feel the keeper watching him, could feel its presence pressing against him, but he was no longer afraid. He was no longer the prey. With one swift motion, Mark thrust the sword deep into the earth, into the very heart of the altar, the place where the keeper's power originated. The roots writhed in pain, recoiling from the light, from the force that surged through the blade. For a brief, fleeting moment, everything around Mark seemed to freeze, as if the world itself had held its breath. The sword pulsed once, twice, 3 times. A flash of light burst forth from the blade, a blinding brilliance that sliced through the fog, illuminating the entire clearing. The world around him seemed to unravel, the trees swaying in the light like broken statues, the roots shriveling, away as though they were being burned from the inside out. Mark's heart raced, the sound of the keeper's screeching rage echoing in his ears, but it was growing quieter, fading into nothingness. The power of the forest, the keeper's hunger was faltering. The land itself was rejecting it. And then Mark felt it. A sudden release, a shift. The fog, the roots, the earth, they all seemed to pull back. The pressure that had been suffocating him for so long began to ease, as if something had broken, something ancient, something tied to the very foundation of the land. The sword was glowing with a pure, radiant light now, casting shadows that seemed to dissipate as the dark power of the forest recoiled. Mark dropped to his knees, exhausted. The weight of the sword in his hand, now feeling almost too much to bear, his chest heaved with each breath, his body sore and battered from the struggle, but he felt a strange sense of peace, as though the world was finally breathing again, freed from the suffocating grip of the keeper's hunger. The fog began to thin, swirling around him like a dissipating storm, leaving behind the quiet, untouched world of the forest. The trees, once twisted and gnarled, now stood tall and proud, their branches reaching toward the sky, untouched by the darkness that had consumed them. The land was healing, slowly but surely. Mark's eyes fluttered open, and through the thinning fog, he saw it, a figure standing near the altar, bathed in the soft, golden light of the sun. Ryan. But this was not the broken, twisted form of Ryan that Mark had seen before. This was his friend, his real friend. The Ryan he had known, the one who had been lost to the forest's hunger. But now, he was whole again, standing tall, his eyes clear, his face no longer distorted. He was smiling, a soft, knowing smile, one that Mark hadn't seen in so long, and it was as if the very forest had given him back, giving him back to Mark. Ryan stepped forward, his voice soft but clear. "You did it, Mark. You freed us. You stopped the hunger." Tears welled up in Mark's eyes as he looked at his friend, his true friend, standing before him. For the first time since he had entered these cursed woods, Mark felt a weight lift. From his chest, a feeling of hope, of relief. The keeper had been stopped. The hunger had been broken. The cycle of pain, of loss, had come to an end. But even as Mark felt the joy of victory wash over him, a deep, quiet sadness lingered in his heart. He knew that the forest, the keeper, would not be truly gone. The hunger would always remain, dormant for now, waiting for the next lost soul to wander into its grasp. The land was free, yes, but the battle, the fight against the darkness, would never truly be over. Ryan stepped closer, placing a hand on Mark's shoulder. "There's still time to walk away," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of everything Mark had just endured. "You've done what you came here to do. It's over." Mark nodded slowly, his heart heavy, but the weight of the world had finally been lifted. The forest around them was still, serene, untouched by the horrors that had once claimed it. It was time to leave, to return to the world beyond the fog, the world where light and warmth still existed. It was time to walk away. With one last look at Ryan, Mark turned and began walking away from the altar, from the clearing, from the place where the keeper's power had once reigned. The fog that had once been so thick and oppressive now seemed light, almost welcoming, as if it were parting for him, guiding him toward the edge of the forest, back to the world he had left behind. And as he walked, he could feel the land beneath, his feet still alive, still breathing. He had fought for it, for his friend, for the world he had known. But the forest would heal, just as it always had. The cycle had been broken, for now, and Mark had finally walked away from the hunger. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie golden glow over the forest as John adjusted the straps of his backpack. He had walked this trail countless times. Mount Hood's winding paths were familiar, comfortable even. Today was supposed to be no different. But as he stepped past the sign at the trailhead, an unsettling sensation crept over him, like an itch he couldn't scratch. The air felt thick, almost as if the forest itself were holding its breath. John shook it off. The woods were full of strange moods. This one would pass. He'd pushed through tougher days on the trail, days where the weather turned unexpectedly, or his body had protested after hours of hiking. But today, there was something else, something quieter, something that gnawed at him from the edges of his mind. The path before him seemed as ordinary as any other, a familiar ribbon of dirt winding through the dense trees. But the longer he walked, the more he began to notice the silence. Normally, the forest was alive with the calls of birds and the rustle of small creatures. Today, however, there was only the sound of his boots crunching against the dirt, and something else, a soft, almost imperceptible hum in the air. It was as if the very earth was vibrating beneath his feet. As John walked deeper into the woods, the sensation grew stronger. The trees, their trunks gnarled and twisted, seemed to lean in closer, their shadows growing longer with each step. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, but he refused to turn back. He'd been hiking these trails for years, and there was no reason to feel uneasy now. Still, the humming persisted. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the first trail marker, a bright ribbon tied to a branch. That's odd, he thought. It was the same color as the others, but it was slightly out of place. He stopped, studying it for a moment, then moved on. But as he continued, the next marker didn't appear. No ribbon, no sign of the usual trail markers that he'd followed 100 times before. He halted, confusion clouding his mind. Was he lost already? But no, he had memorized the path. This was the most straightforward section of the trail. He took a breath and decided to backtrack, retracing his steps to the last marker. His pace quickened as he scanned the trees, half expecting the next one to appear just around the bend. But it didn't. John paused again, a cold shiver running down his spine. The silence had deepened, and now he could hear his own breathing, sharp and uneven. His eyes darted from tree to tree, but there was no sign of the trail marker he was so sure he had seen moments ago. He stood frozen, the humming in the air growing louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself was urging him forward, or perhaps pushing him deeper into the unknown. But then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The forest grew still again. With a slight shake of his head, John told himself it was nothing, just the usual quirks of the woods. He took another step, only to freeze once more, his eyes locking onto something in the distance. A figure, a shadow, moving among the trees. It was barely a blur at first, a flicker in the corner of his eye, but when he turned, nothing was there. His heart hammered in his chest, and a quiet dread unfurled within him. He wasn't alone, but when he blinked and looked again, the figure was gone. For a long moment, John stood still, his breath shallow, his fingers tightening around the straps of his backpack. What was happening? The shadows around him seemed deeper. Now, the forest more claustrophobic, as if the trees were closing in on him. The trail markers were gone, and now, so was his sense of direction. John's pulse quickened. The unsettling feeling deepened with every step he took, but he forced himself to keep moving. The trail was supposed to be easy, familiar. He had walked it so many times, his feet knew its twists and turns. But now, it felt like the forest was playing tricks on him, warping the landscape into something alien. The air, thick and damp, clung to his skin like cobwebs, and his breath echoed in his ears. He reached for his compass, hoping to steady his mind, but as he glanced at the needle, it spun wildly, as if caught in a storm of its own making. No direction, no sense of where he was. Panic rose in his chest, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. "Stay calm," he told himself. "Just follow the path. You've got this." He checked the map again, a familiar topographical view of the forest etched in his memory. The markers were supposed to be just ahead. He remembered the stretch of trail clearly, each marker placed just where it was needed. Every 10 minutes or so, a colorful ribbon tied to a tree or a rock to guide him. But when he reached the spot, where he knew the next marker should be, nothing. His eyes scanned the area, nothing but the towering trees, their branches heavy with the weight of the fog. There was no sign of the brightly colored ribbon he expected to see. His stomach tightened. Maybe I missed it, he thought. Maybe it's farther down the trail. So he moved forward, but the deeper he went, the more the world around him seemed to shift. The trees, once familiar, now felt like sentinels closing in around him, casting long, jagged shadows that reached across the path. And still, there were no markers, not a single trace of the way forward. John's breath quickened as his heart began to race. He retraced his steps, his boots grinding into the loose dirt. No, 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 no. This doesn't make sense. The forest felt colder now, and the air had grown unnaturally still. He strained to hear any signs of life, birds, insects, even the rustling of leaves. But the silence was deafening. His senses were on edge. Every snapping twig, every distant rustle in the trees made him jump. Had he taken a wrong turn? Had he veered off the trail without realizing? But that was impossible. The trail was so straightforward. He had walked it countless times. Yet, as he stood there, the eerie silence pressing in on him, he couldn't shake the feeling that the path was slipping away, vanishing into the void of the forest. With shaking hands, John checked his phone. No signal. Of course, no way to reach out, no map to guide him. Then, out of the corner of his eye, a flash of color, a faint, dull yellow. Ribbon fluttered against the bark of a distant tree, a beacon in the sea of green. It was the first marker he had seen in what felt like ages. A sudden surge of relief rushed through him, but the sensation was short-lived. When he approached it, his stomach sank. The ribbon was tangled, half-eaten by time, frayed at the edges, as if it had been there far longer than it should have been. The trail marker was faded, its bright color muted by the years, and the tree it was tied to, gnarled and crooked, looked like it had been standing there for centuries. The bark was worn smooth, like the surface of an old, forgotten stone. This doesn't make sense, John thought, his mind racing. These markers should be fresh. I'm not that far in... He stepped closer, touching the rough bark, when a strange noise sliced through the air, a low groan, like the earth itself was shifting. He froze. The forest seemed to exhale, and suddenly a flicker of movement caught his eye. Something shifted behind the tree, barely visible, like a shadow moving. In the corner of his vision, a figure, Or was it just his mind playing tricks on him? He couldn't tell. His gaze darted around, but the forest remained still. His heart hammered in his chest as he stepped back, unease creeping over him like an invisible fog. But when he turned to leave, something caught his attention. Just at the edge of his vision, a glimmer of something white against the dark forest floor. Another marker. This time, it was the stark, pale glow of a white cloth tied to a branch, like the last remnants of a forgotten traveler's journey. His stomach twisted. That wasn't there before. John's breath came faster now, his chest tightening with every beat. He stepped toward it, hands trembling. The ribbon was pristine, clean, new, but it was placed at an angle that made no sense. The hairs on his neck stood on end as the forest around him grew quieter. Even the faint hum from before had disappeared, leaving only an empty, suffocating silence. And then it hit him. The markers weren't leading him forward anymore. They were pulling him deeper. The forest, once a place of quiet solace, had transformed. What had begun as a subtle unease in the pit of John's stomach was now a palpable force pressing in from every direction. The silence wasn't just empty. It was hungry. It curled around him, drawing closer with each breath. The trees loomed taller than they had before, their gnarled branches twisting like bony fingers reaching out to claim him. He stood there, motionless, listening. But there was nothing. No chirp of birds, no whisper of wind through the leaves, no rustle of small animals skittering across the forest floor. The very air felt thick, oppressive. It clung to his skin like a damp cloth, each inhalation a struggle, each exhalation shallow and ragged. What is happening? His mind raced, trying to make sense of the strange, oppressive stillness. The trail markers, those strange faded ribbons, now seemed almost like distant echoes. In his gut, he felt a knot tighten, a growing suspicion that he had wandered into something he should not have. For a moment, he entertained the possibility that he had simply lost his way, that the path had become more elusive in the growing fog. Perhaps it was the time of day, the shifting light, the quiet fall of twilight, that eerie hour when shadows lengthen and play tricks on the eyes. But that explanation didn't sit well with him. He had hiked this trail many times before. He had never been one to lose his bearings, not in a forest so familiar. Yet here he stood, uncertain, with no trail markers ahead and no clear direction to follow. His feet moved on instinct, a mindless trek through the forest, guided only by the instinct to escape the crushing silence. He continued walking, past trees that looked like twisted figures caught in mid-motion, shadows that stretched unnaturally long, and rocks half buried in the earth, their surfaces worn smooth by the passage of time. The path wound, meandered, twisted back on itself, but there was no sound. Not the crunch of leaves beneath his boots, not the whisper of wind against his ear. Only the oppressive silence that seemed to stretch into eternity. With each step, John's senses grew sharper, every little detail more pronounced, and yet none of it made sense. His heartbeat thrummed in his ears, and his own breath seemed like a foreign sound in the stillness of the woods. Sweat beaded on his forehead, though the temperature was oddly cool, the air sticky and humid. Was this all in my head? He asked. Himself, though the thought felt weak, insufficient. No, he knew something wasn't right. He had seen things. Those strange, flickering shadows in his peripheral vision. He had felt the odd shifting of the ground beneath him, as if the earth itself were subtly changing, moving in ways that no normal trail should. He came to a halt, his hand tightening around the strap of his backpack. For the first time, he wondered if this forest had always been like this dense and suffocating, and it was only now, in this moment of stillness, that he was noticing. He had hiked these paths before, had taken this very trail on numerous occasions, and yet now everything felt off. The trees, the rocks, the air, it was all wrong. His eyes scanned the surroundings again. The shadows, which had once seemed friendly and welcoming, now appeared to grow darker, deeper, as if something was waiting for him to look away so it could pounce. He could feel the weight of them pressing on him. There were no birds. Not even the rustling of leaves as small creatures moved among them. Nothing. There should be something. John turned his head sharply, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. Was that something? A movement, almost imperceptible, in the corner of his vision. A flicker of motion, like a shadow retreating just as he looked. He froze, instinctively holding his breath, as if to catch whatever it was that lingered just out of his sight. But there was nothing. Nothing except the suffocating silence. It was then that the first real hint of dread crept over him. This wasn't just an eerie quiet, it was the absence of everything. The forest was empty. John could feel it, deep in his bones. It wasn't as if the creatures had simply gone quiet or hidden. It was as if they had never existed here in the first place. It struck him suddenly. The trees, though imposing and towering, were somehow too still. The wind wasn't blowing them, wasn't rustling their branches or shaking their leaves. The ground beneath his feet didn't shift with life either. It felt almost as though the forest had been paused, frozen in time, waiting for him to realize that he was the only one in motion. Is anyone else even here? John's heart raced, his throat dry. No. He pushed the thought aside. There was nothing, no evidence, no reason to panic. He'd been alone before on these trails. It was just a matter of getting back to the main road. Once he did that, everything would be fine. But even as he told himself that, the feeling of isolation crept in deeper. The emptiness around him, it pressed on his mind. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was the sense of abandonment. He hadn't noticed it before, but the trees themselves seemed somehow hollow. He could no longer remember if they had always been this way, their bark gray and pockmarked with strange indentations, the way they twisted toward one another like the arms of something lost, reaching desperately for an unseen companion. There was a hollowness in their trunks, like they were devoid of life, a decay that had only just begun to show. John walked faster now, trying to shake off the growing sense of panic, but the more he moved, the worse it got. Each step felt like an eternity, as if the path beneath him was stretching out, stretching farther than it ever should have. Time itself seemed to slip away with every minute. The sky above him had been growing darker, but now it seemed too dark. The kind of dark that feels unnatural, too sudden. The shadows of the trees reached for him, and he couldn't quite tell if they were bending, twisting, or if they had always been that way, simply waiting. And then, just when he thought he could stand no more, when the pressure of the silence became unbearable, something changed. A soft, fleeting whisper. Not a voice, but something barely audible, a low, drawn-out murmur, as if the very forest itself were speaking to him. The hairs on his arms prickled, and for a moment he swore he could feel the presence of something ancient, something other in the air around him. John stopped dead in his tracks. The whisper didn't stop. It came again, louder now. Not words, but a strange hum, a vibration in the air that he felt in the pit of his stomach. It was as if the trees were sighing, the ground beneath him shifting. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning the forest, searching for the source. And then, there it was, a figure, barely visible through the fog, a flicker of something moving between the trees. Was it someone else on the trail? Or was it something else? He couldn't tell. His legs moved without thinking. He had to get closer, had to know. As he approached the spot where he'd seen the figure, the whisper turned into a low, incoherent murmur. He quickened his pace, heart pounding, breath shallow. But just as he reached the spot, it was gone. Nothing but the cold, suffocating silence. And that's when he realized something horrifying. There was no one else here. John stood still, trying to swallow the dread that was rising in his chest. He had never felt so alone. Not alone in the typical sense, no, that was easy to shake off. This was something deeper, a suffocating sense of abandonment. The trail was still there, winding forward into the forest, but with each step, the path felt less and less like something that had been meant for him. It was as if the forest itself was no longer guiding him. It was watching him, waiting for him to take the next step. The whispering hum he had heard just moments ago had faded, but its echo remained in his ears, buzzing just beneath the surface of his thoughts, making it impossible to focus. His legs moved on their own accord, propelling him forward, the silence pushing him further into the depths of the forest. Yas. Trees seemed to grow taller, darker, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes as if they were reaching for him. The path was slowly becoming indistinct, shifting, changing as if the ground itself was refusing to let him leave. The shadows crept across the trail like living things, their edges indistinguishable from the trunks of the trees, making the world around him seem like a labyrinth. His breaths came quicker now, his heart hammering in his chest, but still, he pressed on. He needed to find something, anything, that would tell him this wasn't all some kind of terrible hallucination. Maybe he was just too tired. Maybe the hike had gotten to him more than he thought. It was possible, wasn't it? That's when he saw it. At first, he thought it was just another illusion, another trick his mind was playing on him. But no, it was real, or at least it looked real enough. A faint clearing ahead in the trees, a patch of open ground that looked as though it had been carved out of the thick forest. There were signs of a campsite, an old one. The kind of campsite people set up when they were looking for solitude, somewhere off the beaten path, far from the eyes of others. John's eyes narrowed, his heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and unease. As he approached the clearing, he saw the remnants of a campfire. The smoldering coals were still warm, a thin curl of smoke rising from the ashes. He stepped closer, his breath hitching in his throat. There were no people. The fire was recent, far too fresh for the campsite to have been abandoned for long, but there was no sign of anyone. No tents, no backpacks, no hikers sitting around the fire. Just an empty campsite, as though whoever had been here had disappeared in the blink of an eye. John's mouth went dry, and his hands trembled as he crouched beside the fire, his mind spinning. Where had they gone? A few loose cans, some half-finished packets of food, and a beaten-up pot were scattered near the fire. The food was still warm. There was a faint smell of cooked beans in the air, and the grease on the pan hadn't yet congealed. But where were they? A strange chill ran through him. The air around him felt wrong, too still, too quiet, as though the forest was holding its breath, waiting for him to figure it out. The sense of being watched was back, creeping up his spine, and he resisted the urge to glance over his shoulder. But he had to know. John stood up and began to sift through the remnants of the camp. There was nothing left to suggest the campers had been in a hurry, no signs of a struggle, no scattered belongings that would imply someone had run off. It was as though the people had simply vanished, leaving behind only traces of their presence. It wasn't until he noticed something else that his breath caught in his throat. A notebook. It was lying half open near the fire, its cover worn and tattered. The pages were yellowed with age, and the ink had begun to fade in some places. But the writing inside was clear enough. The first few lines were written in a hasty scrawl, the words almost tumbling over one another in their urgency. John's. Fingers trembled as he reached for the notebook, opening it slowly. The first page was filled with frantic notes about the forest, about strange happenings, about the feeling of being followed. The words grew more erratic as the entries progressed, each one more desperate than the last. It's not safe here. We're being watched. The forest is not what it seems. The trees are changing. They move. John felt his stomach churn as he flipped through the pages, reading more and more of the cryptic notes. The writer's descent into madness was clear, and yet what made his blood run cold was the realization that these notes, these fragmented thoughts, were describing the exact same feelings John was experiencing right now. He turned to the next page, his heart thundering in his chest. I saw it. It's here. I saw it in the corner of my eye. It's following me, waiting. The trail markers. They disappear, just like they did before. The forest is changing, but the trail is wrong. We can't leave. We can't go back. John's hands were shaking now. The air around him seemed colder, heavier, the silence thickening until it felt suffocating. His mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make sense of what he was reading. The last entry was the worst. If you are reading this, then you are already lost. You have been here too long. The forest doesn't let you leave. It changes you. The trees, they watch you. And the trail will never lead you back. I've seen it. It's already too late. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he closed the notebook, his eyes scanning the campsite once again. The words on the pages, those cryptic, terrifying warnings, had begun to feel too real. The eerie silence, the flickering shadows, the fading trail markers. It was all too much, too perfectly aligned. And then a sound. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible. A rustling, a shuffle of feet. And then something far worse, the unmistakable creaking of a branch. The trees had moved. John spun around, his breath catching in his throat. For the briefest moment, he thought he saw something, someone, dart behind a nearby tree. He blinked, heart racing, but when he looked again, nothing was there. Was he losing his mind? No, something was wrong, so terribly wrong. And just as he turned to leave, something even stranger happened. The fire, still smoldering in the pit, flared up suddenly, its flames flickering high, dancing violently for a few seconds before settling. Back into the quiet embers. But it was enough to make him stop. In that brief flash of light, he saw it clearly. Something was there, a figure, standing just on the edge of the clearing. John's breath caught in his throat. His body froze, as if some invisible force had locked his muscles in place. The figure, standing just at the edge of the clearing, was barely discernible in the flickering light. It was too far away to make out any specific details, but the silhouette was unmistakable. Tall, unnaturally still, like a statue carved from the very night itself. Its features were indistinct, lost in the shadows of the trees behind it, but John felt its gaze. He couldn't explain how. He couldn't see its eyes, but he could feel them, as if the figure was watching him, studying him, waiting. The fire crackled, and for a fleeting second, the light illuminated the shape. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its posture seemed unnatural, as though it was too rigid, too perfect, like something that wasn't meant to exist in the world of flesh and bone. John's heart slammed against his chest, his hands slick with sweat. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to run, to flee the clearing and get as far away from this thing as possible. But his feet felt heavy, his legs like lead, as if they refused to obey him. He stood there, staring, feeling the weight of the forest press down on him. The figure didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, like a sentinel in the dark, its presence filling the clearing with an unnatural stillness. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. John's thoughts scrambled, trying to piece together what was happening. Was it a person? No, it couldn't be. The way it stood, so rigid, so unnatural, it was something else. And those eyes, or lack thereof, were the most terrifying part. It was as if the darkness around the figure had taken shape and was staring right through him, reaching into his mind with a terrifying clarity. With a sudden, sickening realization, he understood. This thing was not human. It had never been human. His breath quickened. A low, unsettling hum began to rise from the forest, a vibration in the air that made the hairs on his neck stand on end. It was as if the very forest itself was coming alive, pulsating with a presence that was beyond natural. The trees, once silent and still, now seemed to groan, their branches creaking and shifting in the windless air. The ground beneath him felt soft, like it was giving way, as though the earth itself was breathing, moving, shifting. The figure remained unmoving. But the air around it had changed. The shadows had deepened, and the sense of being watched intensified, curling around John like an insidious whisper. The emptiness of the forest had become tangible, an oppressive weight that pressed in on all sides. And in the midst of that silence, the figure's presence felt otherworldly, like a thing from a place where time didn't exist. John's legs finally obeyed him, and he took a hesitant step backward, his foot crunching loudly on the dried leaves. Beneath him, the sound seemed to shatter the silence like a gunshot in the night. For a split second, the figure moved, its head tilted ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible shift of its body. But that small motion was enough to send a wave of panic crashing over John. Without thinking, he turned and bolted, his feet pounding the forest floor, his breath ragged as his legs carried him in a desperate sprint away from the clearing. Run, run, run. But no matter how fast he moved, no matter how far he pushed himself, the sense of being pursued never let up. The forest seemed to close in around him. The trees became towering walls, their bark twisting like faces, their branches reaching down to claw at his skin. The path, once so familiar, had become a twisted maze, bending back on itself, leading him nowhere. Behind him, the sound of movement followed. Soft at first, like the rustle of leaves, but then unmistakable. Footsteps. A heavy, rhythmic step. That matched his own pace, as if the figure had started to follow him. No, it wasn't following him. It was hunting him. The air around him grew colder, heavier. The whispers were back, louder now, like a cacophony of voices whispering just out of his reach. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable, urgent, desperate, as though they were warning him of something, begging him to stop. But there was no time for stopping. His lungs burned, and his legs felt like they were made of lead. Still, he pushed forward, his body instinctively reacting to the primal need to escape. But no matter how fast he ran, the footsteps behind him only grew louder, closer, as though the figure was right there, just a step behind. John's breath caught in his throat as his foot struck something solid. He stumbled, falling to his knees in the underbrush. He glanced up, panic surging through him, but all he saw were the trees, tall, dark, and suffocating, their shadows swallowing the ground beneath him. And then the whispering stopped. It was sudden, as if a switch had been flipped. The forest, which had been buzzing with an eerie energy, went completely still. Not a single leaf moved. The air seemed to freeze, and John felt an unnatural pressure bearing down on him, as though the very atmosphere was watching him, waiting for him to make a move. He slowly rose to his feet, every muscle in his body screaming for him to run. His heart pounded in his chest, his pulse racing in his ears. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes wide with fear, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the endless forest. But something was off. The air felt too still, too empty. The figure was gone, but that didn't mean it wasn't still out there, watching, waiting. John took a few tentative steps forward, his senses heightened, every little sound now a potential threat. The whispers that had once filled the air were now gone, but the tension remained, like a taut wire about to snap. He moved forward cautiously, his eyes scanning the trees, the shadows, looking for any sign of the figure, any indication of where it had gone. But the forest remained eerily quiet. That was when he noticed something in the distance. a flicker of movement, a shape, barely visible, standing still just beyond the edge of the clearing he had just fled from. John stopped dead, in his tracks. He felt the breath leave his lungs as his heart skipped a beat. The figure was there again, just standing in the distance, as if it had never moved, as if it had never been chasing him at all. And then, as if in response to his gaze, the figure moved. Slowly, its head tilted upward, as if it had been waiting for him to look back. The movement was deliberate, calculated, like the shifting of a shadow, a quiet predator waiting for its prey to make the next move. John's blood ran cold, and just as he was about to turn and flee once more, the figure spoke. It was a sound, so faint, so low, that it was almost imperceptible, but John felt it deep within his bones, a whisper that slid into his mind, cold and jagged like ice. "You're not supposed to be here." John's body went rigid at the voice. The words were not just spoken, they slithered into his mind, like cold fingers prying into his consciousness. They were too real, too familiar, and they sent an icy rush through him, freezing him in place. For a moment, his mind refused to process them, to understand what was happening. He simply stood there, rooted to the spot, as the whisper echoed in his head. "You're not supposed to be here." The words twisted and curled inside him, knotting themselves into something he could not escape. The forest around him seemed to close, in, the trees pressing closer, the shadows thickening until they were all that remained. The figure was still standing at the edge of the clearing, its presence like a suffocating fog. John could feel it watching him, and something in his gut told him that if he did not move, if he did not leave, this thing would be the last thing he ever saw. But John couldn't move. He couldn't. His legs were locked, as though the very earth beneath him had risen up to bind him, to keep him in place. His breath came in shallow gasps, and every sound, every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves seemed to be amplified 1,000 times, ringing in his ears with maddening intensity. The figure didn't move, but John could sense it. It was closer now. He could feel its presence pressing in on him, like a weight on his chest, slowly suffocating him. It wasn't just standing there, watching. No, it was reaching out, pulling him in, drawing him toward it. His mind was spinning, racing for an explanation, but the more he tried to focus, the harder it became to make sense of anything. The trees around him, those massive ancient sentinels, felt like they were alive, like they were no longer just trees. They were eyes. They were watching him. He could almost hear their whispers, as if the forest itself had become a living entity, pulsing with an energy far older and darker than anything he could comprehend. What was this place? The question swirled in his mind, but the answer was elusive, slipping through his fingers like sand. His thoughts spiraled, and then, suddenly, it hit him. He wasn't just lost in the forest. No, this was something far worse. He had stumbled into something else. Something far older and more powerful than anything his mind could fathom. A slow realization crept through him, chilling him to his core. The trail wasn't just disappearing. The forest itself was warping reality. It was pulling him into something. It was trapping him. John's eyes snapped to the notebook he had left behind at the campsite, the one that had detailed the experiences of the previous hiker. He could still see it in his mind, those final words etched on the last page, a warning that now felt like a prophecy. If you are reading this, then you are already lost. You have been here too long. The forest doesn't let you leave. It changes you. The trees, they watch you, and the trail will never lead you back. I've seen it. It's already too late. He felt the weight of those words like a stone in his stomach. The hiker hadn't just disappeared. No, he had been consumed, swallowed by this place, this entity. That was the forest itself. John had thought the figure in the distance was simply a manifestation of his fear, some hallucination born of exhaustion. But now he knew better. This wasn't just a forest. It was alive, and it had been waiting for him. John's breath came faster, more erratic, his mind racing to understand what was happening. The trail markers had disappeared because they were never meant to be there. There was no way out. The trees weren't just trees. They were part of this thing, a presence that had existed long before he ever set foot on the path. They had watched every hiker, every lost soul, and now it was his turn. The figure moved then, but it did not walk. It didn't even shift in the way that a human or animal would. It simply appeared closer. One moment, it was standing at the far end of the clearing, and in the blink of an eye, it was just a few steps away. Its presence stretched into the air like a shadow, formless but consuming. There was something almost familiar about it, a sickening recognition crawling under John's skin. It was as if the figure, this dark, twisted thing, had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The silence between them stretched long, as if the forest were holding its breath. Then, in the same low voice that had whispered in his mind earlier, the figure spoke again. "You should have left." The words dripped like poison, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of dread. There was no malice in the voice, no anger, just a quiet certainty. It was as if this being, this forest entity, had seen all of this before. It had seen every hiker, every lost soul that had wandered into its depths, and it knew how this would end. It was inevitable. John's mind raced, his thoughts swirling like a storm. He couldn't understand why he hadn't noticed the truth before. The signs were all there. The strange disappearance of the markers, the eerie emptiness of the forest, the feeling of being watched, the sense that time had stopped. And then he remembered something. A small detail from the notebook. The previous hiker had written about time, about how it felt like the minutes dragged on for hours, and yet, somehow, when he looked at his watch, an entire day had passed. John's pulse quickened. It wasn't just the trail that was disappearing. It was him. The forest had changed him. It had twisted the very fabric of his perception, bending time and reality until he couldn't trust what he saw, what he felt, or what he knew. His sense of self, of place, was slipping away. And it was all because of this thing, this ancient, malevolent presence that had consumed the land long before he ever arrived. The figure took another step forward, its outline now clearer. John could see it more distinctly now, though there were no features, no eyes, no mouth, no face at all. Just an overwhelming presence that filled his mind with a sensation of dread, of helplessness, of a truth he could no longer ignore. This thing was not the forest. No. The forest was merely a vessel, the entity within it, the one that had claimed every hiker, every wanderer was something far worse. Something that had been waiting for centuries, perhaps longer. Something that fed on the lost, the isolated, the lonely, and now it was feeding on him. John's knees buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to tear his eyes away from the figure. The last vestiges of his sanity flickered out, and his breath came in ragged gasps as the world around him distorted, the trees and shadows warping and shifting. It was all becoming too much, too real. There was no escape, no way back. As the figure closed in, John realized the truth. The forest didn't just trap you, it changed you. It consumed your soul, your identity, until you were nothing but a shadow in its depths. The figure, whatever it was, wasn't here to kill him. It had already done that in the only way that truly mattered. John had become part of the forest now. He had always been part of it, and as the figure reached out to claim him, John felt himself slipping, disappearing into the shadows, into the very earth that had swallowed him whole. In the end, there was only silence. The trail would never be found again. The forest had swallowed him. The trail had been devoured by the trees, leaving only remnants of a man who had wandered too far into its depths. But John wasn't dead, not in the way he'd once understood death. He wasn't even truly alive. He had become something else, something strange and formless, caught in the liminal space between existence and oblivion. The last echoes of his body, his mind, lingered in the suffocating gloom of Mount Hood's heart. But they were fading, blurring like a half-forgotten dream. At first, there had been nothing. No pain, no fear, just an oppressive, unbroken silence that stretched on for an eternity. The world as he had known it, the solid ground beneath his feet, the whisper of wind through the leaves, the flicker of light from the fire, had vanished. The darkness was all-encompassing, thick as oil, and it pressed in from all sides, suffocating and absolute. And yet, despite the void, John could still feel. He could feel his heartbeat, slow, like the ticking of an old clock, far in the distance. He could feel the air around him, as cold and still as a tomb. But most of all, he could feel the presence, the watcher, the thing that had hunted him through the forest. It had taken him, yes, but now it was watching him, waiting for something. What? He didn't know. Maybe it was simply waiting for him, to disappear completely. But John wasn't gone. Not yet. There was a subtle pull, an invisible force, like a thread tugging at his very soul. The tug was faint at first, like a whisper against the back of his mind, too quiet to understand. But the more he listened, the clearer it became. It was a voice, a single word, repeated over and over, like a chant that slowly grew louder in the silence. Come. The word, soft but insistent, filled him with a sense of dread and purpose. It wasn't a command in the way one might give a command to a dog or a servant. No, this was different. This was something that knew him, that recognized him, something that had been waiting for him to answer. And slowly, almost against his will, he moved. Not with his body, not as he once did, with flesh and bone. This was different. He was moving, yes, but not in the way he expected. It was as if his very essence had been pulled forward, like the forest itself was dragging him through the nothingness, through the dark veil that separated the world of the living from the realm he now inhabited. He couldn't see, not in the way he had before. There was no light, no colors, no shapes, just endless shadows that seemed to swirl around him, closing in and yet opening out into vast nothingness, an endless, oppressive space that felt like the inside of a cavernous mind. It was as if the forest itself had become a sentient being, a consciousness that could shift and bend the very fabric of reality. And then, in the distance, he saw a light. At first, it was a faint glow, barely visible against the blackness. But it grew brighter as he moved toward it, brighter, more intense. It was an eerie, unnatural light, not the warm flicker of a campfire or the soft glow of a lantern. No, this light was cold, like the gleam of moonlight on water, and it cast long, jagged shadows across the ground, or what he assumed was the ground. He reached the light, and there, standing at its edge, he saw the figure. It was the same figure that had stood in the clearing, watching him, speaking to him. But this time, it was different. The darkness around it seemed to flow into it, swirling like a vortex, feeding the figure's form. It wasn't solid, not anymore. It was something else. A shifting, half-formed entity, a being made of shadows and whispers, something that existed between worlds, neither fully alive nor fully dead. And yet, despite its formlessness, John felt the same terrible recognition deep within him. This thing knew him. It had always known him. "You are mine," it whispered. Its voice was not spoken aloud, but inside his head, a deep, invasive presence that made him feel as if his very thoughts were no longer his own. It wasn't the same voice as before. No, this one was richer, older, like the sound of wind howling through a dead forest, like the crackle of a fire that had burned for centuries. John tried to speak, but no words came. His voice had been stolen, like everything else about him, and all that remained was the hollow feeling of an existence that no longer made sense. "Come," the figure whispered again, this time with a sense of finality, a command that left no room for refusal. And as it spoke, the light around it flickered, and the shadows seemed to stretch and bend, pulling John closer, binding him to the figure. He was no longer moving. He was being pulled. It was as if the very fabric of reality had dissolved, and he was being drawn into the dark heart of this ancient force. He was not alive, not dead. He was something else, something between worlds. And now the forest wanted him. It had claimed him. His soul, his essence, was being consumed, absorbed by the presence that had haunted him, by the thing that had always watched. John's mind screamed, but it was useless. There was no escaping. There was no place to go. The figure raised its hand, and in that moment, John saw it. The truth. He could see everything now, everything he had failed to see before. The forest wasn't just a place. It was alive, but not in the way he understood. Life. It was a consciousness, an ancient and all-encompassing force that fed on the lost, the hopeless, the isolated. It was a parasite, a being that lived by consuming others, feeding on the essence of those who wandered too deep into its grasp. And now John understood. He wasn't the first. There had been others, hundreds, maybe thousands, who had wandered into this place, seeking to find the trail, to find their way home. But the forest didn't let them leave. It never let anyone leave. The figure spoke again, its voice filled with a terrible satisfaction. "You belong to me now. You are part of the forest." And John understood. In that moment, he became the forest. He became its shadow, its watcher. The very ground beneath him, the trees that had surrounded him, the whispers in the night, he was part of it. He had always been part of it. The pull was gone, the light fading into the blackness, and all that was left was the dark, the eternal forest, a place where time no longer existed, where the souls of the lost wandered forever, caught between the world of the living and the world of the dead. John wasn't lost anymore. Now he was the lost, and the forest had claimed him just as it had claimed all those before him. It was an endless cycle, a loop that would never break. And those who had wandered too deep into its heart, those who had been consumed by the darkness, would remain, waiting for the next soul to wander too close, to come too far. John would never leave. He was the forest now. He was its eternal watcher. And as the final remnants of his humanity slipped away, he felt the whisper in the air once more, now his own, calling out into the infinite darkness, "Come." The trail was never found. The wind had stopped. The silence was deafening. No rustling of the leaves, no chirping of birds, no hum of the insects that usually filled the air with their incessant noise. It was as if the forest itself had drawn a single breathless pause, waiting, listening, contemplating something beyond John's comprehension. The darkness was still absolute, unyielding. It enveloped him like a shroud, so thick he could feel its weight pressing down on him, a heavy, suffocating presence that threatened to crush every last shred of his sanity. Every sense he had was dulled, muted, as though the very nature of the world around him had been twisted. The scent of damp earth, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, even the taste of the cold, stagnant air. It was all wrong, as if the forest itself had begun to rot from the inside out, decaying into something unrecognizable. But what terrified him most was the way time had ceased to exist. It no longer moved in a linear fashion. There was no forward or backward, no past or future. There was only this endless, oppressive now, a moment suspended in the dark, where every second stretched like an eternity, and where the weight of each breath felt like a lifetime. The darkness, the shadows, they were time, and they played with him. They taunted him with their slow, creeping crawl through eternity. John was no longer a man. He was something else, something trapped in the space between death and life, caught in the grip of the forest's insidious, unyielding power. But despite this, he still existed. He could still feel, still sense. The forest may have devoured him, but his mind was still intact, still tortured by the knowledge of what he had become, what he was now. It was when he finally started to move, almost instinctively, that he felt the shift, the pull. At first it was small, just a whisper against his soul, an invisible tether that seemed to hum in the distance. But as he moved, through the blackness, it grew louder, stronger, until it was a thrum beneath his feet, beneath his skin. Come, the voice again. It was so faint at first, so distant, that he almost questioned whether it had come from his own mind. But no, this wasn't his voice. This wasn't his thought. It was something else, something older and more powerful, something alive in the forest. And then it came again. The whisper. Come. And John knew deep within him, that he was being called, summoned. Something was pulling him deeper, into the very heart of the forest, deeper than he had ever gone. But what? What was waiting for him in the dark? For the first time since he had been taken, he felt a sliver of fear, a quiet, gnawing fear that twisted in his chest. For a moment, he could almost hear his heart pounding in his ears. A sliver of his old self, that part of him that had been human, was screaming to run, to escape, to get out of this nightmare. But he couldn't. His body was no longer his to control. And as he walked, or rather, as he was drawn, the forest seemed to part around him, as if it were guiding him toward something. But what? The deeper he walked into the darkness, the more the shadows around him seemed to shift, to pulse with a strange rhythm, as if they were alive. And in that moment, John began to feel it, that awful, unnatural sensation that gripped his chest, that made his skin crawl. It was the presence, that same oppressive feeling of being watched, of being not alone. But now it was everywhere. The trees, the ancient sentinels that had surrounded him all this time, no longer felt like trees. They had become something else, their trunks twisted unnaturally, curving in on themselves like blackened skeletal hands reaching up toward the sky. Their roots bulged beneath the ground, veins of dark energy pulsing in time with the beating of his heart. Their branches no longer swayed in the wind, but moved like the limbs of a living creature, reaching, grasping, searching for something. For him, John's pulse quickened. The fear rose within him again, louder now, almost suffocating. And with it came a thought, a realization, so horrible that it made his skin crawl. The forest was alive. It had always been alive, but not in the way he had thought. It was not a collection of trees, rocks, and earth. It was something far more insidious, far more ancient, far more powerful. It was an entity, a consciousness, and now it was speaking to him. Come to me. The voice rang louder this time, like a thunderclap in his skull. It echoed through the twisted trees, vibrating the air around him with an unsettling resonance. It wasn't just a call anymore. It was a demand, a beckoning to join, to be consumed by the forest's dark will. John's feet felt heavy, his limbs stiff, as though he were wading through thick, choking mud. The air was thick with something foul now, a stench of decay, of death, of rot. He could smell it, just on the edges of his senses, like the scent of something long dead, buried in the earth, rising again. Join me. The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a scream. It wasn't coming from the figure anymore. It was coming from everywhere, from the trees, from the very ground beneath him. It was the forest itself, its deep, ancient voice rising like a flood, consuming him from the inside. John stumbled, almost losing his balance, as the ground beneath him seemed to buckle as though it was trying to swallow him whole. He could hear the leaves crunching beneath him, but they were no longer leaves. They were skin, flesh, squelching underfoot like a living thing. He tried to scream, to shout, but no sound came from his mouth. He was trapped in a body that no longer belonged to him, in a world that was twisting beyond recognition. He was lost, caught in the grip of something that had existed long before him, something that had waited for him. And then he saw it. In the distance, a shape began to materialize. At first, it was barely visible, a flicker of movement at the edge of the darkness. But as John stumbled forward, drawn, compelled by the force of the forest, it became clearer. A silhouette, a shadow, something massive. It was too tall, too unnatural, standing in the middle of the clearing. It was the figure. But now, it was different. It wasn't formless anymore. It had shape. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its arms were too long, too thin. Its face an indistinct blur of shadow. The edges of its body rippled like a mirage, shifting constantly, distorting, as though its very form was being warped by the darkness that surrounded it. And then, just as John was about to reach it, just as he felt the final tug, the final call to step forward, he saw its face. It was him. Not exactly him, but a twisted, monstrous version of him. A reflection of himself, warped by the forest's touch, its influence. His face, his eyes, his mouth, but stretched, elongated, as though they had been pulled out of shape by some unearthly force. And then it spoke, its voice the same as the forest, the same as the whispers that had haunted him all along. You belong to me now. You are mine, forever. John felt his heart stop. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't just the forest consuming him. This was the forest becoming him. In that moment, John knew he was the forest now. His body, his mind, his very soul had been consumed, transformed, and reshaped into something that was both part of the forest and yet something else entirely. He had joined it, and it had joined him. He was the watcher now, and he would never leave. The forest will call again. The dark did not release him. Even after John had become the forest, even after he had joined it in a union of darkness and decay, there was still something pressing, something insistent, gnawing at the edges of his mind. The pull was different, now more complex, woven into the very fabric of his new existence. He was not simply a part of the forest. He was the forest. His thoughts were no longer his own. The trees whispered in the distance, the wind moaned in agony, and the earth itself groaned under an ancient weight. But all these things now lived in him as part of his being, like blood in his veins. He could feel them. The trees weren't just trees. They were echoes of lost souls, trapped between time, their desires and thoughts embedded in their bark. The wind wasn't just wind. It was the voice of those who had wandered too far, too deep, their final screams carried on its breath. The earth. The earth was the oldest of them all. A vast, consuming hunger that had long ago learned to crave. The lost, to feast on those who ventured into its embrace. And John was no longer a man. He was the echo. He was the scream. He was the forest. But despite this, despite his total transformation, a strange yearning had begun to stir deep within him, a longing for something he couldn't quite understand. It was as if some tiny, flickering ember of the man he had once been still burned within him, hidden beneath the vast weight of darkness that now defined him. That ember, however faint, refused to die. It flickered like a dying star in the heart of the black abyss, casting feeble light on the corners of his shattered mind. The pull. It was no longer the call of the forest alone. It was something else, something other, something more distant, yet just as all-consuming. "Come," the voice whispered again. But it wasn't the forest. No, this time the voice was clearer, more defined, a voice that vibrated with power, ancient and terrible. This voice had been there all along, just beneath the surface, a shadow of something far older than the forest itself. The Watcher. John tried to push the thought away, but it was impossible. The forest trembled with the sound of its presence. It was not of the forest, not of the trees or the roots or the shadows that clung to the earth. No, this entity was something beyond even the forest's dark reach. It was the true Watcher, the one who had laid claim to the heart of the mountain long before the trees had sprouted, long before the first footstep had been taken on the trails. The Watcher was the keeper of the forest's secrets, and now it wanted John. It wanted all of him. The cold, dead air around him shifted as though the very atmosphere had become a living thing. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the ground, moving, with a life of their own. The dark trees groaned under an unseen weight, their branches creaking and twisting as if they were being manipulated, forced to bend and break by some unseen force. The earth trembled beneath him, as though it too was afraid of the Watcher's approach. And John could feel it, the pull, stronger now. It called to him, not just as the forest had called, but as an individual entity calling to another. The Watcher's presence was unmistakable now, its eyes upon him, cold, unblinking, and omnipresent. They watched from somewhere beyond the boundaries of the dark, from a realm that existed outside of the space the forest occupied. The forest wasn't just alive, it was a part of something far greater, and that something wanted him. John's essence, twisted and reshaped by the forest's hunger, screamed. Against this invasion, against the arrival of something other that threatened to tear him apart once more. He was no longer just part of the forest. He was its guardian, its sentinel. He had become the Watcher. But the Watcher, the true one, had come to claim him. The blackness around him seemed to breathe. The shadows moved closer, not simply as fleeting figures in the corner of his vision, but as solid forms, things that could touch, that could feel. The air thickened, heavy with dread, and John's mind reeled against the overwhelming presence that filled him. Something was coming. In that moment, he saw them. The figures, they were everywhere, shifting in the dark corners of his perception, flickering between the trees like ghosts in a fog. These weren't the souls of those lost in the forest. These were something else entirely. They were figures with no faces, their bodies warped and indistinct, as if they were not meant to be seen. Their eyes, if they had eyes, glowed faintly in the dark, like the shimmer of moonlight on water. Their mouths opened in silent screams, their arms outstretched, as if beckoning. The shadows reached for him, and for the first time since his transformation, John could feel the sensation of true fear. These were not the trees, not the whispers of the forest's desires. No, these were the Watchers, the true ones. The other ones, and the Watcher was one of them. The thing that had always been lurking at the edges of his perception. The thing that had called to him from the very beginning. The true master of this land. And it was here. John's body, his new, twisted body, was no longer his to control. The forest's will, its hunger, had been his guide, his only purpose. But now, something more ancient, more terrifying, had come to seize him, to bend him to its will. It was the Watcher's hand reaching out for him, cold and unfeeling. And, as the darkness closed in around him, John felt the pull become unbearable. It was as if his very essence was being drawn out, ripped from his soul and into the abyss that awaited him. He could feel the Watcher's presence tightening around him, constricting, swallowing. The trees, the shadows, the earth, they were all fading, blurring into one great, overwhelming presence. His mind, his fragmented, hollow mind, was being drawn into the depths of the Watcher's power, a force so ancient, so far-reaching, that even the forest itself bowed before it. But as John's form began to dissipate, as his essence began to fade, he realized with horror that he was not being consumed by the Watcher. He was becoming it. No, he thought. No, not again. But it was too late. The Watcher had been watching him from the very beginning, long before the forest had taken him. And now, there was no escape. John had become the Watcher, and the Watcher was now him. The endless cycle had begun again. The dark, the shadow, the Watcher, it was all one. The forest, the spirits, the twisted figures that drifted through the woods like pale ghosts were all part of it, and John was part of them now. There would be no more coming. There was only the Watcher, and it would never stop watching. The forest whispers. There was no sound, only the vast, suffocating silence that hung like an endless night, unbroken, unyielding. It was a silence that gnawed at John's mind, a heavy, oppressive weight that threatened to crush every fragment of consciousness still, clinging to him. For what felt like eternity, there was nothing but the void, no direction, no motion. His senses, once sharp, had dulled completely. His sight, his hearing, his touch, all of it had dissolved into the emptiness of the forest that now enveloped him. But even in this deathless dark, John knew. He knew that he had become something else, something beyond himself, something ancient. In the beginning, he had fought it, the pull of the forest, the whispers that seemed to call his name. He had resisted, tried to escape, tried to live. But now, as his mind sank deeper into the black abyss of the forest's will, all resistance had faded away. There was no need to fight anymore. He was the forest. He was the Watcher. But there was a lingering sensation, a coldness at the back of his mind, a ghost of a memory, an awareness that refused to die. It whispered to him through the fog of his transformation, a distant echo from a time long forgotten, from a life long lost. Who am I? The question was faint, distant, a shudder of something human, something real. It was a flicker of light in the vastness of the darkness, a tiny spark that threatened to extinguish everything that John had become. No matter how deep the forest had burrowed into him, no matter how thoroughly the Watcher's consciousness had taken hold, that ember remained. The questions clawed at him, burrowing beneath the surface of his fragmented mind, trying to piece together the scraps of his former self. He was John. He had been John. He had been a man once, hadn't he? A man who walked the trails, who had loved the forest for its quiet beauty, for its towering trees, the crisp air that had filled his lungs with life. But now, he was nothing but a shadow, a reflection, a ghost. His body was no longer his. It had become part of the earth, part of the forest. His mind was a hollow, an echo of the man he once had been. But who had he been before the forest? Claimed him? What had he been before the Watcher's cold gaze turned him into this thing, this twisted, unrecognizable form that roamed the depths of the forest, endlessly wandering between life and death? The questions gnawed at him, whispering. Through the depths of his new existence, stirring memories that were not his own. They weren't his memories, not really. They were fragments, broken pieces of some other soul, some other lost wanderer who had crossed the same path, who had fallen victim to the same fate. John's breath, the breath that was no longer his, caught in his throat. The realization came crashing down upon him like a cold, icy wave. He had been here before. His mind flickered, sharp and painful, as fragments of memories reassembled themselves. He had seen these woods before, seen these trees, felt the earth. Beneath his feet, he had walked these trails, breathed this same air, but not as John, not as the man who had entered the forest on a simple hike. No, he had been something else, someone else, the Watcher. Yes, He had been the Watcher before the forest had claimed him, before the dark had twisted him into this hollow shell. John's consciousness, fragmented and broken, flickered, in and out of existence like a flame struggling against the wind. Each breath he took, each agonizing, hollow breath, felt like an eternity. Each step he took, the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift and change, as though it were testing him, watching him. The trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled roots stretching out like dark fingers, probing and reaching for him, as though they remembered who he was. They remembered him. But John was not alone. There were others now. They walked with him, their spirits long forgotten by the living world, but their presence still lingered here, in the hollow spaces of the forest. Their eyes, cold and empty, watched him from the shadows. Their voices were silent, but their energy pressed against him, tugging at his very essence. He could feel them, the ones who had come before him, the lost, the broken. They had once been like him, men and women, hunters, hikers, wanderers who had come to the forest with hope, with desire, with curiosity. They had all been swallowed by the darkness, consumed by the Watcher, and now they were a part of the forest, just as he was, just as they had once been. John could hear their whispers, faint and disembodied, drifting in the wind that never seemed to move. The air was heavy with their sorrow, their regrets, their endless yearning for escape. But there was no escape. Not for them, not for him, not for anyone. The path ahead was dark, winding, endless. The trees loomed larger now, their branches twisting like grotesque fingers, their shadows deeper, darker, more oppressive. But as John moved forward, he felt something shift within him, something deep and primal. It was them, the lost souls. They weren't just lingering anymore. No, they were trying to reach him, to pull him into their eternal dance of suffering. They were the forgotten ones, the ones whose names had been lost to time. But they weren't just memories. They were real. Real in the sense that the forest itself had given them life or death, whichever it was that held them here. And now, they needed him to remember. Remember what? A shadow passed over him. No, not a shadow. Something larger, something more alive. John looked up, and there it was again, the Watcher. It loomed high above him, its form barely visible in the dark, but its presence undeniable. The thing that had once been him. But now, it wasn't just the Watcher that he saw. There were more. Shadows, figures that rippled between the trees like smoke, appearing for a moment before vanishing again. Faces, twisted and contorted, eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. John reached for them. His hands, long since turned to gnarled bark, trembled as he stretched them toward the figures. They reached back. Not yet. Not yet. You're not ready. The words were silent, but they were clear, echoing through his mind like a thunderclap. You have to remember. What was it he was supposed to remember? His eyes, his lost, fractured eyes, looked down at the ground beneath him. The earth trembled. Something shifted beneath the surface. It wasn't the forest this time. No, this was something else, something more ancient. The Watcher. And then, as though a veil had lifted, the truth came crashing down on him like a brutal wave. John had not always been the Watcher. He had not always been this. No, he was the beginning. The forest had not merely claimed him, it had reborn him. He had been a part of the ancient cycle, the one who created the darkness, the one who had started it all. Before the Watcher had become the forest, it had been him, the one who had set the cycle of consumption into motion, who had become the first of the lost, the first to be swallowed whole. And now, He had returned to claim it all. He had always been the forest. John felt himself unraveling. The earth beneath him quaked with a distant, resonating hum, a pulse, an undercurrent that throbbed with the heartbeat of the forest itself. It was the sound of something ancient, something primal, stirring beneath. The soil beneath the living, breathing canopy of trees that reached endlessly toward the unseen sky. But as John's senses sharpened, as the awareness of his place within the forest grew clearer, something more insidious crept into the stillness. He remembered, not fully, not yet, but it was there. A sensation, a whisper, a flicker of thought in the depths of his new, twisted mind. He was not the beginning. He hadn't been the first. He was the last. The trees, the whispers, the lost souls, every fragment of the forest, every shadow and cry had been part of the Watcher's eternal hunger. And he had become part of that hunger. But somewhere, buried beneath the cursed roots of the trees, beneath the crumbling, hollowed trunks, something else had stirred. A reminder. The Watcher had been trapped long before it had ensnared him. It had evolved with each lost soul, each victim it consumed, but it had not always been the all-consuming, ever-watchful presence that it was now. John was the final piece, the one that would complete it. The thought sent a shiver through his very soul, the part of his soul that still clung to the echoes of humanity. This wasn't just a cycle. This was the end. His mind recoiled from it. The answer, buried deep within the forest, was not something he wanted to grasp, but it was inevitable. It would find him, and so it did. The Watcher was not a singular entity, not a creature bound to one form or location. It was not merely the trees or the earth, but a consciousness, a vast, ancient being that had once been a human soul, long lost to time, whose form had been obliterated by the forest's hunger. The Watcher had not always been this ancient force of torment. It had been created, twisted, and fractured over eons as each soul was absorbed into it, becoming a part of its endless hunger. And like all things that are consumed, the Watcher had mutated, grown darker, more insidious. But there was one thing that had been left behind, one fragment of the original Watcher that had not been able to fully merge with the forest. That piece, John, had come home. The ground beneath his feet rippled. The roots that had once seemed to simply stretch from the trees, entwining the earth, now began to pulse and shift. Like snakes, like tendrils of a beast long buried, they reached out toward him, seeking his touch, seeking to reclaim what was once theirs. The earth groaned under the weight of their movement, sending cracks through the dirt that splintered like bones breaking under pressure. The trees themselves seemed to bend, to twist in agony as their roots drew in the air, pulling in. The life around them as if they had been waiting for something, waiting for him. A low hum began to fill the air, like 1,000 voices, lost in screaming, tangled together. The echoes of the souls that had been consumed, soul after soul after. Soul, woven into one single collective cry that reverberated through every fiber of the forest. The sound rose from the depths of the earth, from beneath the forest floor, and John could feel it vibrating through his body, through his hollowed form. His very being hummed in response, his body resonating with the darkness that surrounded him. But there was a twist. The hum, the cry. It wasn't just the voices of the lost souls anymore. It was his own voice. The cries that had once filled the air, the screams of the lost, were now his own. His consciousness, fragmented and torn apart, was beginning to merge with the others, to blend with their wretched souls. But it wasn't just their pain, their suffering, that he could feel. It was his own guilt, his own hunger. John didn't just hear the screams. He was becoming them, the yearning, the insatiable need to consume, to pull the lost souls into the darkness, to become one with them. He wasn't a victim of the Watcher anymore. He was the Watcher. And as this truth settled in, as the reality of his fate washed over him, the very roots of the forest began to pull at him. The earth beneath his feet softened, becoming like wet clay. The roots rose higher, twisting around his legs, creeping up his body. The more he fought them, the tighter their hold became, until they seemed to fuse with his body. His form, once human, was dissolving into the earth, merging with the roots, becoming part of the forest in a way he had never truly realized before. The forest was never just a place. It was a creature, a living, breathing, sentient being that fed, grew, and evolved. And John, he had become its latest iteration. It was only then that he realized the true nature of his sacrifice. The Watcher had always been hungry, always seeking, always consuming, but it had never been whole. It had never had control. The forest was simply a shell, an extension of something greater that had been locked away, trapped beneath the roots, beneath the earth, beneath the shadow of Mount Hood itself. John's existence, as twisted as it had become, was the last key, the last link. The Watcher had grown strong, but it had never been complete. The roots reached deep into the earth, drawing power from a source older than time itself, something buried in the depths of the forest's past, something that John could only now begin to understand. The Watcher was a part of something even older than the forest, a hunger that had been left behind by the ancient ones, the original Watchers who had built the mountains, the forests, the very earth itself. But now it was rising, awakening, as John's body was pulled further into the earth. His form began to merge with the soil. The very fibers of his being were drawn down into the dark underworld, where the true Watcher waited. Its roots pulled him in. Its hunger devoured his mind, his soul, his essence, and then, just as the last remnants of his humanity were slipping away, he understood. The Watcher wasn't just a creature born of the forest. It was a prisoner, a guardian. It had been trapped here, kept in the shadow of Mount Hood, bound by the ancient ones who had created it. But the Watcher had always been waiting for the right moment to escape, to break free of its chains. And now that he had come, the Watcher was free. A chill rippled through the air, so cold that it didn't seem natural, not a part of the normal world. It was as though the very fabric of the forest had become something different, something more alive, more aware. The oppressive weight of the earth beneath John's feet, no, beneath his very being, pressed in on him like a vice, squeezing the last vestiges of his consciousness into something else, something other. John's mind teetered between fragments of clarity and nothingness. The whispers of lost souls pulsed around him, but they were no longer his whispers, no longer the cries of the souls he had merged with. It was the voice of the Watcher itself, something primal, something ancient, calling out from beneath the earth, from the bowels of the mountain itself. And John, the Watcher, heard it. The ground beneath his feet shifted again, more violently, this time as though the forest itself were awakening from some long and terrible slumber. A low, guttural rumble rose from deep within the earth, a sound unlike anything John had ever heard before. It was a sound that felt as though the very bones of the earth were cracking, shattering apart to reveal something hidden beneath. A source, a force, waiting to be freed. John's eyes, once sharp with the awareness of his own humanity, began to dull as the forest itself took over, claiming him, wrapping around his body like a suffocating shroud. But there was still a flicker, still that glimmer of something that was him. The man who had come here, the hiker who had once wandered the woods, in search of peace. The Watcher had been reborn in him, but John had not been erased entirely. He was there, buried deep, like a seed beneath the surface, fighting against the growing roots that twisted through his body and soul. "You were the Watcher," before came the whisper. It was a voice not of his own, but of something older, something that lived beneath the forest, beneath the weight of the mountain. It was the voice of the mountain itself, the mountain that had held all of this in place for centuries. You were always the last, the beginning, the end. John struggled to breathe. His chest, once a source of life, now felt hollow, filled with dirt and roots. He could feel the Watcher awakening within him, but it was not just the Watcher anymore. It was something far greater, something that stretched beneath the very foundations of Mount Hood, something that had been waiting for this moment. The hunger, the endless hunger, began to rise from the depths, its tendrils reaching for the world above. The Watcher was not alone. It had always been a part of something greater, something older than human memory, older than the forest itself. John could feel it now, something so vast, so unimaginable, that it tore at the edges of his mind like an ocean crashing against the shore. It was the mountain, the earth, the roots. It was the richness that had existed long before the first tree had risen from the ground, before the first human had set foot on the land. And it had been trapped for millennia, kept below the surface by forces that had long since forgotten the truth of what lay beneath. But now John, the Watcher, had freed it, and it had freed him. The Watcher's transformation was not just physical. It was spiritual, metaphysical. John's body trembled as the roots, the trees, the very air around him began to change. The trees that had once been sentient now screamed in a language of pain, twisting and moaning as their trunks bent and warped, expanding outward as though they too were trying to escape something far more terrible than their own existence. And as the transformation took hold, John's body began to shift. His limbs, once human, now lengthened and became gnarled like twisted branches, knotted and twisted with the roots of the trees that had once seemed so innocent. His hands, now impossibly long, seemed to sink deeper into the earth, burrowing into the soil, finding something buried there. He could feel it, the pull, the call from below. It was a force too powerful to resist. It was the hunger, a hunger that had never been sated, a hunger that had gnawed at the mountain for centuries. John's body was no longer his. It was part of something far greater. And as the Watcher's ancient memories began to bleed into his own, the full horror of his situation became clear. The Watcher was not a guardian of the forest, not a protector of nature. It was the devourer, the consuming force that had created the forest, the one who had twisted the very roots of the land into something malevolent and insatiable. It had been waiting for this moment, for the moment when the forest would awaken, when the Watcher would take on its final form, when it would rise and consume the world above. John felt his consciousness flicker again, those final moments of humanity beginning to slip away. But in that moment, he understood. The Watcher had always been waiting, waiting for the right soul, the one who would unlock the final door, the one who would give it the power it needed, and he, John, had been that soul. "You're the last," the voice whispered again. "You've freed us all. The end begins now." The earth trembled again, shaking violently, as though the very mountain had cracked open. A crack appeared in the ground before John, a deep fissure that seemed to pulse with an unnatural light, glowing red-hot. And from the depths of the fissure, something began to rise. It was massive, too large to comprehend. It was not a creature, not a being, but something older, something primal. It was the mountain itself, its heart, its essence, risen from the depths, freed from its prison. And as it rose, it took shape, took form, becoming something vast, something alien. A presence that loomed over the trees, over the land, over the very sky. And as John's body was swallowed by the earth, as the Watcher fully took hold, he realized with horror that he was no longer just part of the forest. He was now the mountain, the Watcher, the end. The sky above Mount Hood, once the pale gray of early evening, was now an unnatural blood-red hue, as if the heavens themselves had been torn apart by something far darker than any storm. It felt as though the land had shifted, the very air, trembling with the weight of something ancient, something incomprehensible. The mountain groaned under its new burden, the jagged peaks and ridges seeming to twist and convulse as if the mountain were waking from a millennia-long slumber. John, or what had once been John, stood at the center of it all, no longer entirely human, but not quite the Watcher either. His body was entwined with the forest's roots, the tendrils of life and death wrapped around him, pulling him deeper into the earth, into the heart of the mountain. The transformation had gone beyond mere physical change. It was spiritual, metaphysical. He was no longer a man, nor was he truly the entity he had once feared. He was now something in between, something born of the land and the hunger beneath it. He was a witness, caught within the eternal cycle of the forest's insatiable thirst, its hunger for souls. But this hunger had never been sated. And now, John, this creature, this Watcher, understood that his existence was a prison. In that moment of clarity, as his awareness twisted within his fragmented mind, John remembered something he could never have understood before. The forest, the mountain, the Watcher, they were all tied to the very land itself. The cycle had always existed, a loop of consumption and rebirth, and it was something beyond even the Watcher's control. The mountain had created the Watcher, but it was also bound to it, feeding off the souls it consumed, growing stronger each time the cycle repeated. The forest had fed on the lost. It had become what it was through sacrifice and suffering, feeding the mountain's dark hunger, its eternal craving. The Watcher, in its ancient form, had once been human, just like John. But over the ages, it had evolved, shedding its original identity and becoming something other, a reflection of the land's ravenous, destructive spirit. John was not just a part of this cycle, he had become its final manifestation. The Watcher needed him, just as the mountain needed the Watcher. He had come to realize that now, but the deeper truth was even more horrifying. He had not only been chosen as the final piece, he had been created for this moment. The Watcher had mimicked him, learned from his very soul, and drawn him into the web of destruction that would inevitably befall anyone foolish enough to step into the forest. But the forest was not finished with him yet. As the mountain's heartbeat echoed in the depths of his mind, John felt an even deeper stirring, something greater than the Watcher itself. It was the mountain's voice, a low, rumbling hum that reverberated in his bones. The mountain had spoken before, and now it called. It needed John to rise, to awaken. John's body began to twist. His limbs, once stiff with the weight of transformation, became fluid, more like the tangled, impossibly long roots that snaked beneath the earth. His spine cracked, his bones shifted with sickening sounds as if the very structure of his body were being rearranged. His vision blurred, the world around him warping as shadows and light danced in a maddening display. His heart, no longer a mere muscle, seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the mountain's thrum. Every breath he took seemed to stretch on forever, his body both outside and inside the world now. His eyes, no longer eyes, saw beyond the immediate, into the roots of the earth, into the very history of the land. The Watcher's hunger, it had always been tied to the mountain. It was not an entity in the sense that John had once understood. It was ancient, older than the first trees, older than time itself. The Watcher had always been part of the mountain, and when it had risen, it had been trapped by a forgotten promise, a vow made by those long lost to history to keep the hunger contained, to never let it escape. But now, with John's arrival, with his transformation, that promise had been broken, and the mountain was starving. As John's new form began to settle into the twisted earth, he could feel the roots around him tighten, pulling him further down, deeper into the earth's core, into the place where the hunger began. He wasn't merely part of the mountain now. He was the embodiment of it, the conduit for something that had been buried in darkness for far too long. The forest itself was dying, decaying under the weight of the ancient hunger. The once vibrant trees, now withered and warped, seemed to scream in agony, their limbs breaking as they twisted further into grotesque shapes. The very air around John became thick with decay, suffocating, oppressive. But still, he felt it. The hunger. It was not just the hunger of the Watcher anymore. It was the hunger of the mountain, the hunger of all that had come before him, all that had been consumed over centuries. It called to him. The mountain had awakened, and it wanted more. It needed to feed. John looked around, or at least he thought he did. His vision had blurred, his senses had warped beyond recognition. He could feel the ground beneath him pulse, the very mountain shaking with the force of its hunger. His breath came in ragged gasps, but it didn't feel like his own body anymore. It was as if the mountain was breathing through him, its existence coursing through his veins, filling his lungs with its desire. Something stirred deep within the roots that stretched across the land, something that had not been there before. A memory. A voice, long silenced, rose from the earth. It was faint at first, a soft murmur that became clearer the longer John remained still. You were meant to be the last. The words were clear now, cutting through the haze of his thoughts. But they were not his own. They were the mountain's voice. The Watcher is no more. It is time for the last to rise. The roots began to twist and turn, the ground trembling with the power of the earth's voice. John's flesh was no longer his. His body was being absorbed, becoming one with the land itself. The mountain's heart pulsed within him, and the hunger, the deep, gnawing hunger, rose again. The cycle had returned, and the end was at hand. It was time for the world to pay. The Watcher, now a part of John, began to call to the lost souls, the souls it had claimed, and to the world beyond the forest. The mountain had awakened from its slumber, and it was time to claim its due. The final cycle had begun. The mountain's breath, its heartbeat, reverberated through the forest, through the earth, through John. The trees groaned, their branches twisting toward the sky. As the forest writhed under the weight of what was coming, the hunger could not be contained. The end was here. As the hunger intensified, the once serene woods of Mount Hood became a twisted, grotesque reflection of their former self. The trees, now far beyond mere vegetation, were distorted, their bark peeling away to reveal something that was neither wood nor flesh, but something darker, older, alive, like ancient muscle, flexing with an eerie consciousness. The wind, which had once been a gentle breath over the ridge, now howled, a sound like the tortured wails of souls lost to time, swirling through the forest with malicious intent. Every crackling branch, every rustling leaf carried with it a promise that the mountain's insatiable hunger would never be sated. John felt the earth beneath him pulse, the deep, throbbing rhythm of the mountain's heart flooding his senses. He wasn't just connected to it anymore, he was it. The Watcher had long since dissolved, absorbed into the very marrow of the mountain's spirit. What had once been a separate force now mingled with his own consciousness, an overwhelming weight that settled over him like a shroud. His thoughts were no longer his own, but shared between him and the mountain. The same pulse that throbbed in his chest echoed through the land itself, an ancient, bloodthirsty force reaching out to consume all it could touch. The hunger spoke to him now, louder than the tortured whispers of the trees, clearer than the blood-curdling screams of the lost souls imprisoned in the forest. It was alive, and it needed to feed. And in this moment, John understood with sickening clarity. The hunger had never truly been the Watcher's. It was the mountain's, and the Watcher had been but a vessel, a guide to keep the cycle alive. But even as he realized the depth of his entanglement with this force, He knew that he was not the end of the cycle. No, he was only the final catalyst, the last witness to a tragedy that had unfolded countless times before. The forest, no, the mountain itself, was about to break free from its ancient chains. The Watcher had merely been the key that unlocked the prison gates. Now that it had been freed, there was no stopping it. John's body, no longer bound by the laws of man, shifted and twisted in ways that felt both unnatural and inevitable. His fingers, elongated like gnarled tree branches, sank deeper into the soil, intertwining with the roots that spread like veins beneath the earth. He could feel the pulse of the mountain growing stronger, flooding his senses with visions of forgotten times, lost civilizations, and ancient rituals. In his mind, a flood of images poured forth, visions of other Watchers who had come before him, their faces twisted in agony as they too had merged with the mountain, becoming part of its eternal hunger. It was then that John realized the truth. The cycle had no end. Every Watcher before him had fallen into the same trap. A soul lost, a body sacrificed, a mind consumed. Each had served as the mountain's vessel, bringing it closer to its final awakening, and yet none had ever been able to break the cycle. And now, it was his turn. His essence was bound to the mountain, tied to its very roots, its very heart. His final death, if it could even be called that, was not an end, but a rebirth. The world above, the world he had once known, was beginning to disappear from his mind, the images of his past life fading like the final echoes of a long-forgotten dream. The forest around him was no longer simply a place of trees and streams. It was a reflection of his inner torment. The wind was alive, a howling chorus of agony, but it was not just the wind that screamed. The earth screamed too. The trees screamed. Every blade of grass, every flicker of shadow, every burst of light, they all screamed. John's last memories of humanity, the faces of those he had loved, the warmth of the sun on his skin, began to dissolve like mist before the first light of dawn. In their place grew a new understanding, one forged by the mountain, one molded by its hunger. He was the mountain now, and the mountain was his soul. He could feel the roots beneath him stir, their ancient tendrils seeking something, someone. The hunger, the need had always been there, but now it had changed. It wasn't just the world around him that was about to change. It was the world itself. As his thoughts melded with the mountain, the last trace of John's humanity slipped away, lost to the ancient will of the land. He saw the other Watchers, those who had come before him, their twisted forms now part of the very landscape, their spirits forever bound to the hunger of the mountain. They were his now, and he was theirs. There was no escaping the past. But now, in this final moment, he understood the hunger for what it truly was. It was a cycle, an eternal, unbreakable loop. The Watcher, he, had been the means, the catalyst. The mountain had always been hungry. The Watcher had simply been its keeper. And as the hunger spread, it would continue to consume until there was nothing left but the mountain itself. No trees, no forest, no light, no air, just a dark, endless void of insatiable desire. The first of the screams came from the earth itself. It was so powerful, so soul-crushing, that John, the Watcher, the mountain, felt it surge through his very being. It wasn't a scream of agony, nor of terror, but of recognition. The mountain, freed from its chains, had finally been released, and with it came a final realization. The mountain was alive, and it needed its hunger to grow. John could feel it, the overwhelming urge, the calling of the land. The hunger would not stop until it had claimed everything in its path, until there was nothing left but darkness. And then, the last piece of humanity, of John, was gone. He was now the Watcher. the eternal mountain. As his form melted into the earth, becoming one with the twisted, eternal roots, he felt the pulse of the hunger rise once more, stronger, deeper, and far wider than before. The forest, no, the mountain, was alive in a way that no one could ever comprehend, and the cycle began once more. The forest stood still beneath a sky now darkened with a bruised, otherworldly twilight. The air was thick, pressing against every tree, every stone, every shadow. The mountainside seemed to breathe, its chest rising and falling in rhythmic, unnerving waves. The once thriving wilderness of Mount Hood had been consumed by a creeping, suffocating force. The trees, their limbs twisted and unnaturally elongated, seemed to groan in the wind as though pleading for release. Yet they did not. They could not. The mountain had awakened, and the forest had become an extension of its insatiable hunger. The once vibrant life that had flourished here, the squirrels darting from branch to branch, the birds chirping in the trees, the rivers running through the valley, was now eerily silent, as if the land itself had fallen under a curse that silenced all that had been. The earth no longer hummed with vitality. It was still, waiting for the next cycle to begin. In the deep heart of the forest, where once John had wandered with the thrill of adventure, there was only the watcher now. It, was the mountain, its hunger, its will, and its soul. The roots stretched far beneath the surface, intertwining with the land, reaching ever deeper into the core, while the skies above were a swirling mass of gray and black clouds, perpetually shrouding the land in twilight. The world above, the one John had once known, was slipping away, its memories fading with each passing moment, as if they had never truly been. The watcher, the embodiment of the mountain's endless hunger, was not at rest, though it seemed so. It stood at the edge of time, a place where the past and future collided in a ceaseless loop. It was both the past and the future, eternally bound to the land that birthed it. Yet something had changed. The hunger that had consumed John's very essence now had a new direction, an unfamiliar hunger that did not stop with the forest's twisted form. It sought something greater. It needed more. The cycle, though eternal, had evolved. It was no longer just the taking of souls or the corruption of the land. It was about something deeper, something profound. The watcher's hunger had always been tied to a cycle, but now it had grown to encompass all of existence. It wasn't just the forest it craved. It was the very fabric of reality itself, the unbreakable threads that tied this world to the next. The watcher had merged with the land, but now it had its eyes on something more, the veil between worlds. A new, sickening thought entered John's fractured consciousness. The cycle wasn't just about taking anymore. It was about the collapse of everything, forever. The mountain's heartbeat, no longer faint but deafening, began to echo louder, spreading through the forest like a storm. The wind howled, the trees bent unnaturally, their leaves rustling with a sound like whispers. In the dark, something was coming, something ancient, something that could not be named. John, no, the watcher, stood at the heart of this force. The change was almost complete. He felt it in his bones, felt the vibrations of the earth under his feet and the sharp, suffocating pressure in the air. The walls between the worlds, the boundaries that separated the living from the dead, the natural from the unnatural, were beginning to break. But there was no escape now. The watcher, this new entity born from the twisted hunger of the mountain, had always been bound to the land. But now the mountain was rising beyond the limits of the earth. It sought to transcend its own form, to expand into something far more terrifying, far more powerful. There was a rustling sound in the distance. The first sign that someone, had dared venture into the mountain once more. A man. He was not like John. This one was different. His face, grim and determined, reflected the unmistakable mark of someone who had entered this place with purpose. His breath was shallow, his eyes darting about nervously. The man walked cautiously but swiftly through the darkening woods, unaware that the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, no longer safe. Every step he took brought him closer to the edge of the void, closer to the heart of the hunger that would claim him. John, or the Watcher, felt the newcomer's presence before he saw him. The hunger stirred inside him, and a deep, unsettling feeling of recognition spread through his mind. This man had come before. John knew him not by name, but by purpose. The man was here to end what had begun, to close the cycle, but it was already too late. The Watcher's vision blurred as he extended his senses into the forest, following the trail of the newcomer who was now navigating the forest's treacherous, shifting paths. Each step brought him closer to the heart of the mountain where the Watcher, John, had become something far greater than himself. The Watcher's roots reached out in twisted patterns, seeking to ensnare him, to draw him closer, to feed on his essence and trap his soul forever in the mountain's cursed web. But there was something different about this man, something unexpected. A familiar sensation rippled through the Watcher's being, the scent of something forgotten, something John had left behind, something he could never fully escape. The man. He was not alone. Behind him, like shadows caught in a fleeting moment, stood figures, faces that John recognized, faces he had once known. They were flickers of light in the dark, ephemeral and twisted, the ghosts of those he had lost. His own memories of them began to surface in flashes, cruelly vivid. A woman, no, a girl. She was the first face, her wide eyes pleading for mercy, and then the faint echo of a child's laughter, gone too soon. The figures, his family, his friends, those lost to the forest's endless hunger, moved with a purpose. They were not there to help the man. They were not there to end the cycle. They had come to finish what had begun. The Watcher, John, felt a pang of recognition, a fleeting glimpse of the person he had once been. The hunger stirred inside him, hungry to claim this last vestige of humanity, to absorb him completely, to rewrite everything. The figures moved, stepping toward the man, beckoning him deeper into the abyss of the mountain, into the heart of the hunger. But as they did, the man turned. His eyes, steely, resolute, locked with John's own. And for a brief, fleeting moment, there was something there, something that hadn't been seen in the Watcher's eyes in a long time. Hope. The man knew. He knew the mountain. He knew the curse. He understood that the cycle was never truly broken. And then, as if the final, terrifying truth had been realized, the man shouted, "I'm not afraid." It was then, at that very moment, that the final veil fell away. The sky cracked open. The earth split, and the Watcher, John, could finally hear it. The true screaming of the mountain, the final cry of the endless hunger as it erupted into the world beyond. The earth began to tremble violently, the wind howling louder, and the very mountain shook with the violence of its rebirth. The man who had stepped into the forest's heart was swallowed, consumed by the shadows of the hunger, a final offering to the mountain's eternal thirst. But in the very instant he vanished, the Watcher's mind tore apart. The last vestiges of John, the last shred of humanity, fell into the darkness. And then everything stopped. The mountain was still once again. The hunger had fed. The cycle would continue forever. But this time, the land would wait. It would wait for another wanderer, another soul to fall into its grasp, and the hunger would rise once again. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 3. The sun had barely begun to dip beneath the horizon when the group of hunters gathered around their fire, the scent of pine and damp earth mixing in the cooling air. There was something in the way the trees stood at the edges of the clearing, a motionless silence that seemed unnatural. Ray, the oldest of them, noted the unusual stillness. His boots crackled as he shifted his weight, squinting into the woods, his keen eyes catching something that unsettled him. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice low, as though the question was meant for no one in particular. His eyes darted, tracing the boundary where the shadows clung to the trunks of the trees. No one responded. They were used to the sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the occasional bird call. But tonight, there was an eerie absence of those familiar sounds. The group, a mix of experienced hunters and newcomers to the forest, looked around, trying to place the source of that foreboding stillness. As if on cue, the wind picked up, rushing through the pines with a whistling sound, a sound that didn't feel natural but mechanical, as if the trees themselves were somehow complicit in the forest's strange silence. A strange, cold gust brushed past them, and for a fleeting moment, it felt like the air had thickened, pressing against their skin, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. They had set up camp deep in the Allegheny National Forest, a place that had earned its reputation for being more than just remote. It was ancient. Legends of the woods being haunted by restless spirits and forgotten places were whispered in town, but the hunters were skeptical. It was just the forest, wild, untamed, unforgiving. But tonight, something was different. It wasn't long before the fire sputtered, its dancing flames casting odd angular shadows on the faces of the men. There was Ray, always the cautious one, his hands trembling as he took a sip from his flask. Dan, the young, cocky one, with an almost reckless energy in his posture. Jack, the quiet one, his eyes always searching, never settling, as though he were waiting for something to emerge from the dark. And then there was Sam, the newest member, still fresh to the hunting world, his wide eyes betraying a nervous excitement. "Let's take a walk," Ray suggested, his voice still tinged with caution. "Get some fresh air before the night sets in." The others agreed, though some hesitated, sensing the tension in the air. They grabbed their gear, the click of their rifles settling against their shoulders. The night was their territory, but it had a strange way of making them feel small. They had hunted here before, but tonight, the woods felt like they were being watched. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the forest grew denser, and the canopy above thickened, blocking out the last rays of the setting sun. The further they walked, the colder it became, an unnatural chill settling over them. The wind had died down, but the oppressive silence remained, as though the forest itself had closed its ears to their presence. The trail was barely visible now. They were stepping over roots and fallen branches, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of moss that seemed to swallow the sound of their movement. They hadn't spoken for a while, the growing sense of discomfort hanging between them like an invisible weight. Then Ray stopped again, his hand raised to signal the others to halt. His face was pale in the faint twilight, his eyes wide, his breath shallow. "Do you see that?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The others turned, straining their eyes in the direction he was pointing. For a moment, they saw nothing but the darkening trees, and then, as though it had appeared from nowhere, they saw it. A cabin, standing in the distance, nestled among the pines, its outline stark against the gray light of evening. The walls were weathered and sagging, as though it had been there for decades, abandoned, forgotten. Its windows were dark, but in the dimming light, they seemed to absorb all light, like two empty voids staring back at them. A faint wisp of smoke trailed from the chimney, disappearing into the sky. But it wasn't just the appearance of the cabin that struck them as odd. It was the fact that they hadn't seen it earlier. None of them had. "This wasn't here this morning," Sam whispered, a tinge of disbelief in his voice. was it? Ray shook his head slowly, his brow furrowed. I don't think so. The cabin sat in eerie stillness, as if it had always been there, waiting for them. The others stood motionless for a moment, unsure whether to approach or retreat. But curiosity tugged at them, and against every instinct telling them to turn, back they moved toward the cabin. They walked slowly, each step heavy with the sensation that the woods around them were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. As they drew closer, they could see the decay in the structure more clearly. The wood was rotten, dark with age, the roof sagging under the weight of time. Yet, as they approached, they felt a strange warmth rising from within it, as though it had been occupied not long ago. There was a quiet humming in the air now, a low vibration that seemed to come from the cabin itself. It wasn't the wind. No, this was something else, something they couldn't explain. The door of the cabin creaked open, as if inviting them in. Sam, the youngest, was the first to move forward, his curiosity outpacing his caution. But as he stepped across the threshold, the wind picked up again, this time carrying a voice, a soft, breathy whisper that seemed to come from nowhere at all. Leave before sunrise. The words slithered through the air, colder than the night, around them. Ray's heart thudded in his chest as he turned to the others, their faces pale, their eyes wide with uncertainty. The whispering voice wasn't just the wind, he could feel it. The forest itself seemed to be speaking, urging them to leave. But why? And before they could respond, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. The door slammed with an unnatural force, shaking the old wooden frame and sending a shiver down Ray's spine. It was as though the very cabin had decided for them that they would stay, whether they wanted to or not. Sam stood frozen in the doorway, his hand still on the handle, his face pale as moonlight as he looked back over his shoulder. The others stood just outside, their feet rooted to the earth as if something invisible was holding them in place. The whisper had been soft, a mere breath in the wind, but it lingered in the air like a heavy fog, the warning clear. Leave before sunrise. Ray felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. He stepped forward, moving slowly, cautiously, as if every motion could disturb. Something ancient, something awake in the forest that had been silent for too long. He placed a hand on Sam's shoulder, urging him gently but firmly. Sam, Ray said, his voice low, the words like gravel in his throat. Let's go back. This isn't right. Sam hesitated, the door creaking as though it were alive, beckoning them to enter. The air was thick now, oppressively heavy, as though the forest had suddenly drawn closer around them. He turned to Ray, his face pale, his eyes wide with confusion and fear. But the fire is still burning inside, Sam said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the very walls of the cabin could hear him. That doesn't make sense. How can the fire still be going if it's been abandoned for years? Ray didn't have an answer. His instincts screamed that they needed to leave, that this place was wrong, too wrong. But something about the warmth of the cabin, the way it seemed to call them, kept him rooted to the spot. Something twisted inside him, something primal, something that wanted to ignore the warnings, something that hungered for answers. Ray, Dan said, his voice sharp and eager, breaking the tense silence. What if we're just overthinking this? Maybe someone's living here. Maybe it's just an old cabin that we didn't notice before. Ray shot him a look, one that conveyed his doubt. Maybe. But even as the words left Dan's mouth, a strange sensation settled over Ray's shoulders. His skin prickled. The wind shifted again, and in its wake came a sharp, metallic scent, as though something had died nearby, or perhaps had been freshly slaughtered. The sudden shift in the air made his stomach turn. He tried to dismiss it, but there was no denying the feeling in his chest, a cold weight of dread that clung to his bones. Fine, he muttered. Let's just take a quick look inside. But we're not staying long, and we're definitely not staying the night. They entered, one by one, the floorboards, groaning under their feet, the thick dust settling with each step. The inside of the cabin was musty, and the air was stale, filled with the scent of decay. But there was that odd warmth from the fireplace in the back corner, still burning. It didn't make sense. The fire crackled and popped as though it had just been stoked. A thin wisp of smoke curled up from the hearth, but the flames didn't flicker, didn't die out. It was unnerving, this strange stability, as though the fire itself was an illusion, something that should not exist in a place abandoned for decades. Sam walked cautiously toward the hearth, the warmth pulling him in like a moth to a flame. His boots scraped against the floorboards, and as his eyes darted to the edges of the room, he saw it. An old, crumpled note lying on the wooden table, the edges curling with age. "Hey, look at this!" Sam called to the others. Ray moved closer, his eyes narrowed in suspicion as Sam carefully unfolded the yellowing parchment. The words were scrawled hastily, the handwriting uneven, as if written in a panic. "If you find this place, leave before sunrise." Ray's heart skipped a beat. The words were a warning, but who had left it, and why? "What the hell does that mean?" Dan asked, his voice tinged with unease now. He walked over and snatched the note from Sam's hand, reading the message aloud. The words felt heavier as they echoed in the silence of the room. "Leave before sunrise," he repeated, his tone incredulous. "It sounds like some kind of joke." But there was no humor in Ray's face. He knew better. The tension in the air thickened, and the warmth of the fire suddenly felt stifling, suffocating. "This isn't a joke," Ray muttered, his voice cold, his eyes scanning the room. "We need to get out of here now." The others shifted uncomfortably, their gazes flicking nervously around the cabin, as though waiting for something to emerge from the shadows. Sam still stood in front of the fire, his body partially illuminated by the flames, but the shadows seemed to swallow him up from the edges. The fire crackled louder, and for a brief moment there was a low, guttural growl that seemed to rise from the depths of the hearth as if the fire itself was alive, growling, warning them. Everyone froze. "You hear that?" Dan asked, his voice shaking. His eyes darted nervously around the cabin, but nothing moved. Ray's heart pounded, the sensation of being watched pressing in on him from every side. "It's time to go," he said, his voice strained. "Now." But as he turned to the door, the wind outside howled, and the temperature inside the cabin dropped suddenly, the warmth of the fire replaced by an unnatural coldness. The air grew thick, and the walls seemed to close in around them. The door, once slightly ajar, slammed shut with a violent force that rattled the windows, as if the cabin had decided that they weren't leaving, not yet. Sam jumped back, eyes wide with terror. "What the hell just happened?" he gasped. Ray's hand shook as he grasped the door handle, twisting it with desperation. It didn't budge. The door was sealed, as though some invisible force was holding it shut. "Leave before sunrise." The words returned to him, echoing in his mind. The warning, the forceful command, the dread that had followed them inside. It was as though the cabin itself was alive, aware of them, unwilling to let them go. "Let us out," Jack shouted, pounding against the door with his fists. But it was no use. The room felt colder now, the shadows deeper, stretching unnaturally along the walls. Ray stepped back from the door, his pulse racing. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The air was too thick, the shadows too long. There was a weight to the place, a presence that they hadn't felt until now. "Who's there?" Ray called, his voice trembling. The cabin remained silent, and then through the silence came a soft sound, a low whisper as if someone was speaking just behind him, brushing against his ear. "Leave before sunrise?" This time, the voice wasn't a mere whisper carried by the wind. It was clear, sharp, and close, too close. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the whisper stopped. The room grew deathly still, the shadows in the corners of the cabin, deepening into shapes, figures perhaps, watching them from the darkness. Ray's breath caught in his throat. He could feel it now, the pressure in the room, the sensation that they were no longer alone. A sudden scraping sound came from the corner of the room, a noise like nails dragging across wood. Sam spun around, eyes wide with terror, but saw nothing. Then, from the shadows, something stirred. The scraping sound reverberated through the cabin, sending chills crawling up Ray's spine. It was a low, jagged sound, like something sharp dragging across wood. Sam's eyes darted frantically around the room, trying to locate the source. But the shadows seemed to swallow the edges of his vision, twisting and flickering unnaturally in the light of the fire. The air itself felt heavy, pressing in on them, thick with dread. "Did you hear that?" Dan asked, his voice barely a whisper. His hand gripped his rifle so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ray didn't answer immediately. He didn't have to. The others had heard it too. They could feel it, the sensation that something was in the room with them, something watching, something waiting. The cabin, once simply strange and unsettling, now seemed to pulse with an unnatural presence. Sam took a tentative step forward, his boots making a soft squeak against the worn floorboards. His heart pounded in his chest, but his curiosity kept him moving toward the darkened corner where the noise had originated. The shadows there seemed to grow deeper as he approached, the air colder, the very space feeling distorted. "Sam, stop." Ray's voice cracked as he reached out, but it was too late. Before anyone could move, the shadows in the corner shifted. At first, it was a faint outline, a dark, amorphous shape that seemed to move and warp with the light. Then it took form, slowly at first, as if pulling itself from the depths of the darkness. The hunters froze, their breaths catching in their throats as the shape grew more defined. A figure, tall and hunched, with jagged, uneven limbs that bent in impossible angles, emerged from the shadows, dragging itself toward Sam. It didn't move like a person. It was as if it were floating, its body never quite touching the floor, and yet it crept forward with a chilling, jerky movement. Its skin was a sickly shade of gray, stretched tight over its bones, its face a blur of hollow eyes, and an open mouth that seemed to elongate into a grotesque grin, full of too many teeth. The stench of decay filled the room, the smell of something long dead, like rotting flesh and wet earth. Sam's legs locked in place, his gaze transfixed by the creature, his eyes wide with terror. He couldn't look away. "Get back, Sam," Jack shouted, his voice breaking. He grabbed at Sam's arm, but Sam didn't move. His body was paralyzed with fear, as though the creature's gaze had somehow anchored him to the spot. Ray reacted faster, grabbing Sam and pulling him back with a force that snapped him out of his trance. The figure didn't follow, but its empty eyes, deep black pits, remained fixed on them, its grin widening unnaturally as they retreated toward the center of the room. "What the hell is that thing?" Dan's voice trembled as he raised his rifle, his finger hovering over the trigger, but the figure hadn't made a move toward them, not yet. It merely stood, motionless, as though waiting for something. The cabin seemed to groan around them, the air growing heavier, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. The fire sputtered, casting erratic flashes of light that made the creature's form flicker and distort, as if it wasn't entirely real, as if it existed in some liminal space, between life and death. Ray's heart raced. His mind screamed at him to act, to do something, but he couldn't think. The room felt like it was closing in on them, the walls narrowing as though the very structure of the cabin was alive, reacting to the presence in the corner. The thing in the shadows tilted its head slowly, its grin stretching even wider, and then, in a voice that sounded like dry leaves scraping against stone, it spoke. "You shouldn't have come. Now you can't leave." The words echoed in Ray's mind long after the creature's mouth stopped moving. He felt them pressing into his skull, crawling beneath his skin. They were wrong. The voice wasn't human. It wasn't even something that belonged in this world. Sam gasped, stumbling backward as if he had been struck. His eyes were wide with horror, his face pale as death. It's not real," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It can't be. It's not real." But it was real. They could all feel it now, the presence, the weight, the wrongness of the thing that had emerged from the shadows. "We have to get out of here," Ray said, his voice hoarse, his grip still tight on Sam's arm. "Now!" Dan shook his head, his hands trembling as he lowered his rifle, his voice barely audible. "The door, it won't open. We're trapped." Ray's pulse quickened. The door, the one that had slammed shut behind them. He turned to Wei. Look, hoping against hope that it would have opened again in the chaos, but it was still closed, locked in place by some unseen force. The walls felt as though they were breathing, expanding and contracting with each shaky breath they took. The cabin wasn't just a house, it was alive, and it was closing in on them. Leave before sunrise. The whisper returned, but now it was not just the wind. It was 1,000 voices, all speaking at once, pressing into their minds, urging them to leave, to run. But there was no way out, no way to escape. Then, as if the cabin had grown tired of its game, the figure in the corner began to move. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, each joint bending with a sickening crack, the sound filling the room like breaking bones. It glided. Toward them, faster now, its body rippling in the flickering firelight, its mouth opening wider, the teeth gleaming in the dark. Ray's breath caught in his throat as the figure stopped inches from him, its hollow eyes locking onto his. It tilted its head, the motion eerily familiar, almost like it was studying him. "You're not meant to leave," it whispered again, and its voice was no longer just a whisper. It was inside Ray's head, inescapable. Ray stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. The others were frozen, too paralyzed by fear to move. There was no fight in them now, only terror. And as the figure reached out with one elongated hand, Ray realized that they had made a terrible mistake. They had never been meant to find this place. And now, the cabin was hungry. Hungry for their souls, hungry for their fear. The figure reached. Out, its fingers brushing against Ray's skin, cold as death itself. The room around them seemed to collapse, the walls closing in, the shadows pressing against their bodies, as if the cabin was devouring them whole. The last thing Ray heard was the sound of his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. And then, everything went black. The world went dark. Ray's mind struggled to break free from the cold grip of unconsciousness, but every attempt to awaken felt like wading through thick, murky water. The air was thick and heavy, clinging to his skin like a suffocating blanket. He gasped for breath, but his lungs seemed to reject the air around him, filling with the bitter taste of dust and decay. His head spun, and his heartbeat thudded in his ears like a drum. The last thing he remembered was the figure's cold fingers brushing his skin and the overwhelming sensation of wrongness, a feeling like his very soul had been touched, marked, by something ancient, something dark, something otherworldly. Ray struggled to move, but his body was stiff, his muscles unresponsive, as if he had been frozen in place. And then a sound, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Whisper. You should have listened. You should have left. The words were as sharp as a blade, cutting through the fog in Ray's mind. He felt his chest tighten, panic rising in his throat. His eyes snapped open, but the world around him was not the cabin he had entered just moments ago. The room was different. The walls were no longer lined with dusty wood, and the flickering firelight no longer danced in the hearth. Instead, there was an oppressive darkness, a deep, choking void that swallowed all light and all sound. The air was still and cold, unnaturally cold, and the floor beneath him felt slick with something wet, something wrong. Ray's vision cleared, and he saw that he was lying on the floor. His fingers twitched as he tried to push himself up, but something heavy, an unseen weight, seemed to hold him down. The shadows in the room moved, stretching like fingers toward him, growing longer and darker. Where are the others? A jolt of fear shot through him. He looked around, his eyes scanning the void that had once been the cabin. The others, Dan, Sam, Jack, where were they? He called their names, his voice hoarse and weak, but no answer came. The silence pressed in, suffocating. Him, like the air itself, had turned against him. His pulse quickened, his hands shaking as he tried to sit up. As his fingers brushed against the cold, wet floor, something sharp pricked his skin, like a splinter, but deeper, more jagged. Ray winced, pulling his hand back and staring at the blood that slowly began to well up from his palm. The blood. His blood seemed to darken unnaturally, swirling in the dim light as if it were being pulled into the air, into the shadows themselves. A low, rasping laugh echoed from somewhere in the darkness. Ray jerked back, his heart hammering. He turned toward the sound, but all he could see was blackness, endless, suffocating blackness. Then, from the depths of the shadows, the whisper returned. They're gone, and soon, so will you. Ray's throat tightened. He tried to scream, but no sound emerged. The shadows seemed to creep in closer, curling around him, and he realized with sudden, terrible clarity, he was not alone. He had never been alone. Before he could react, the darkness began to shift. The floor beneath him began to move, as if it were made of liquid. It churned and pulsed, the wooden boards warping and bending in a grotesque mockery of life. From the shifting shadows, a figure emerged, tall, emaciated, with skin stretched tight over its bones, its face a twisted blur of nothingness. Its eyes were two dark, empty pits, blacker than the night itself. The figure seemed to glide toward him, its feet not touching the floor, its form flickering and warping as it moved closer. "You didn't listen," it whispered, its voice rasping like dry leaves, its breath cold against Ray's skin. "Now, you must pay!" Ray scrambled backward, his body finally responding to his commands, but the ground beneath him seemed to shift with every movement. It was like he was on the edge of a dream, where nothing was solid and everything felt distant, unreal. He couldn't get a firm grip on anything, couldn't steady himself. "No, no, no," he screamed. But the voice in his head wasn't his own. It was the cabin's voice. It was the forest's voice. It was everywhere. The figure in front of him reached out with long, twisted fingers, and as it did, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping so rapidly that Ray's breath fogged. In front of him. He could feel it then, a deep, suffocating coldness wrapping around his chest, settling into his bones. The figure's fingers brushed against his skin, and with it, a jolt of ice filled his veins, numbing his limbs. It was as if the very life inside him was being drained. A shrill scream cut through the silence, and Ray's vision blurred. His pulse roared in his ears. He could barely make out the figure's mouth stretching wide, too wide, revealing rows of jagged, sharp teeth, a grin that felt like it would tear the world apart. But just as the creature reached for him, something pulled Ray back. With an intense force, Ray was yanked out of the nightmare. His body jolted awake again, back into the dark, empty cabin. He wasn't alone. He was still in the cabin, but everything was different. The fire was gone. The warmth that had been present earlier had turned cold, icy even. The fireplace was nothing but blackened stone, the remnants of what had once been an inviting glow, now reduced to ashen memories. The walls were decaying at the edges, covered in creeping moss, and the floor was wet, no, soaked, seeping with dark liquid that pooled at the corners. The air felt thick, like the cabin was choking. Ray's eyes darted around, frantic now, but there was no sign of the others. There was only the quiet, only the shadows. "Leave before sunrise." The words returned, louder now. Not just a whisper, but an order. The cabin was alive, aware, and it was waiting for something. The walls groaned with a sickening sound, as if it was breathing, as if it were a living creature, drawing its strength from the terror around it. And then, his eyes fell on it. The note. It was back. The crumpled paper sat there on the same old wooden table, the same handwriting scrawled across it, the words still fresh, but somehow older, more urgent. Ray didn't want to touch it. He didn't want to know what it said. But he couldn't help himself. His hands shook as he unfolded the note, and as his eyes scanned the warning once more, he saw something different this time. Something he hadn't noticed before. The ink had bled, the letters smudging into one, another like they were alive. And at the very bottom of the page, there were words that hadn't been there before, words that hadn't been written, but somehow were. The forest knows you, it sees you, and now you belong to it. The message burned into his mind, and as he looked around again, he realized something terrible. He had never been meant to leave. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted, moving, growing, as if they were about to engulf him. From the depths of the darkness, the whisper returned. It's already too late. And then, with a sudden, violent motion, the floor beneath Ray cracked open. Ray's heart raced, his pulse hammering against his temples as the floor beneath him cracked open. The sudden motion threw him off balance, sending him sprawling to the ground. The wood splintered beneath him with an agonizing groan, and the crack in the floor widened, splitting like the jaws of some great beast, eager to swallow him whole. A cold gust of air swirled through the crack, sharp and biting, and with it came the unmistakable scent of earth, damp, suffocating, rotten. The stench of death, a smell so heavy it seemed to seep into his bones. Ray scrambled backward, his limbs stiff, his muscles trembling from the sudden shock. He couldn't think, couldn't process what was happening, only react, only run. But as his feet stumbled, a heavy weight seemed to press against him, pulling him deeper into the darkness. The floor beneath him buckled and twisted, the edges of the cabin warping, as if the very structure was alive, feeding off his fear. The walls groaned again, the shadows stretching impossibly far, flickering with malevolent energy. The air was thick with something that was not quite air, a pressure that seemed to settle over him like a shroud, suffocating him from all sides. Leave before sunrise. The whisper filled his mind once more, louder now, deafening. It was no longer just a warning. It was a command, a demand. Ray's breath hitched in his throat. The note was right. The shadows were right. It was already too late. He reached out toward the table, desperate to steady himself, but his fingers brushed against something soft, something wrong. His stomach churned as he looked down, and to his horror, he saw that the table was no longer just a table. It was moving, it was pulsing, as if it were alive, and beneath the wood, something wriggled and squirmed, dark tendrils pushing up through the cracks, reaching for him. His scream died in his throat as the shadow in the corner of the room shifted again. The figure, the thing, was no longer just a silhouette. It had emerged fully from the darkness, its form more distinct, more real, but somehow even more grotesque. It was no longer just a vague shape. Its face, if it could be called a face, was now clearly visible. It was a mass of pale, stretched skin, taut over jagged bones with eyes too large for its head, wide, black, hollow pits that absorbed all light, staring into him with a kind of twisted hunger. The grin, it stretched unnaturally wide, as though its very mouth could unhinge, pulling open to reveal rows of yellowed, needle-sharp teeth. The air seemed to vibrate with the sound of its voice, a rasping hiss that came from deep within its chest, like something ancient, something buried deep beneath the earth for centuries. "You cannot leave." Ray's mind screamed for him to run. But his body was frozen. The shadows, thick and viscous, swirled around him, wrapping around his legs, pulling him deeper into the cabin. The creature, whatever it was closing in, its arms stretching unnaturally long, reaching toward him. He could feel its cold presence, its malicious intent drawing nearer. And then, the ground beneath him cracked open further, widening, the chasm. He fell, the darkness swallowing him whole. Ray awoke to silence. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he had even been asleep, or if the nightmare had been some kind of sickening hallucination. His vision swam in and out of focus, his head heavy, as though he had been drifting in and out of unconsciousness for hours, days. How long had he been there? His chest was tight, suffocating. The air around him was stale, thick with the scent of decay, but the warmth he had felt earlier, the warmth of the fire, was gone. The room was cold now, the temperature so low that his breath came out in misty. Clouds, sharp and cutting. He shivered uncontrollably, the cold sinking deep into his bones. He sat up slowly, groaning as pain shot through his back. His limbs felt sluggish, as if he hadn't moved in days. His hands, still bloodied from the earlier scrape, were shaking, his fingers stiff with fear. He glanced around, but there was no sign of the others. The cabin had changed. It was no longer the familiar, dusty ruin it had been before. Now it was something else entirely, a twisted mockery of itself. The walls were no longer wooden, but fleshy, pulsating, as if the cabin itself had taken on the qualities of some terrible living creature. Veins ran through the walls like thick, bloodshot threads, and the floor was slick with a dark, viscous liquid oozing from the cracks like blood seeping from a wound. Ray's mind was racing. How did I get here? And then it hit him. The note. He scrambled toward the table, his hands trembling as he reached for the crumpled parchment. The words were the same, but the ink had bled further, growing more distorted, more chaotic. There was no question now. It was not just a warning. It was a curse. The cabin had claimed them, marked them. The forest knew them, and they had never been meant to leave. But as he turned the paper over in his hands, there was something new, something different. At the very bottom, where there had been nothing before, a new message had appeared, as though written by an unseen hand. You are mine now. Forever. Ray's breath caught in his throat, his mind reeling. He knew that the cabin, the forest, was alive in a way that no place should be. It was feeding off their fear, feeding off their souls, and it wasn't going to let them go. His heart pounded in his chest as he scrambled to his feet. There had to be a way out. There had to be. But as he stood, the walls around him seemed to close in, the shadows in the corners growing darker, stretching longer until they seemed to be alive, shifting, moving toward him. It was as though the very cabin was breathing, shifting and warping, tightening its grip on him. The whispers returned, soft, insistent, like the hiss of wind through dead leaves. Leave before sunrise. But the sun had already set. The night had already begun. Ray collapsed onto the floor, his head spinning, the oppressive atmosphere pressing in on him. His eyelids grew heavy, the darkness surrounding him growing deeper and deeper, until he could no longer keep his eyes open. And then, he was somewhere else. It wasn't the cabin. It was a forest, a dense, oppressive wilderness, the trees towering overhead like silent, looming giants. The air was thick with mist, and the ground beneath him was soft, almost like it was alive, as though it too could breathe. The faint whisper of something moved in the wind, but it wasn't the sound of leaves. It was something else. Something wrong. Ray turned slowly, but the moment he did, something caught his eye. A figure stood there, just beyond the trees, half hidden in shadow. It was a man. No, not a man, but something that looked human, yet not quite. Its eyes gleamed in the dark, reflecting the faint light like black polished stones. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, like it had never seen the sun. Its face was twisted, stretched, as though it had been pulled too tightly over the bones beneath, and its mouth was too wide, far too wide, revealing teeth that were far too sharp, too numerous. And then the thing smiled. "You are mine now." Ray's body jerked awake, his eyes snapping open as the breath left his body in a panicked rush. The dark, suffocating forest, the thing in the forest, had been no dream. It was real, and it was coming for him. As Ray's eyes darted around the cabin, he realized with growing terror that the shadows were moving again, stretching toward him like hungry tendrils. The walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own. The thing in the forest was closer now, its presence filling the room like a cold, dark fog, and in the corner of the room a shape began to take form. Ray's chest heaved as his eyes flicked desperately across the room. The shadows that had once been mere corners of the cabin were now stretching and crawling, alive with a malevolent energy. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a sickening rhythm, as if the cabin had a heartbeat. His mind raced, his thoughts jumbled and scattered. He had no idea how much time had passed, how long he had been trapped in this nightmare. But one thing was certain. The very walls of this place were alive. Every inch of the cabin felt suffocating, every breath a struggle against the thick, oppressive air. The shadows had reached the center of the room, weaving together into a thick, black fog that coiled around him like a noose. Ray stumbled back, his body trembling with fear, but there was nowhere to go. The door that had once slammed shut was no longer in sight, swallowed by the walls that seemed to have shifted and warped. The cabin was no longer the space it had once been. It was something else, something ancient, something that was hungry. And then, from the heart of the shadows, it emerged. The figure, tall and gaunt, stretched from the dark mist like an extension of the cabin itself. Its limbs were long and twisted, impossibly thin, its body contorted at angles that shouldn't have been possible. Its face? No, it wasn't a face at all. It was a blur of pale skin, stretched tight over bones, with eyes so black they seemed to absorb all light. Its mouth opened, wide and gaping, revealing rows of sharp, glistening teeth. Ray's breath caught in his throat as the thing slowly, deliberately moved closer. It had no need to hurry. There was nowhere for him to go, no way to escape. The walls closed in around him like a living trap. The shadowy figure stopped in front of him, its hollow eyes locking onto his, as if studying him, deciding. "You shouldn't have come," it rasped, its voice a dry, rasping whisper that echoed through his mind. It wasn't speaking to him. It was speaking through him, burrowing into his thoughts, forcing the words to crawl from his own lips. "But now you're a part of it." The words drilled into his skull, reverberating through his bones. The air was thick with their weight, suffocating. He could barely breathe, barely think. The thing in front of him wasn't just an entity, it was the cabin itself, the forest, the very land around him, and it had marked him, it had claimed him. No! Ray gasped, his voice weak, his body trembling with an exhaustion he couldn't explain. He backed away, his eyes darting around, looking for anything, any way out. But there was nothing. There was only darkness, only the relentless twisting shadows. And then the whispers came. Soft at first, like the sound of wind through dead leaves, but growing louder with every breath he took. "Leave before sunrise." It was the same message, the same warning. But Ray knew, deep down, that it was too late. The cabin had already claimed them, and there was no way out. The figure moved again, its body a fluid mass of shadows, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, dragging along the walls like they were extensions of itself. It reached for him, its fingers long and jagged, the tips of its nails gleaming like broken glass. As it touched him, a cold, numbing sensation shot through his body. It was like ice water flooding his veins, freezing him from the inside out. The figure grinned. It could feel his terror. The forest has been waiting. The words filled the room, swirling around Ray's mind like smoke. He couldn't make sense of them, couldn't understand what they meant. All he knew was that his body was no longer his own. The coldness, the pressure, it was pulling him, drawing him into the very walls of the cabin, into the heart of the darkness that surrounded him. His limbs were stiff, his breath shallow. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, and then something shifted. A memory, long buried, flickered to the surface of his mind. A story, a legend. Something the old ranger had said, a story whispered in the town about the cabin, about the forest. It was the same story. The one about the cabin that wasn't supposed to exist. The one that appeared only for those it chose. The one that claimed them, trapped them within its walls. The story of a place where time stood still, where people disappeared, never to be seen again. Ray's heart skipped a beat as the truth finally hit him. The cabin. It was a part of the forest. The forest was the cabin, and the forest knew them. It had always known them. It had been waiting for them to enter, waiting to claim them. And now, Ray understood. It wasn't the cabin that was cursed. It was the land. The forest itself had a mind, a will, and it had been waiting for the hunters, waiting for them to step into its grasp. The land fed on fear, on despair, and it had grown strong with the passing years. It had claimed the souls of many before them, and now it was feeding on their fear. The shadowy figure before him wasn't just a creature. It was the embodiment of the forest itself, of the land that had been corrupted by centuries of pain, suffering, and death. Ray's vision blurred as the darkness closed in around him, and the whispering voices intensified. He could feel them crawling beneath his skin, writhing inside him, pulling at his very soul. The figure grinned wider, its mouth stretching impossibly far, revealing rows of jagged teeth that seemed to go on. Forever, you belong to it now. The figure raised its hand, and Ray felt the ground beneath him shift. The floor seemed to ripple like water, pulling him into the darkness, pulling him toward the heart of the cabin, the heart of the forest. The very air around him thickened, becoming heavier, as if the world itself was closing in, suffocating him. Ray's last thoughts were a desperate final plea. Please, someone, help. But the forest was silent. The cabin was silent. And then, with a sickening lurch, everything went black. Ray's eyes snapped open, his body jerking upright, though it felt as if he were waking from a long, suffocating sleep. The air around him was thick, heavy with an almost tangible weight, as though it pressed against his chest, preventing him from breathing freely. His lungs burned as if he'd been holding his breath for too long, and his heart pounded furiously in his chest. He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't obey him. They felt like lead, sluggish and weak. The shadows pressed in on him from all sides, bending and shifting like the very fabric of the cabin was alive. He was still trapped, but something was different. The creature, the thing that had been stalking him, was gone. The oppressive, suffocating presence that had been hanging over him moments ago had vanished, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. The shadows no longer writhed around the room, no longer reached for him. The walls, once pulsating and alive, stood still, silent, like a tomb. Ray's head swam, his thoughts sluggish and disjointed. He could barely think clearly, his mind fighting to piece together what had just happened. The figure, the creature that had claimed the cabin, the thing that had whispered to him in the dark, had vanished. And yet, he could still feel it, could still sense its presence lurking at the edges of his perception, like an echo that wouldn't fade. His breath came in ragged gasps as he forced himself to stand, his body trembling with a mix of fear and exhaustion. He had to get out of here. He didn't care how. He didn't care what it took. He just had to escape. But the moment he stood, the room seemed to twist and distort around him. The walls, once familiar, seemed to stretch and contract, the very cabin itself shifting as though it was alive, watching him. The floor beneath his feet groaned, the wood creaking with an unnatural sound, like the low, guttural growl of some massive creature. No. No, no, no. Ray's voice was weak, barely above a whisper. This can't be happening. He stumbled toward the door. No, where was the door? The cabin had changed. The space inside felt infinitely larger than before, as if it had expanded, stretching beyond its natural boundaries. There was no door, no window, no escape. Ray's stomach churned, and for a brief moment, he thought he might collapse from the weight of it all. But he forced himself to move, his footsteps unsteady as he walked deeper into the cabin, trying to make sense of the nightmare. Around him, the walls had become soft, slick, as though coated in some viscous substance. The wooden beams groaned above him, sagging as if they were about to break. He touched one of the walls, recoiling immediately as his hand sank slightly into the surface, as if the very cabin were breathing beneath his touch. The sensation was unsettling, almost like touching something alive. The cabin is alive. The thought hit him with the force of a blow. Everything, the walls, the floor, the shadows, even the air, was part of something else, something ancient and unforgiving. This wasn't just a cabin. It wasn't just a building. It was alive, and it was hungry. A cold sweat broke out on Ray's skin, his heart racing in his chest. He had to get out of here. He had to, no matter what it took. He turned quickly, his eyes scanning the room once more. A soft sound, a faint scratching, almost imperceptible, caught his attention. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. It came from the far corner, just beyond the crumbling stone fireplace. Ray's body froze. The noise was unmistakable. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the creak of old wood. It was something else. And then, from the darkness, he saw it, a faint outline just at the edge of his vision, like a shape that was neither entirely there nor entirely gone. A figure standing motionless in the corner. At first, he thought his mind was playing tricks on him. He had to be hallucinating. Right? The fear, the exhaustion, it was all blending together. But no, this wasn't a trick. The figure in the corner was moving. It was a man, or something that resembled one. Its body was gaunt, skeletal even. The skin stretched tight over its bones, its face hidden in shadows. But its eyes, those were visible. And they were deep, black holes in its face, staring directly at Ray with an intensity that sent a spike of pure terror through his veins. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Ray's breath caught in his throat. The creature, whatever it was, wasn't coming closer. It was simply waiting. Suddenly, the faintest sound broke through the silence. A voice, soft, almost too quiet to hear, whispered from the shadows. "You thought you could leave?" Ray's blood ran cold. The voice was ancient, not just a whisper, but an echo, a sound that resonated in the very marrow of his bones. It was the voice of the cabin, of the forest, of the land itself. The figure in the corner tilted its head, and Ray felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. This wasn't the first time he had heard those words. It was the same voice, the same whisper that had followed him since the moment he stepped into this place. The same voice that had warned him, had urged him to leave, to run before it was too late, and now it was here. "You're not going anywhere," the voice said, louder this time, its tone colder, more final. The air around Ray thickened. The shadows in the cabin grew darker, closing in on him, as if the walls themselves were moving, creeping toward him. His pulse quickened, and he backed away, his feet slipping on the slick floor. The figure remained motionless, its eyes never leaving him. It wasn't attacking, it was simply observing, waiting. Ray felt a sudden, sickening realization. He wasn't alone. There was no escape. He had thought, perhaps, that he could outrun this, that he could find a way out of the cabin. But he had been wrong. This wasn't just the cabin that wasn't there before. This wasn't just a haunted house. This was something else entirely. This was the forest, the land itself, and it had taken root in him. It had fed on his fear, and now it owned him. Ray's breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes darting wildly around the cabin, searching for any means of escape. He could feel the suffocating pressure closing in around him, the weight of it pressing against his chest, against his mind. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. Ray blinked, the cabin suddenly feeling empty, still. The oppressive darkness that had been closing in on him lifted, and the sounds, the whispers, the scratching, the low hum of the forest faded away. But there was something more terrifying than the figure's sudden disappearance. It was the silence that followed. The cabin, once full of eerie noises and creeping shadows, had gone completely still. And Ray understood, with a clarity that cut through his panic, that this silence was the calm before the storm. It wasn't over. It had only just begun. Ray's feet moved without his command, his legs carrying him toward the door that had to be there, that had to lead him out. He had to get out. He had to escape. But when he reached the threshold, his hand grasped the cold, rotting wood of the door frame, and the last thing he saw before everything went black was the figure standing in the corner of the room, its hollow, eyes watching him, knowing exactly where he was going. And then, without warning, the world around him vanished. Ray's world seemed to implode, the last thread of his sanity snapping as the world around him vanished into nothingness. He felt himself falling, the darkness engulfing him, swallowing him whole. There was no ground beneath him, no air, no sound, only the endless, cold abyss that stretched on forever. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. Ray's body hit the ground with a jarring thud, a sharp pain shooting through his limbs. His breath caught in his throat, and he gasped for air, the sudden return of sensation overwhelming. His vision swam as he struggled to sit up, his body shaking violently from the disorientation. The overwhelming silence around him made it feel like he was trapped in some empty void, a place where time had no meaning, where the rules of reality no longer applied. He forced himself to focus, to shake off the fog in his mind. He wasn't sure what had just happened, what he had just experienced, but somehow, in the back of his mind, he knew it wasn't over. He had been pulled somewhere deeper into the forest, or into the very fabric of the cabin itself. When his vision cleared, the first thing he saw was the floor beneath him, a floor that was no longer wood, but rough stone, dark and slick with moisture. The walls around him were made of jagged, uneven rock, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. A faint glow flickered from somewhere in the distance, casting long, eerie shadows across the cavernous space. Ray slowly rose to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him, and looked around. This was no longer the cabin, no longer the familiar, oppressive space he had come to know. This place was ancient, a hidden, forgotten part of the world. A part of the forest that had been buried deep beneath the earth for longer than anyone could fathom. The faint glow came from a fire. No, not a fire, but something more unnatural. The light flickered in the distance, casting an unsettling greenish hue across the cavern. It was the same faint warmth he had felt in the cabin before, like the embers of a fire that should have been dead long ago. Without thinking, Ray began to move toward it, his every step heavy and uncertain. The stone floor was uneven, the jagged edges cutting into his boots, but he didn't care. He had to keep moving. He had to find out what was going on. The deeper he went into the cavern, the more he realized that the walls were not natural, guys. Stone had been carved, roughly, jaggedly, as if someone or something had chiseled it out by hand. The carvings were old, worn by centuries of time, but they were unmistakable symbols. Strange, unfamiliar markings that seemed to move as he passed them, shifting and changing, like they were alive. He couldn't understand them, couldn't make sense of what they meant, but the more he stared, the more he felt the pull of their meaning, like they were calling to him, beckoning him forward. Finally, he reached the source of the glow. In the center of the cavern, there was an altar, a rough stone slab surrounded by symbols and runes carved deep into the ground. The faint greenish light emanated from the altar itself, the light flickering as if it were alive, shifting with every movement. At the foot of the altar, something lay in the shadows, something long, dark, and unmoving. Ray's pulse quickened, his breath shallow as he approached the altar. His instincts screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place before it was too late, but something kept him moving forward. Something inside him was pulling him closer, urging him to understand, to know. And then his eyes fell upon the figure. It was a man, or at least it used to be. The figure lay stretched out on the altar, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. The eyes were wide open, glazed over, the pupils black and empty, staring into nothingness. But it wasn't dead. No, Ray could feel it. A faint pulse, a shallow breath, a heartbeat. The thing on the altar wasn't dead. It was alive. Suddenly, the world around Ray seemed to shift, the air growing heavier, more oppressive, as if the very space he was in had become aware of his presence. The faint whisper returned, louder this time, almost deafening, filling his ears with its cold, rasping voice. "You've come to the heart of it." Ray froze. The voice, it wasn't just a whisper. It was inside his head, crawling through his thoughts, speaking directly to him. His heart raced as the words filled him, pulling at his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. "This is the beginning, not the end." The voice was colder now, darker. "The forest has been waiting for you, waiting for all of you. The land remembers, and now, so do you." Ray stumbled backward, his mind reeling. The thing on the altar, it wasn't just a victim. It was part of this. It was part of whatever this place was, part of whatever force had brought him here. The forest wasn't just a living, breathing thing. It was ancient, a force beyond comprehension. A thing that had been watching, waiting, and now it was feeding on their fear, on their souls. Ray felt his stomach churn, his pulse pounding in his ears. His head spun as the whispers continued, now a chorus of voices, some soft, some loud, some insistent, all speaking at once. "You're not meant to leave. You're already part of it. The forest will never let you go." The voices rose in intensity, echoing around him, growing louder with each passing second. The walls of the cavern seemed to close in, the markings on the stone pulsing, like a heartbeat, thrumming through the very air. The altar was alive now, the greenish glow flaring brighter, the light flashing in time with the beat of his own heart. And then the whispers stopped. Silence. For a moment, Ray thought he might be going insane. This place was driving him mad. But then he heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, approaching from behind. He turned, his body jerking as his eyes fell upon the figure standing just beyond the altar, a shape cloaked in darkness, its face hidden. "Who's there?" Ray's voice cracked, a trembling whisper as his throat constricted. Who are you? The figure stepped forward, revealing its face. Ray's breath caught in his throat. It was him. It was his own face, but twisted, distorted. A hollow, empty version of himself. His reflection, but wrong. Its eyes were black, lifeless, hollow voids, and its lips curled into a smile that was more like a grimace. You were always meant to be here, the figure whispered, its voice, an eerie echo of his own. You've always been part of it. Now you'll never leave. Ray's breath caught in his throat as the twisted reflection of himself stepped closer, its hollow, empty eyes never leaving him. The air seemed to grow even thicker, the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical force, pushing the very air from his lungs. His legs wavered beneath him, threatening to buckle as the figure, a distorted, nightmarish version of himself, continued to move toward him with slow, deliberate steps. Its smile twisted, stretching wider, too wide, as though the creature, in front of him, was savoring the terror that it was feeding on. You... Ray's voice trembled, but he couldn't find the strength to speak the words. His throat constricted painfully. What? What is this? The figure tilted its head, the grotesque smile still plastered on its face. It moved closer, its steps silent on the rough stone floor, its presence suffocating. This is the heart of it all, it whispered, the words slipping from its lips like poison. The forest, the land, the cabin, all of it has been waiting for you. It's always been waiting. Ray staggered back, his legs threatening to collapse beneath him. As his mind raced, trying to make sense of the madness unfolding before him, he was trapped, he realized. Trapped not just in this cavern, but in something much older, much darker than anything he had ever imagined. How? Ray croaked, his voice barely more than a whisper, his hands shaking. How did this happen? Why? Me? Why us? The twisted reflection, no, it wasn't him, not really, stepped forward again, its shadow growing longer, stretching across the stone like a physical thing. The land knows you. It has always known you. Your ancestors walked this earth, and their blood soaked into the soil. The forest remembers those who trespass, those who feed its hunger. It gestured to the altar behind it, where the still figure lay, pale and lifeless, a faint pulse still beating beneath its waxy skin. Ray's heart pounded in his chest, a sick realization settling into his gut. The altar, he whispered hoarsely, his voice shaking. This isn't just a place, this is a sacrifice. The figure nodded slowly, its smile widening. Yes, the forest needs sacrifices. It has always fed on the lost, the broken, and those who wander too far. But you were meant to be the final offering. Ray's stomach twisted with terror. The thought that he and the others had been chosen, that they were nothing more than pieces in some grotesque ritual, made his blood run cold. His mind raced. The hunters, the ones who had entered the forest before him, had they too been part of this twisted cycle? Had they been chosen too to feed the forest's insatiable hunger? The note. Ray gasped, his hands trembling as he recalled the crumpled paper they had found in the cabin. You said you knew us. The figure's grin twisted into something even darker. You are all connected to it, to the forest, to the land, to the very soil that feeds it. Your blood, your lineage, runs deep in this place. The figure reached out with a pale, bony hand, tracing the air between them as though weaving an invisible thread. You are part of it. The blood that runs through your veins has always belonged to the forest. Ray's breath caught, his body trembling in horror. It was true then. They hadn't stumbled upon this cabin by accident. They hadn't wandered into the woods without purpose. The forest had been watching them, waiting for them to come, drawn by something deep within them, something ancient, something buried beneath layers of time. The hunters. Ray whispered, almost to himself. They were part of this too? The twisted reflection nodded, the smile spreading wider, its eyes growing deeper, more hollow. Yes, every generation, a new set of souls is chosen. Some come willingly. Others, like you, are led by the whispers of the land. And when the time comes, when the forest demands it, they are brought here to feed the earth, to complete the cycle. The figure's eyes gleamed with a terrible, predatory satisfaction. Ray's knees buckled, his body crumpling to the stone floor as the weight of the truth crashed down upon him. He was part of something far older, far darker than he could ever have understood. His blood, his very existence, was tied to this place in ways that could never be undone. The figure leaned down, its face looming inches from his. The forest has fed on the fear of those who come before you, and now it will feed on yours. Your fear will be the final piece. Ray's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. The room, around him spinning, his mind struggling to keep pace with the horror unraveling before him. The sound of his racing heart thundered in his ears. He felt trapped, suffocated by the knowledge that there was no escape. This place, this forest, had been feeding on them, on their blood, their fear, for centuries. And now it had claimed him. With trembling hands, Ray reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone of the altar. The body on the slab, was it dead? Was it another sacrifice? Or was it something else? Something that had been part of this twisted cycle of life and death, of offering and consumption? A strange magnetic force tugged at him, pulling him closer to the altar. His body moved against his will, his hands reaching out toward the figure. The whispers, louder now, crawled through his mind, urging him to give in. Give in, become a part of it, become part of the forest. No. Ray gasped, his voice raw with desperation. I won't join this. But even as he said the words, he felt the pull of the forest inside him, wrapping around his soul, digging into his very being. His heartbeat grew louder, faster. The sounds of the forest filling his mind, drowning out his thoughts. And then a terrible realization dawned on him. The forest wasn't just consuming his fear. It was consuming his identity. It was erasing who he was, replacing his essence with something else, something darker. The twisted reflection, the figure, it wasn't just a manifestation of the forest. It was him. It was what he would become. Ray screamed, and in that scream, he understood the truth. The cycle would never end. It was always waiting, always hungry, and it would consume them all, one by one. With one final desperate burst of energy, Ray broke free from the pull of the altar. His legs carried him toward the darkened cavern entrance. The air seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the forest's heartbeat, the walls closing in, the shadows reaching for him. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He had to get out. Ray ran. His legs, weak and unsteady from fear and exhaustion, carried him through the cavern, the sounds of his footsteps echoing off the jagged stone walls. The darkness pressed against him, suffocating, but he didn't dare stop. Every part of him screamed to escape, to leave this nightmare behind. But the forest, the land itself, wouldn't let him go. He could feel it. The forest had always been there, waiting in the shadows of his mind, pulling him closer with each step, feeding. On his fear, the whispers were louder now, louder than before, weaving through the air like an inescapable web. The voices were inside his head, suffocating him from all sides. His heart raced in his chest, the sound of it pounding in his ears, drowning out everything else. You can't escape, the voice of the forest hissed, the whisper scraping against his mind. You are ours. You always have been. Ray stumbled, nearly falling to the ground as he tried to push forward, his body fighting against the invisible forces that pulled him back. His breath came in short, ragged gasps, his mind reeling with, the knowledge of what he had learned, what he had become. He was part of the forest now. He had always been. The blood in his veins, the memories of his ancestors, they had all led him here. He had been born into this twisted cycle of suffering and sacrifice. It was written in his blood. It was written in the earth. The cavern seemed to stretch endlessly before him, a labyrinth of jagged rock and oppressive darkness. There was no way out, no way to outrun the forest. The walls seemed to pulse with life, the stone growing softer under his touch, as if the very cavern itself was alive, hungry, feeding on his fear. Suddenly, the cavern floor shifted beneath him, sending him crashing to his knees. The stone groaned, the sound of it like the grinding of teeth. Ray gasped, his hands trembling as he tried to push himself up, but the walls seemed to close in, the shadows thickening, the air growing colder. A low, guttural growl echoed from deep within the earth, the sound of something ancient, something primal. It was the sound of the forest's hunger. Ray's head snapped toward the altar, the place where the figure had been, where the pulse of the forest had begun. The greenish light flickered once more, casting an eerie glow over the cavern. The figure, the reflection of him, was back, standing at the foot of the altar, its black eyes fixed on him. "You can't leave," it whispered, its voice full of mockery. "You were always meant to stay." Ray shook his head violently, his mind refusing to accept the reality around him. He couldn't be part of this. He couldn't. His thoughts spun wildly, trying to find a way out, trying to break free from the prison that the forest had built around him. But the figure moved closer, its movements fluid, unnatural. Its face, once a twisted reflection of Ray's, was now an amalgamation of every fear he had ever felt, a grotesque parody of himself, an embodiment of everything dark and twisted about the forest. It smiled, its lips stretching too wide, its teeth too sharp. "This is where you belong," the figure said, its voice thick with malice. "The forest is part of you. You are part of it. Forever." Ray's body tensed, his skin crawled. He could feel it now, deep inside him, the thing that had been planted in him, the dark seed that had taken root. The forest had been waiting for him to realize the truth. It had always known. And then, in that instant, the ground beneath him gave way. Ray's body fell into the abyss, the cold, endless darkness swallowing him whole. There was no sound, no movement, only the crushing weight of the forest closing in around him. He tried to scream, but the air was thick, suffocating. It filled his lungs, pressing against him, dragging him deeper into the darkness. His limbs felt heavy, numb, and then he was still. For a long moment, he felt nothing. No fear, no pain, no breath. Just the emptiness that stretched on forever. But slowly, the darkness began to shift. The edges of his vision blurred, and he saw them, figures, shadows moving around him, whispers, filling his ears. They were the lost ones, the forgotten ones, the ones who had come before him, the hunters, the souls who had fallen prey to the forest's hunger. Their eyes, hollow, empty, fixed on him, their faces twisted in agony. Their mouths opened, but no sound came out. They were trapped in the same nightmare, the same cycle of hunger and sacrifice. They were part of the forest now, just as he would be. Ray's heart pounded again, the terror rising in his chest, but it was different this time. There was no escape. He was no longer just a victim. He was part of the forest now. He was home. Whispers grew louder, the voices of the lost ones swirling around him, the earth beneath him groaning with a terrible, ancient power. "You belong to us," the forest whispered, its voice no longer just a sound, but a presence inside his mind. "You are ours now, forever." And then Ray felt it, an overwhelming pull. His body seemed to melt into the earth, his very essence being drawn into the soil. into the roots of the forest, into the very heart of the land. His mind broke. His body was consumed. The last remnants of who he was faded, drowned in the shadows of the forest. And then all was quiet. The forest waited.